this one looks a lot firmer. But, yeah, just waiting for them to come out and see. I think it will let it carry through.
just relaying the info. England won the toss, decided the bowl. Didn't know when that.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting.
I don't tend to like doing that.
No, not really. No. I'm a bit surprised, but
They did in England the last tour. Always won against them. That's it. So that's what's happening.
lovely. Thank you ever so much, sir.
Any other info? Because you can't speak to those blokes over there. The score.
Well,
but you'll see it come up on the screen.
yeah, because I'm trying to log on to this one here, which should be open for the scorers. I find it's the easiest way to do it because sometimes I can't see the scoreboard.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's what he's doing. Peter Judge.
And then see how it's there, but you can't see the score on it.
Yeah.
Does that come up once they
It
start?
will.
Yeah. Keep your fingers crossed. Technology is great when it works, but give me a bloody pain when it doesn't. Yeah, right. I reckon they're going to call this end the swimming pool end, and that end the road end or street end.
What's the name of the street that?
I don't know. Oh, this bloke here will probably know. The local. So you're right for water and stuff like that?
Yeah, I've got some
Might
water.
need a
Campbell's
top
got. We'll just wave over and that. So
You know that? What's the name of that street there?
Sorry?
What's the name of that street that runs there? Or what do you call that end of the ground?
That end, that's the river end.
Oh, the river end, that is.
Because the river's just there.
All right. And they were going to call the swimming pool end, isn't it?
No, this is the northern end.
Oh.
Yeah.
I better go and tell them, because maybe some locals will be saying, what's going on?
So this is
So
the
that river ends that end?
river end's that end,
Northern end
and the northern end's this one.
So this is what I use because my English scorer uses that. So that's how it's set up. So I'll put that somewhere in the middle, Campbell, so you can have a look at it as we go on. It's the Australian team there. So the only change from what you've got, Dave Wenham isn't there.
Dave Wenham's not playing.
And it should be the rest of them as is. So Dave Wenham, everyone else is the same. Pete Jensen's the skipper.
Yeah.
Claude Orlando's the wicketkeeper. For us, Ed Gordon Lennox is the captain and the wicketkeeper today.
Ed Gordon Lennox. Well, that would have to be a public school.
It's 27th in line to the throne.
Yeah.
I was just going to
It was
say,
15th, but it's 27th in line.
Gordon.
He says 27th.
Gordon Lennox. So if they have a nuclear bomb go off in Buckingham Palace, he's good.
And our two opening bats will be Andrew Walsh
Yeah.
and Sam Davis. I don't know who will be facing first.
I'd say Walsh. Past experience, yeah. I'd say Walsh.
Oh, he'll be the bigger bloke.
Well, you tell him that.
Anything else you need from over here?
Oh,
No? Yeah, right?
Yeah. You should
Good stuff.
just check here. You should be alright. So, how do you want to do it? What I normally do is, welcome everybody. Here's where we are. This is what we've got. Box Christensen, Steve, and Victor.
Yeah.
I don't know who the score is now.
So umpires at Steve Lamb and Christian.
Johnson.
I'm missing with you, though. Whatever you go
What do you
with.
want to do? Do you want to take the... when I work with somebody else, it's do 5 overs about. You was lead commentator and then the analyst, and you just went and did a bit of everything.
Yep.
Go that way?
That's fine.
Or ball by ball, whichever suits you, Campbell, whichever style you
Because, I
like.
mean, it's live stream, so it's a bit different to normal ball by ball, probably ball by ball on radio for shield games and anything. So it's a little bit different doing live stream.
The only thing with this is that you notice there's a slight delay.
Yeah.
So what you're watching on the screen isn't what you're actually watching.
But that'd be good if they get a nick and you can have a look at it.
It just gives you that little bit
Yeah.
that you can do. So I'm happy to do 5 about.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything you see, and that doesn't mean you can't come in, just come in.
Yep.
It should work.
As I said, I'll just finish him with you, mate.
I'll help you out with the England boys.
Yeah.
The Aussie boys very helpful because they're batting first.
And they got names. They got numbers on them.
Our boys have just got the names, which is not very helpful.
So Ed Gordon Lennox,
Yeah, he's just
27. Very nice. That would be fun.
Just do us a favour, could you just get that password up again for your thingy?
Oh,
What do you call it? Just see if this works, because this is very tempting.
Okay, password
Yeah.
874
7, 4,
707 8578. So my background is I played district cricket here, and then
Gents, how are you?
hello
Morning.
mate, and my brother played. So I played district cricket in Perth, and then my brother played for WA in Australia.
Oh, really?
So Ryan Campbell, he's coaching up in Durham for the last couple of years. Coaches the county team in the county championship.
Password put it down, because this has got happened. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to make a document. Let me trust you.
So it's 874
Yeah.
707 8578. Put that on silent. Baby. Oh, really? Yeah.
It's all pumping soda in here. That's half our boys. About a verse behind. It's quite funny.
I thought they'd be what? I thought they'd be like chocolate soldiers at the minute, just melting in the heat.
Donny Book just behind.
Yeah. That's why I spoke to one of the guys from WA Vets Cricket over 60s,
Yeah.
Billy Noon, yesterday. He said to go to Storm, so I thought he might have called you down.
Well, it was a consideration because my wife's saying no, so she's going to play. And back home, the stipulation is the pension's going to come. In fact, any cricket, if it reaches 36,
Never ever happened.
the rules are different here. It's 38. And you've got over 38.
So you don't play commentator all the time?
Yeah, that's as a result of me playing in Italy last year and it's back to the league.
Oh, you busted.
Italian A&E is something to be held accountable, I tell you. If you ever go in there, brother, do not go into the Italian A&E. Now they were fantastic, in fairness, they really did.
Well, mate, what can you do with a country that actually votes for a porn star to be in their government?
Correct.
Let's be honest. They don't have skeletons in their closets over there. They just have cats in there.
So we're 9:30. Place due to start at 10. Okay.
So when do you want to start?
We can go on at 2:15.
Yep.
10:2.
Yep.
Got all the official details, haven't we? Chris Jones and Steve Lamb. Oh no, we haven't got another score. That's totally another score. Oh, it's Roger Bice. Oh, of course. The Australian score is Roger Bice. B-R-Y-C-E.
Roger Price.
Price. B-R-I-C-E.
And who's the other one?
Tony Fitzgerald from
Tony Fitzgerald, a good Irish name.
It is a good Irish name.
Well, not his maiden name is Fitzgerald.
I don't know if you've been following our tour. We got here in the middle of November, landed in Brisbane. First match was meant to be against the Kiwis. That was rained off.
Yeah.
Our first match we actually played was in Caboolture versus Queensland City. Obviously we won by that.
Mm-hmm.
Our next match a couple of days later in Ipswich, that was rained off.
Yeah.
2 out of the first 3 fixtures
So
gone.
yeah, because you start on the eastern seaboard and that's the problem.
Then to Canberra, where it also rained.
You know, Canberra's the only place, that's the capital of Australia.
Yeah.
It has all the politicians and pornography's legal.
First one in National Bowl.
Yeah.
That was a special one. Obviously,
Name of Sir Donald.
Sir Donald, so the museum next door, we had a good look around that. But it's also the hometown of the skipper, Peter Jensen.
Yeah.
And do you know, he's stepping down after Sunday's game
Oh, okay.
in a brilliant captain.
Mm.
Australia won the World Cup in February, in March in India in Chennai, beating
Yeah.
England by 8 wickets in the final.
Yeah.
And we're always so quite comfortable. It's been a very emotional day for him.
Yeah.
Then we went to Victoria A for a full moment in the second international. We got a bit better. Manchester 260. Tied game for England in Middlesbrough. Then we get to South Australia. That was absolutely Australia giving up 2 goals to them.
Yeah.
Come out here to WA, had 2 games, lose to get that, so 4th one today, 5th last week. Dip into that. So far we've played 10 won 6, lost 3, the 3 losses and the Ashes.
So you've lost the Ashes last
The Ashes, yeah, we beat Australia 3 games to 2.
Just unfortunate. With the audio.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I don't suppose I can do the gags about the over 60 depends on what he's saying. I've had a killer before.
He speaks sad.
I do. See, I do radio.
Speaks sad.
That's what they asked me to commentate because I do radio. And Boydie said, I can do the commentating on Friday. Because apparently some of my stuff that I did on the over 40s has gone viral.
Really?
Well, we had a guy from Karratha, which is a country town to the north of Western Australia.
Yeah.
And I turned around when he came on to Bath. I said, he's not a wood chopper because he comes from the wrong part of the state, but he's actually used to the tall buildings and traffic lights. And apparently that's gone viral.
You'll enjoy your day. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from you.
Oh,
This is not my main gig, so.
there's the Australian national anthem. cricket and doing all the games by yourself over there, eh?
So it's hard after that. It really is hard.
Yeah.
Um,
Because this is obviously going back to the UK as well.
it's worldwide.
Oh, worldwide. Jeez. Don't tell me that, I'll get all nervous.
It's worldwide.
I won't be able to say anything. So yeah, so today I'm doing this. Yesterday I was on my radio station for an hour because we had to have a drive program with 2 people and one person was away, so I stepped into that for an hour. And today I'm doing this. Tomorrow I'm doing the pennant cricket coverage, so our Premier Cricket, district cricket stuff, coverage on 91.3, and then on Sunday I'm doing we have a Cricket West, which is all the community cricket associations in Perth, so there's 4 of those.
Oh, brilliant.
And we're having the final of our community club competition, which is basically all the associations play T20 games to see which club represents and play against other
That's
clubs.
competitive then.
And that's at the Wacker on Sunday,
Oh.
so
Oh, we're there on Sunday.
commentating that on Sunday.
We're going for obviously our last game is on Sunday at Fletcher Park.
Oh yeah, Fletcher. Yeah.
And then we're going to the Wacker for the evening function and the end of tour ceremonies and what have you.
Yeah, so the game we're going to start at 12:30 and we finish at 3:30, but that's on radio, so 91.3.
And we were hoping to play there.
Yeah, and apparently the Vets cricket fella absolutely went over the top of the meeting, apparently. My narrative, and it's probably with people at WA cricket at the moment, it's probably a thing that we don't do. We get blackballed forever. But I'm on the Cricket West board, so this western suburbs are going crazy spreading to.
So yeah, you can set your levels. Rashid. I am.
My name's Albert.
August, nice to meet you. Thanks for getting in touch the other day. How are you?
You're doing a great job, you lot. Fantastic.
Mark Campbell, Cambo.
You're doing the scoring, are you?
Yeah, yeah.
The scores are up there. I'm commentating as well.
Oh, okay.
Thank you ever so much for getting in touch.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's really, really great.
Hopefully today will be the best one yet.
No, it's not too hot, is it? Actually, it's nice.
Well, it's snowing, isn't it? So it's
Well, exactly. That's why I live here. Yeah.
-2.
I've got a daughter and she needs a health treatment. You know, so it's all snowing outside. Have a look at this.
I mean, we've just been on a big holiday and we spent 7 weeks in England. I do miss England. I do miss Europe. But whenever it comes down to it, I mean, 7 months of glorious weather like this. In England, you're lucky to get 7 days.
Yeah, they usually get that.
It's not that nice in England. It's a bit cold.
It rains and it's about 20 degrees and red days. My daughter says that. You don't have that.
Cool. Yeah. So you got the bowler behind the bowler's arm position, as always. Nice thing.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Rash Mahmood here. Delighted to bring you live ball commentary on this stream of the 4th one-day international between Australia and England for the Grey Ashes. We're at College Park Cricket Club, the western suburbs of Perth, and I'm delighted to say that it's only 28 degrees, folks. Heaven sent. The other day at Donnybrook, where England played their last warm-up match, 38 degrees, 98 in old money, and the England boys played back-to-back games there before travelling 2 hours to get into Perth yesterday. Australia, those of you following the series will know already, taken the Ashes having won the first 3 games, but there's a lot to play for in this game today, the 4th, and the final game on Sunday at Fletcher Park. Please join us for that if you can. 10 a.m. local start time in Perth, 2 a.m. UK time. Your umpires, who are just about to make their way out onto the field, Chris Johnson from England and local representative Steve Lamb. Your scorers, Tony Fitzgerald from England and Roger Bryce from Australia. And I am absolutely delighted, and I'm sure all of you listening will be delighted, that I have a co-commentator today. And I'm in very, very good hands. I'm going to learn a hell of a lot. Mark Campbell. Cambo, morning.
Morning, Rash. I'll tell you what, you boomed it up a bit. I'll tell you, there's not going to be much left over from that. But no, let me welcome you officially to Perth, Western Australia. Fantastic. And it was good that you brought the weather with you as well, mate, because she was a little bit cool last week. And it's good to see the English have brought the weather with them. But looking forward to this game. And I tell you what, though, just quietly, it's good to see that we won the Grey Ashes Australia. Not being biased, of course, but I will be. And hopefully that's a forerunner for next season's Ashes when the big boys get here and we give Stokes and Root and all the other blokes a bit of a touch-up in the Test matches.
Well, that is going to be a mouth-watering series, as always. I know there's a lot of people already clamouring for tickets. Nick Gayward, the left-handed opening batsman for England. He works with the Barmy Army, and we had Nick on the other day at Donnybrook. He does a lot of work, and yeah, that's going to be sold out.
He's not the trumpeter, is he?
He's not the trumpeter.
Because I know where a couple of Australians like to put that trumpet, just quietly.
That has been said by a few of the England supporters. So we're here, folks. Bit of cloud cover. Cambo, we both had a look at the pitch. Your assessment of it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a new ball pitch, this one, Rash. It's got a little bit of green, a little bit of moisture in it, so it'll do a little bit early, but then should flatten out this afternoon to be a flat deck. And I know you've been in Donnybrook and Bunbury, but I think the England players will enjoy batting on this one. The ground's fairly quick as well, so going to be a great game. As I said, new ball wicket. It's going to have a little bit of nibble for the first 10 and then should flatten out.
Super stuff. I'll just run you through the teams and then give you details of the toss. So for England, Steve Aston, the England wicket-keeper. Not wicket-keeping today, however. Mark Eames, Mel Hussain, Monty Douglas. The skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox. Nick Gayward, Jim Phillips, Simon Routh, who's going to be behind the stumps.
Jason Kuhn, Mike Palmer, Razi Ahmed, and the 12th man, the non-batter, Kevin Watson. Cambo, do you want to go run through the Australian side?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we've got Peter Judd, who'll wear number 2. Peter Jensen, who's the captain, he'll wear number 3. Mark Trafford Walker wears number 6. Phil Jackson will be wearing number 8. Andrew Walsh, number 11. Graham Pavey, number 16. Tony Panicasio, number 24. Claude Orlando is going to be the wicketkeeper. He's wearing shirt number 28. Bill Blair, number 30. Sam Davis has 114. I'm not sure if that's his age, but it's a big number. And Glenn Pearce comes into the side. So all to play for today. And even though England are down 3-1 in the 3-0 in the Ashes, I'm sure some pride to be played for sure.
Absolutely, Cambo. Well, England winning the toss, Ed Gordon Lennox. No hesitation, putting Australia into bat. And it's vital that England make breakthroughs early. They didn't in the first two. Managed to get Australia down to 33 for 2 in that third one-day international at Tanunda. And at one point that game had slipped away from them. Australia sitting pretty, 100 up, chasing 170 win, 8 wickets in hand. But my goodness me, it turned into an absolute thriller. Australia getting home, 170 for 8, 2 balls left. Darren Smith had retired. He came back, absolutely sterling effort from him. And he probably had the fastest man in the over 60s age group in Australia, Graham Pavey, running for him. And we need to check Graham's credentials because he's one of the fastest people I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, being over 60, of course, you've got to be as quick as you can, I guess. But I'm sure some of these boys might have seen Bradman play, that's for sure.
Okay, so we're just about to get started here. It's going to be umpire Chris Johnson standing at the northern end, the end nearest to us, folks. And the Yorkshire skipper, Kevin Watson, he's going to open the bowling.
So this is the northern end of the ground rash. And then the other end, as you're watching the frog box, so you'll see the back of the batsman is the river end, because the Swan River is just over past those trees.
Oh, super stuff. Here we go then, folks. 4th one-day international. Kevin Watson in. Bowls. It's a nice start.
Gets value for shots there, and a bit short to start off with, and took full advantage of that. The batsman there, straight through point for 4.
Yeah, Sam Davis. Local ground to him. I know Sam's really looking forward to this fixture. He played the other day at Marist. Wonderful knock by him. He's had some health issues, retired on 72, but came back, and I think it was 94 not out, but a wonderfully talented batsman. Good start by him, and he does like to get on with things.
Yeah, just watch that one go outside off stump. Not interested.
Yeah, Davis just rocking back in his crease, punching that through the offside. Out to Jason Cole. The boundary rider, early doors. Deep cover boundary.
Yeah,
So
went early on that. Took one ball.
yeah. Big hit in Andrew Walsh then. Wide outside the off stump. Just have a little nibble, Walsh.
It's like commentating with Jim Laker.
He's been dead about 40 years, Cambo.
Yeah, but I can still remember his voice on Test match.
Well, Andrew Walsh, very, very powerful striker of the ball. Doug Murphy, who played in the first 3 one-day internationals, not making a trip out west. Dougie, I know you'll be following this. Been really nice to get to know you over the first 3 one-day internationals. First over bowled then by Kevin Watson from the northern end. Australia 5 without loss. All 5 coming off the bat of Sam Davis. Beautifully struck 4 to get off the mark, and then a single out to deep cover.
It was interesting to watch that, where the first one was short, taken full advantage of, and then after that, the bowler got the lines right. Probably not used to bowling on a wicket that doesn't do a lot, being from Yorkshire. He's probably used to bowling on the green strips of Yorkshire and getting it to talk. And of course, the captain of England, Rash, Ed Gordon Lennox, with the hyphen, would have to be from private school education, Eton, Harrow and Oxford, Cambridge or somewhere like that.
Well, I don't think it was Bash Street Comprehensive. I'll put it that way. But Ed Gordon Lennox, yeah, he... Now, we don't know whether this is an urban myth, Cambo. I mean, it's been bandied about the team for quite some time, but we do believe that the England skipper, Ed Gordon Lennox, is somewhere between 15th and 27th in line to the UK throne now.
Right.
You can make of that what you will. Oh, this is interesting.
Well, if there's a missile hits the UK, he's got half a chance.
He has. Well, it's going to be Mel Hussain then, opening up from the river end. Interesting tactic this by Ed Gordon Lennox. England normally open up with the seamers, Kevin Watson and one of either Jason Corn. Or Mike Palmer, but opting to go with Hussain, and he's bowled magnificently well during this tour, I have to say. Nasser Hussain's brother, Cambo.
Oh, Nasser Hussain's brother.
Yep.
Okay. So he comes from Essex, Copdock.
Yeah,
Or is that in Suffolk?
I'm
Not
not
sure.
Essex.
I think it might be
Oh, that's
Essex.
a chance. Well, we'll wait for the signal from umpire Lamb. We're looking for 3. That's good running by the Australian boys. Just waiting for, leg by signal by umpire Lamb. Off the pad, evading the dive to the left from Monty Douglas, stood at slip. Yeah, your daughter's out in Essex, is she not?
Yes, she lives in Helsted, my daughter, and I played cricket for Helsted late in the last century. I played
The
against Copdock.
18th century or 19th century?
Well, yeah, it was. I think I just got into the 20th, but it was definitely not the 21st. But played there and had a great time in Essex. Nothing better, I thought, Rash, than playing a game with 20 overs from 6:30 and getting to the balcony at about 7:45 after showering, having a pint and watching the sunset. It's fantastic. In the UK, thoroughly enjoyed my 2 years I played over there. It was great. Cricket was good as well. I was there for cricket, but yeah, the cricket was great as well. And my brother now is in the UK coaching, so he's up at Durham, up on the county circuit.
Well, not a bad start from Mel Hussain. Just the 3 leg byes coming from it. As I said, he's been very, very good this tour. But interesting tactic to bring him on to open the bowling from the river end. Say, England have Jason Corn, Mike Palmer, Kevin Watson as the seamers. They've pretty much gone with that throughout the tour, but just trying to introduce something a bit different that the Australians haven't seen as they search for an early breakthrough here. As the local wildlife fly past us. Very screechy.
They're actually parrots. So we have flora and fauna out here. Now we tell all our visitors don't go to the beach because we have white pointer sharks that are about 15 feet long.
Ooh, you won't catch me in there.
Well, they're not, but we tell people that. And so we try and keep Perth a secret from the Eastern Staters, and our English visitors are always welcome, but our Eastern States visitors, we try and keep it a secret.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Yeah. Well, Kevin Watson, ball and straight, and Sam Davis this time, uncharacteristically for him, going back in his crease, trap right in front, and umpire Chris Johnson. Pretty easy decision for him, Cambo, I think.
Yes, Chris Johnson made that decision really quickly because he was appealing himself. It was absolutely stone motherless plum, and unfortunate for Australia, lost the first wicket and 1 for 8.
Well, just the start that England wanted. They know how dangerous Sam Davis is, but Kevin Watson was a good length, and Sam Davis just going back in his crease. Ball was on him a bit quicker, and as you heard Cambo speaking about this pitch, he expected the ball to come on a bit skiddy, and that delivery looked like it just skidded on a touch. Don't think he was beaten for pace, Sam Davis. I think it was just the motion of the ball hitting the deck and then just skidding on a bit more. But he went back, full and straight. Great start for England.
Yeah, still need to get forward on this wicket. It's a new ball wicket, but you still need to get forward on it and then take advantage.
Well, the new man in, just taking the first ball, Graham Pavey. Now, there's been a change to the Australian lineup. Darren Smith, regular opener, suffered a lower leg injury, diving in the third one-day international at Tanunda. He normally opens the batting, so there's been a change as Watson's into Pavey again. Bowls, Pavey just watchful, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. So the dynamics of the top order changed a bit. Obviously, Doug Murphy not being out here, an injury to Darren Smith. I mean, you've covered a lot of cricket, Cambo. Does that change things much for a team when you've got such a solid opening partnership and then you have to make changes? And Paves normally comes in at number 4 or 5, and he's finding himself... Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. He's coming in one down.
Yeah, well, I guess it gives you familiarity on where you're batting in the lineup and familiarity with who your batting partner is. But I guess at 3-0 down with 2 to play, you probably give the guys another chance. I mean, the first player picked for the over 60s for the Australian team was the physio. So, if you get injuries, players should be able to step up. And difference between opening and 3, I guess, is that 3 sitting around with pads on, but he's just as easy can be in their second ball of the day. So it shouldn't be a big issue for Graham Pavey to bat in a little bit different position.
Well, good over from Kevin Watson. Australia 9 for 1, or 1 for 9, whichever way you want to have it.
Yeah, Watson's bowling tight lines. He's just not trying to bowl too much. And I guess when you're in the over 60s, everyone's got experience and played a lot of cricket. And all he's doing is just putting the ball up there and trying to get some seam movement off this new ball wicket. It's good to see Nasser's brother, Mel, playing here. He hasn't got the he got the lucky gene because he hasn't lost as much hair as Nass.
Nice shot.
Lovely shot, that.
That is a big boundary. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, it's a big bit of real estate. Some of this ground here probably to make 4 of England in Yorkshire, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Campbell, that long chase, I think. I'm trying to see who that was. Well, it's a long old chase out there. The same then. From the river ending again. Walsh just pushing forward. Very extravagant appeal from Melisane. Umpire Lamb having nothing to do with that whatsoever.
My brother was captain of England. Give it out. No, it's not out.
And for those of you watching on this YouTube stream, please get in touch via the chat function. Myself and Cambo will try and get through as many comments as we can You're always welcome to join in. Tell us your thoughts on how this game may end up. Well, that's a full toss. And Walsh just flicks it. Oh, there's a mix-up here. Well, there was certainly 2-1, but Andrew Walsh at the far end. He was flat on his back as Graham Pavey was halfway down the wicket. But so quick as Pavey made his ground back to the striker's end, so there's no harm done. One more to the total then, 13 for 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Australia, there the batsman slipped over at the river end, so he couldn't get back. And unfortunately, the communication between the two Australians wasn't that flash, so he was already halfway down.
Well, one thing England are going to be determined to do is to stop Graham Pavey just dropping and running. He's an absolute master at it. He is like lightning. So they're going to have to be on the toes, these England boys.
It's been pretty tough for the England boys, though. This will be their 10th or 11th game on the tour. So it's been pretty tough, and with the travel, because you know Australia's so big, with the travel and then with the heat that you've had in the last couple of days, it's going to be a tough old day today, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Campbell, I'll say it on every broadcast. Veterans cricket, Masters cricket, Seniors cricket, whatever you want to call it. The England boys played back-to-back games earlier this week. In temperatures, it was Maris Cricket Club just near Bunbury, 34, 35 degrees, and then at Donnybrook, 38 degrees. Back-to-back games, and they were throwing themselves about like they were 15-year-olds. They just need, honestly, folks, they need commending. That's a nice shot by Walsh. Just tucks that into the onside. Melasane trots round from his position at mid-wicket to do the fielding. One more to the total then.
So what's the recovery regime? Do they do the modern thing of jumping into ice baths, or they just go to the bar and have a couple of pints?
Well, hydration is a big thing. I'll leave it at that. No, it is a big thing, Campbell. It's been talked about, and I'm trying to make light of it here myself and marking the commentary, but it's a huge thing at any level, particularly for these boys in their 60s.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big effort to play two back-to-back, especially in the heat of Perth. Some of the boys probably never been here before, and then to get that heat, it's a completely different heat to what you experience in the UK and also over on the eastern seaboard.
Well, we arrived in rain in Brisbane, and rain in Canberra, rain in Melbourne, rain in Adelaide, went to Benalla. It hadn't rained for 2 months, and it rained. We got there the day before. There were ducks on the outfield, and that is no... Oh, he's out! No, he's not.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Well, full again from Kevin Watson, just offering a touch of width. And Andrew Walsh, he definitely had a nibble at that.
He's just trying to run it past the man at first slip for a couple of runs. Probably a high-risk shot at this stage of the game.
Oh, that's an edge. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, my goodness me. Well, Kevin Watson beat Andrew Walsh the ball before. This time, a genuine edge. I think that's Steve Aston, the reserve stumper, or the alternate stumper. Well, that's a dolly.
Well, it's actually come off the keeper, so it's actually taken all the speed off it and then just lobbed. And the player at first slip is testing out the shoulder, hit the ground hard. And I guess when you get to over 60, anytime you hit the ground, it's going to be hard. But, yeah, should have been taken, that one.
Well, you don't want to be giving a player the calibre of Andrew Walsh too many lifelines. Watson then in once more. Oh, that's cut. Hey, that was in the air as well. Not the most convincing of shots, but it's going to race away for 4. Backwards a point, 4 to Walsh.
Third time lucky, Rash. He tried it twice, missed one, nicked one, and then got another nick on one, but a thicker edge, and went down to the third man fence for 4.
Andrew Walsh. He's a very, very powerful striker of the ball, and if he's in the mood, he can destroy any attack. Hits it hard, but as Cambo said, 3 lifelines in that over. A drop catch at first slip. 19 for 1 then. 5 overs gone.
It'll be interesting to see after that let off how much that's going to cost the England visitors. And Mel Hussein's going to continue from that river end, still bowling tight lines. Looks like an off spinner, but more like bowling darts really at this stage. 45 over game, of course. Tosses this one up, and Pavey tries to beat mid off, mid on, but doesn't succeed. Actually, Mel Hussein took the pace off that one in his follow through, so got down pretty quick to that one. These runs run to mid off, and they just take a quick single. And as you say, Rash, Andrew Walsh, very quick between the wickets.
Yes, as is his partner Graham Pavey. But yeah, Mel Hussein, not traditional off spin, but he does dart the ball in. Normally bowls a very, very good length, but Walsh going big.
Just flick that one over mid-on's head, and a race out to the boundary, and they'll come back for an easy 2. Just tossing him up a little bit there, Mel Hussein. And, of course, Andrew Walsh taking full advantage of that. At least the birds think we're having a good time here, Rash. Just turned to square leg for another single. Ball just pitched on just outside leg there, and Walsh just pushed it to the square leg umpire and took a single as he went. And once again, Pavey takes a quick single out the square leg again. So Mel is saying just straying in length there, and at the end of the 6th over, Australia move on to 1 for 23.
Yeah, just a couple of deliveries in that over from Mel Hussein. Slightly awry with his line, but Andrew Walsh. And it will be a feature of his game if he continues to stay there. Very, very powerful hitter straight down the ground. But one of his favourite shots is to just rock back. If he sees the length early, then he will try and crash it through mid-wicket. There's Kevin Watson. Continues.
And the good thing about this, Rash, is that Graham Pavey's looking for a single at every opportunity. And I don't think Walsh should be looking for too many singles, just quietly.
No, Andrew Walsh, he falls into the category of stand and deliver.
There's a slight field adjustment. Watson in again, right on the lines from this northern end. He's bowled very tightly after that first short ball that he bowled in the first over, which went for 4. And since then it's been in it and around off stump. Had a catch dropped off him in his last over as well. So bowling tight lines. It'll just be interesting to see how many overs he's got him in this first spell. A bit more fluency in that shot. Just hit it straight out to cover.
Yeah, Razi Ahmed doing the fielding at cover, but very nicely timed right off the middle of the bat.
Watson from Yorkshire. The sun and the heat. Something different for him. And this one's right on the lines again. And Pavey can't do anything about that. Just pushes it back down to the bowler, and Watson does the fielding in his follow-through. Good seeing today. Bit of cloud cover in Perth. I'm sure the English players would be very appreciative of that after being here for the last couple of days. This one's going onto the leg stump, and Pavey doesn't make contact with it. Comes off his pad. No run. What can Pavey do with this next ball from Watson? Slower ball, tossed up, and Pavey just pushes it out to the leg side. There's no run. So that finishes the 7th over. A good one for the visitors. And Australia now 1 for 24, just a 1 run off it. So a good over from Kevin Watson, just bowling within himself. As we said, you know, over 60s, have plenty of experience and just trying to get the ball to do all the work. And the Australian batsman at this early stage is just watchful, Rash.
Yep, and England will be delighted with that. There's Mel Hussain. He's going to continue from the river end. Andrew Walsh on strike.
Yeah, just moved his line a little bit to middle and leg. So the Australians just pushing into the leg side, taking a single. So one more to the total and one more to Davis. And once again, Pavey just pushing to mid-on and going with the shot. So as a 60-year-old, pretty fit. Graham Pavey.
Oh, he is far and away. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, Fuller and Mel Hussain put his hand down to stop that one, and now we're wishing he didn't. Davis hit that one with plenty of power, and Hussain just stopping it in his follow-through.
Well, it's a good job he got his hands down there, Campbell, because Mrs. Hussain's on tour, and that was heading straight for his midriff.
Well, good running between the wickets there, quick single, but being over 60, I would have thought he'd rather have a cheese sandwich.
I think if you asked Mrs. Hussain, she'd probably
say the same thing.
No joking, Andrew Walsh absolutely crunched that back. And in fairness, Mel Hussain did really well to get his hands to it. I put that down as a half chance.
Yes, I don't think Mel Hussain was looking for the catch. I think he was looking at self-preservation there at one stage. But once again, another single to Pavey going with the shot to mid-off. So definitely, since Pavey's come in, getting busy, taking singles where he can, and just keeping the scoring rate ticking over. Then not any big shots from the Australians at the moment. It's from Hussain, push through mid-wicket. And Davis will take another single. So, end of the over from Hussain. Good one for Australia. And they move the total now to 1 for 28, 4 off that over.
Well, a good over for Australia there, as Campbell says. Just rotating the strike between the two. And it's going to be a feature. If they can't hit boundaries, then the next best thing, try and rotate the strike as much as they can. 5 singles from that Mel Hussain over. And then, as we said, Graham Pavey, he's like lightning, running through the wickets.
Getting some advice from our Australian counterparts. Look at that, they're giving us some advice. Watson continuing from this northern end, and he's bowling to Walsh. He's patting it down on the offside. No chance of a single. And as we said, Kevin Watson, after that first short ball that was hit for 4, has come back really well here, bowling full and outside off stump. Can't do a lot about it. This next one has decided to go the aerial route there. And Sam Davis just gets an easy 2. More room in the air, though, apparently. I've been told.
Yeah, Andrew Walsh that was. Taking the aerial route. No harm done. 2 to him. Watson in again then.
Yeah, backward of point. Just a little bit of, not so much the width, just he made room, Andrew Walsh, and picks up another 2. So 4 off the over so far. Kevin Watson into his 5th over. So 5 on the trot, 9 overs maximum for each bowler.
Yeah, I probably think he's if they go with how they normally go, just break off as Watson's in again.
And this one's turned down the leg side off the pad. We would wait for the umpire's call on that. Yeah, leg buys, so another one to the total, more importantly.
I think he'll probably bowl another one. I think Cambo.
Yeah.
He's like any opening bowler. They don't want to be taken off. But Kevin Watson suffered a heel injury in the 3rd one-day international. It came back, bowled magnificently well when we played at Donnybrook the other day.
Comes in now. This one's outside off stump. Yeah, appeal for a leg before, probably missing the off stump, pitched outside, and the ball ran down to 3rd man, and they take 2. And another leg buys. So doesn't matter how you get them as long as you keep accumulating that total. Kevin Watson, as a typical Yorkshireman, standing there with hands on hips looking befuddled.
Yeah, double teapot from Kev Watson. And I've got to say, it's very similar to the dismissal that got Sam Davis. Batsman going back in his crease. I think I agree with you, Campbell. Maybe just outside the line of off stump, but not by much.
Watson tightened his lines this time, and now it's on middle stump, just pats away to the offside. So the end of the 9th over. And, well, it doesn't matter how you get them as long as you get them. And a good one for Australia, 1 for 34 in the 9th over. And Kevin Watson completes his 5th. Obviously learned his craft from Freddie Truman, the way he appealed. And then did the teapot afterwards.
Yeah, it's been good from Kevin Watson. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Operating from this northern end. But it was a good shout. Gave the umpire something to think about, and that's what you want as a bowler. But I don't know whether that last incident from Mellor saying when Andrew Walsh smashed the ball back at him has anything to do with this. But a bowling change at the river end, Cambo. Mike Palmer from Warwickshire, another one of the England seamers. He's going to replace him.
I think, isn't that the way they always do it in England? They always just have seamers. That's all because it's green. So they don't worry about spin, just bowl seamers and let the ball do the talking. Kevin Watson's still not happy with that decision as he gets a drink down here at Fine Leg and some salt tablets. Well, we think they're salt tablets.
Well, Mike Palmer, he's had absolutely no luck on this tour whatsoever. He's bowled some magnificent spells and some magnificent deliveries. But his bowling figures, and that's what people look at, do not do him justice. And if he gets into a rhythm early doors, he can cause these Australian batsmen some very, very big issues. Has a stock delivery that he likes to use that just comes into the right-handers, but also has the ability to move the ball away. Conditions, well, they should be favourable for him.
He's coming in from that river end. Lopes in now. This one's on middle and leg, and can't do anything about that one. Walsh just pushes it into the leg side up to mid-on, and they don't take a run. A loping action from the bowler. From Warwickshire, you say?
Yes, indeed.
Warwickshire, is that where the men are men and the sheep get very nervous, or? That's just what I've heard. He comes in there. This one's outside off stump, and Walsh tries to get it through the offside field, doesn't succeed. Getting some support down here from Kevin Watson, trying to G up his team as we've got a change in the field. Mid-off going back to the boundary. Comes in now. This one's outside off stump. Big appeal from the keeper. Big appeal from the bowler. The only one that didn't appeal was the umpire, and he's the one that counts. Raucous in there appealing the English. I thought you were supposed to be reserved.
I think gone are the days where, how about that, sir? Back in the day.
Well, at least they're not running at the umpire like the Indians do, which is what we've seen in the Test series in Australia so far. This next ball's outside off stump, and Walsh tries to run it down between first slip and gully, but only gets it to gully, and there's no run. Good start by the bowler from that river end. This one's on middle stump and can't do anything about that except pushing it out to extra cover. Good lines from the bowler. So Palmer getting into his work here in his first over, bowling some tight lines. And once again, forward in defence and pushes out the cover, and there's no run. So that's over to England, where the score remains at 1 for 36 at the end of the 10th over, Rash.
Yeah, England will be happy with this. Mike Palmer, as Cambo said, giving Andrew Walsh nothing there really. Just the one shot he played off the middle of the bat, went straight to the man at cover. Good start from him, good lines, and a double change. Jason Corn, the England vice captain, he's going to replace Kevin Watson at the northern end. 5 overs from Watson.
We got Watson's figures there, Rash.
I think it was 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15, I think, Cambo. I can double check that for you in a touch. Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15.
We're using the laptop computers, and A, it's the hardest screens to see ever, and B, we're using the smallest writing. That's probably a ploy being over 60, I would have thought. Get the writing smaller. So if you're having a bad day, you can't see it.
You might have a point there. It is true, but I'm very grateful that we're way apart from the scorers. Tucked behind Jason Corn's left shoulder.
We're that far away from the scorers, Rash. I'm going to have to call an Uber to get there.
Corn then. First delivery, outside the off stump. Pavey just watches it go by, and there's no run. And what you'll get from Jason Corn, if he's been studying the first few overs here, normally bowls a very, very tight line. And you've heard my colleague Mark Cambo doing his pitch update. He suggested that's the way to bowl on this pitch. Should flatten out as the day progresses. Should get easy for batting, but certainly the first hour or so, advantage England.
Some fancy footwork there from the man at cover. That was fantastic.
Yeah, Darren Smith has just trotted around to our commentary area. Always good to see Darren. Just a bit of an injury that he has sustained in the third one-day international at Tanunda. He does inform me that he's about 80% fit. He'll be coming in lower down the order. It's out into the offside. Razi Ahmed just trots around from cover, moving to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. Well, that's a good start from Jason Court there. Just one from the over. 11 overs gone here. Australia 37 for 1. The man out. Sam Davis, LBW for 5. Off the bowling of Kevin Watson. Australia were 8 for 1 at that point, but these two were progressing nicely, Cambo.
Yeah, just putting up with like tight England bowling at the moment. They're getting the lines right. They're hitting the off stump, and not a lot the Australian batsmen can do about it at the moment. But it just needs to get through this tight little session and this little period, and then they should be able to, as the wicket gets better. The cloud cover still persisting, so from that perspective, yeah, making the England seamers' job a little bit easier. We've got an audience.
We have got an audience at Cambo. We've got some guests that we'll bring on at the, or a guest that we'll bring on at the end of this over. Mike Palmer then. He's going to continue from the river end. Graham Pavey on strike. Palmer in, bowls. Pavey looking to play that through the offside. Playing a miss. Nice take by Simon Routh, stumper. And encouragement to Mike Palmer. That from the naked eye, Cambo, looked like it just moved a touch away from the right-hander.
Yeah, just hit the seam, and he bowls a heavy ball here. Just hit the seam and just moved fraction. And that's all you got to do. Rash is move the ball a fraction. Doesn't have to be big.
Down the leg side this time. There's an appeal for stumping. Chris Johnson at square leg, not moved. Umpire Lamb. Well, masses of effort there, but a ball down the leg side, folks. Just remember in this format, anything that passes outside the line of the batsman on the leg side is going to be signalled a wide. Umpire Lamb. Just waiting for Chris Johnson to confirm that Pavey wasn't out of his ground. Signalled a wide. One more to the total then. Australia 38 for 1. This partnership now worth 30 runs. A good take by Simon Routh. Down the leg side. As Palmer's in again. Pavey on strike. And that's an expansive shot. Don't bother running for that. There's a man way out in the deep. It's Nick Gaywood. Well, it was aerial. He slashed at it, but he slashed hard. But Nick Gaywood, nicely positioned out there, just keeps it to 1. 39 for 1 Australia.
And I tell you what, the wicket-keeping effort to Simon Routh shouldn't be underestimated with that stumping down leg side. That was a fantastic piece of work.
Yeah, England blessed with 2 magnificent wicket keepers. Simon Routh, done in the gloves today. Steve Aston as well. As Palmer in again once more. Walsh, just out of the reach of Razi Ahmed at... it's not Razi Ahmed, I think it's Steve Aston, my apologies, at mid-wicket. And I did say he does like to play that shot, Walsh. He's very, very strong through there. Mike Palmer just straining his line a touch. Middle and leg. And Walsh, he'll just flick it through all day long. Saw the line early. Not far from Steve Aston as it passed by him on his left-hand side.
Great shot for 2. That almost should go out to the boundary for 4. It's a teaser and doesn't go. But the batsman runs 3.
Well, Walsh is blowing. Andrew Walsh, he actually stood there and thought it was going for 4. And Graham Pavey, his partner, is looking at it and he's urging him and he's giving him the hurry up sign. No, Walsh is all right. Don't need some oxygen. As I said, he does like to just stand and deliver. And he stood there and was admiring his shot, thinking, "Oh, what a beautifully timed shot that is." And then got the hurry up from his partner to say it's not going. A lovely time shot. Three more to him then.
Pavey was coming back for the third, and Walsh was going, "Really? Do we have to?" Wide outside the off stump there, and I think the umpire might have looked at that for a wide, gave it a bit of consideration, but kept his hands down and his arms down as well, more importantly.
Well, the end of that Mike Palmer over from the River End. 12 gone here. Australia 44 for 1, having lost the toss and been put into bat. The man out, Sam Davis. LBW off the bowling of Kevin Watson for 5. The score was 8 for 1 in the third over. And as mentioned, we have a guest joining us in the commentary area. Alex, hello. Hello. You work at the British Consulate here in Perth, is that correct?
I do.
Yeah, and what's your role and what do you do? And
I work in corporate services, so office management. Doing a whole bunch of different things.
So what brings you here today?
I'm here with Maria, our Consul General, just to support.
Be very careful, Rash. Have you got your passport organised? Because these people mean business.
Oh, my passport is up to date, thankfully. Had a few dramas earlier on the year when we went out to India for the World Cup. But your work here involves a whole range of things in corporate services. Just as we're just waiting for Jason Corn to carry on, just give us a broad overview of what that actually entails.
Everything from organising the office stationery to preparing presentations, anything that the team need. I'm their kind of go-to gal.
Okay. And cricket? Do you follow cricket?
I don't follow it as much as I'd like, but like every
that's
Aussie,
a no then, is it?
But like every Aussie, I've been playing since I was a kid. Backyard cricket's a staple here, so we're all familiar.
So if it's not cricket, what other sports are you interested in, or do you follow or participate? There must be something. Every Aussie has a sport.
I'm a big AFL fan.
All right. And your team is?
Fremantle Dockers, being from Perth. Controversial, yes. I know.
Very controversial. I'm not going to get into that argument. I had an argument with someone the other day about that. The ball's just played into the offside. Kevin Watson doing the fielding at deep extra cover. One more to the total then. One more to Graham Pavey. Brings Andrew Walsh on strike.
It's just a poor, unfortunate incident here, Rash, that some people have to barrack for Fremantle, and they are the disappointment of everyone's life. Because they always say finals and they never get there.
Next year.
In fact, next year is the thing that I heard. Yeah.
It really is. Next year's our year for sure.
Brilliant. Well, this must be a nice treat for you out from the stuff that you do in the office on a daily basis. Just break off as Cornson again. Walsh just slashes that again. Through the offside. Straight to Kevin Watson. Trots through for a single. One more to the total then. And what does it mean to have the England team over here, yet the seniors team? What does it mean for the city of Perth itself?
I think that the city of Perth is focusing a lot more on incoming international sports. It's been a real focus for them, so it's a real pleasure to have you guys here, and not just your traditional sort of, like obviously with the Ashes next year, the increase in interest in cricket's definitely ramping up, so it's great to have the over 60s here.
And there is the small matter of a brand spanking new Optus Stadium that you have. That is, oh dear me, well, Walsh going for the big heave with mid-wicket. We'll wait for umpire Johnson's signal. Went past Simon Ralph, the keeper, above his right shoulder. Oh, they're going to come back for 3. Well, that's all Graham Pavey's doing. He's like roadrunner between the wickets. But 3 more to the total. End of that over then. 50 up for Australia. 13 overs it's taken them. So the Optus Stadium, what a magnificent stadium, and a great curtain raise, and fantastic for Western Australia to host the first test against India. We know the test series between Australia and India. I've got a lot of history, but great to have a 5-match series, but particularly starting in WA.
That's so good. Yeah, we are so thankful and so excited. I've had questions about it already, so yeah, you can definitely sense that people are excited to host it.
And for the Ashes series, I take it the Optus is going to be hosting one of the games next year.
Yes, I think so.
Do you know where that falls in this schedule?
No, not at the moment.
The first one, okay. And if people back home, I mean, this broadcast is going out all over the world, so if people want to know anything about Perth and what they can do, what they can see, how they can get tickets, accommodation, etc., is it somewhere that they can go to specifically to have a look at, or just general website information? Just general general?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Sorry to break off, Alex. Well, Andrew Walsh, as is his wont, he was looking to play that through mid-wicket. Big heave. He missed. Michael Palmer, Cambo, he mentioned it, lines, good lines. Middle stump knocked over.
Yes, absolutely. I tell you what, nothing was happening, and then all of a sudden the stump's gone out, and we're talking to the lady from the British consulate. I'm a bit scared because she's important and we're not. But no, that was a great ball. I tell you what, all over it. And I think for Andrew Walsh, those threes had started to take their toll, and he just heaved at that one, and but made a good total, 26. And now 2 for 51, and all to play for.
Brilliant there. Much needed breakthrough. 50 runs just past in the last over. Well, that's a vital wicket. 26. He was just looking a bit more comfortable, but as Cambo said, his batting partner Pavey pushing for the threes. May have been a bit fatigued. I mean, the temperatures are about 28 degrees here, but it's still quite humid. Sorry to break off from you there, Alex. Very rude of me, but you will pardon us if I just break off as England take a wicket.
Alex is important. We should let her talk forever.
That's definitely not the case. We're all important here.
So from your point of view, I'm sorry, you've talked about how prestigious it is for Perth, and how Perth is a growing centre for sporting excellence and what have you, new stadium, the Optus and all the other sports. What about the cultural aspects of Perth? Because a lot of people, certainly back home, they don't really talk about Perth. It's Melbourne and Sydney and Adelaide. Perth doesn't get a mention. Sort of the poor relations of Australia. Can I say that? Is that a fair comment?
I think we're a bit more of the country, I guess, side of Australia. Mostly one of the most isolated cities in the world, and that goes for Australia as well. Although we actually do have one of the largest British diaspora or British population expats here in Perth. So
didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, even though we are kind of more isolated. So.
And the great thing about Perth, of course, is you're only a few hours flying time from Southeast Asia.
It's very true. Bali's closer to us than Sydney and Melbourne, and it's a lot cheaper as well. So, yeah, a lot of people from Perth love to fly to Southeast Asia.
That is just a mental statistic, that, isn't it? You just can't get your head around it. But that's fantastic, and we've been in Perth for a couple of days and just seen the vibrancy of the city. It's just got a wonderful feel to it. Folks, if you do get the chance to come out, don't go to the East Coast first. Break your stay off. Get to the West Coast, Western Australia. It's absolutely fantastic. You will love it. And Perth is just a wonderful, wonderful city. We're going to enjoy his last few days here. Been a gruelling tour for England. So, the Aussie skipper, Pete Jensen, joining Graham Pavey. These two have battered magnificently well through this Ashes series. Know each other very, very well indeed. They can bat for a long time, and you look up to the scoreboard and you'll see that they haven't hit a boundary, and they've got a 50-60 run partnership. Palmer then into Pavey, full delivery. Ooh, he did well. Pavey just to dig that one out. Excellent. Right, Alex, thank you ever so much for your time.
Thank you for
Enjoy
having
your
me.
day. I don't know if you're staying for the whole of the day, but thank you ever so much for coming to see us, and good luck with everything, and good luck to all you and your colleagues do to promote Perth and Western Australia.
Thank you so much for
You're more than
having me.
welcome.
What a nice lady. See, Rash, we're very accommodating to the English. We're also the closest part of we're also the closest part of Australia to England, as opposed to going to Melbourne or Sydney.
That's true.
You see,
Yeah.
because we're on that side of the country.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why we don't have the Eastern Staters, and we have made sure that they think that we are the state we are, because we don't want them here. And we have a lot of South African expatriates as well have come over, because we are the closest to Johannesburg. So we have our advantages, and we try and keep it quiet.
14 gone then. 52 for 2 Australia. Palmer striking that over. Bowling the very dangerous Andrew Walsh for 26. Nicely poised. His 4th one-day international. With the diverse cultures you've got here then, Camber, you cover a lot of sports, not just cricket, but
Yeah.
you know, you mentioned South Africans. There's a lot of people from the subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. I've seen talking to a Sri Lankan guy last
Sri
night.
Lankans, yeah.
Really, really nice fella. And then we were lucky enough to go for dinner. I don't know if it's classed as a Chinatown or the equivalent, but lots and lots of restaurants, Vietnamese, Chinese, Singapore restaurants. Just a vibrant place.
Yeah, and the Lord Mayor of Perth at the moment is a former AFL footballer, Aussie rules footballer. So he's promoting the city of Perth as much as he can. We've got different things happening around the city. So from that point of view, Rash, we are multicultural. We don't have a Chinatown as such. We leave that to Sydney and Melbourne to do that sort of stuff. But we do, and they've, of course, been around a lot longer. So they've had more experience than we have. But we don't have a Chinatown as such, but we just have a lot of vibrant different restaurants, Indian restaurants, Thai restaurants, as you say, the other cuisines as well. So, no, it's a very nice place to live. And as we say, we try and keep it a secret from those Eastern Staters. And but the international people, the English, we love the English, because we can bag them about their cricket team. We can bag, well, you know. If Australia ever played England in Tiddlywinks, Australia would want to win. That's just the way it works.
Oh, Peter Jensen, the Aussie skipper, just turning that out into the leg side, just wide of Mel Hussain. Couldn't prevent the single being taken. One more to him. He moves on to 2, as I can hear. Oh, now then, that sounded like thunder to me, Cambo. To my left somewhere.
Yeah, it always builds up on the opposite side of where the weather's coming from, and you probably get a
That's a lovely shot.
Oh, he's just hit that with an Exocet missile. That's left vapor trails, that cover drive.
Yeah, Graham Pavey. Beautiful, beautiful shot through the covers. It absolutely flew through there. And Gordon Lennox, nothing he could do about that. 4 more to the total. 57 for 2 then. Pavey moves on to 16 from the 35 deliveries that he's faced. He's out there with the Australian skipper, Peter Jensen. He's at 2 not out from the 6 deliveries he faced. And it's the end of the line for Peter Jensen after this series. He's going to stand down as Australian skipper. Cambo, been a wonderful servant to Australian cricket. A great leader, but just a great human being.
Yeah, and he comes from Bowral in New South Wales. So for international viewers, Bowral very famous as the birthplace of Sir Donald Bradman, arguably the best cricketer to have ever lived. So comes from a very cricket traditional town.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know whether the tour was planned in that vein as Jason completes that over. 15 gone as we take drinks. 57 for 2 at the drinks interval. Australia having lost the toss and been put into bat. The men out. Sam Davis, LBW, off the bowling of Kevin Watson for 5. The score was 8 for 1. And Australia with Andrew Walsh and Graham Pavey going along very nicely indeed. before in the 14th over. Andrew Walsh trying to play one of his customary swats over mid-wicket, missed the ball completely. Michael Palmer bowling from the river end, full, straight and true, knocked his middle stump over. He was out for 26. The score had moved on to 51 for 2. The Aussie skipper Pete Jensen has made his way into the middle to partner Graham Pavey. Drink's been taken here then, nicely set up. But the tour itself, obviously starting in Barrow. I mean, Pete Jensen's house where he was brought up, I think, was 50 metres from the ground. And then the second one-day international was at Caulfield Cricket Club in Melbourne, where he started out as a 15-year-old playing cricket. So it's been good for him, and he deserves all the accolades he gets and all the plaudits. He's just a wonderful, wonderful man.
It's been a farewell tour for Peter Jensen, and of course captained the Australian over 60s at the World Cup, which Australia won, beat England, which is always good when you beat England in anything. And so he did that as well. So he's had a fantastic time of his in cricket, and currently 2 not out, and he'll be hoping to push that on a little bit further as the day progresses.
So 15 overs gone here then, folks. Cambo, your assessment as it starts. I mean, I think we'll need to go back to what you said when we walked out there for the pitch report. I think if people just joining us, it's been pretty accurate what you predicted.
Oh, yeah, well, it's always good to get something right, Rash. But, yeah, 15 overs. England won the toss, elected to field first. So trying to take advantage of this new ball wicket. 2 for 57. They won't be, they may be a little bit upset. They probably would have wanted another couple of wickets. Australia, on the other hand, put into bat 3-0 up in the series already, and they'd be pretty happy as well, being 57 for the loss of 2 wickets, just under 4 runs and over. So I think both teams, of the both teams, I think the English team will be a little bit less happy because they haven't got the rate, hasn't got away from them, the run rate, but they would have probably liked another 2 more wickets to make it 4 for at the moment. So interesting. Next 15 overs will tell the tale, I would have thought.
Yeah, it could have been a lot different as well, though, Cambo. Andrew Walsh and that over from Kevin Watson, I think it was, playing and missed first off, outside the off stump. The second one, well, it was a genuine edge. And Steve Aston at slip. I think it just bounced off Simon Routh, wicket keeper. But all in all, it was a regulation catch, and that was spilt.
Yeah, well, Australia could have been 2 for 19 at that stage, Rash, and that was in the 5th over. So, you know, now 10 overs later, they've still only lost 1 more wicket. So, and that was in the 14th over. So things could have been a little bit different, and I guess that's cricket, you know. If you take your chances, you got half a chance. If you don't take your chances, well, you got to create, you know, 3 or 4 more. Because it's a lot easier to create 10 chances and get 10 wickets and try and create 15 chances and get 10 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. So, players back out after the drinks interval at 15 overs. Mark Campbell, my colleague, is going to take you through the next 5 overs. I'll be jumping in now and again. Cambo, over to you, my friend.
Oh, jump in whenever you feel the need, I reckon. But there we are. As we've got Mike Palmer going to continue from that river end. He's bowling to the captain in Jensen. This first one down the leg side. Jason, the wicketkeeper Simon Routh, didn't take the ball cleanly and limited overs cricket, 45 overs, so called a wide, so 1 more to the total. If you've just joined us, wherever you are, Mark Cambo in commentary with Rash Mahmood, and Rash has been doing this tour all by himself for most of it, so he's having a little bit of a rest. I hope you don't have too much of a rest, though. Hit back, bowler got a hand to it. The fielder's appealed. Batsman hadn't moved. So Graham Pavey there, quick thinking. He's been the catalyst for this run rate of picking up the singles since he's come to the crease in the 3rd over. half a chance, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was. We've seen already in this series, Mel saying when him and Ed Gordon Lennox were going really well in the second one-day international, Ed Gordon Lennox smashed the ball back and it bounced off Phil Jackson's boot and straight into the stumps. Mel saying just out of his ground. Oh, he's beaten outside the off. Still good delivery from Palmer.
Oh, absolutely. Just out. He's getting that, still getting a little bit of nibble. As we said, new ball wicket and still nibbling around a bit even at the 16 over mark. Australia 2 for 58, looking to consolidate here, having lost the wicket in the 14th over. And that was Walsh bowled for 26. This one's forward in defence from Jensen. Out the cover, no run. And Palmer definitely getting into his work. Originally, well, he lives in Warwickshire. Plays cricket, I would think, all around the world. On the over 60s tours for England. This one's a genuine edge. Runs past the man at first slip, down to the boundary for 4. So Jensen off the Jensen moves to 6. Not overly convincing, and Palmer can't believe that one didn't go to hand. But Jensen played it with soft hands.
Yeah, he did. Campbell did play it with soft hands, but I think he was just undone, and he changed his mind at the last minute, and it just shows you the experience and the talent he's got. He was going to push at that a bit more forcibly, but it just started to move on him, and he recognised it. Soft hands just past Monty Douglas at slip.
Palmer and again to Jensen. This one can only be pushed down the wicket to the bowler. And Palmer not happy, not overly happy with that. Bowled a great ball and still went for 4 down through the third man vacant area. So end of the 16th, and Australia now move on to 2 for 61, just the 4 runs off it. And Palmer causing a bit of problems. And Rash, you've been saying that on the tour so far has been very unlucky.
Yeah, he has, Campbell. His figures do not do him justice. I mean, I think that was an example then, but I think you've got to give credit to the Aussie skipper, Pete Jensen. He was definitely beaten, and the ball was just nibbling off the seam away from him, and you could see from his setup that he was going to play it, mostly through the covers, but he just dropped his hands, soft hands, bounced in front of Monty Douglas at slip, raced away for 4. But it's been a good spell as Jason continues.
So Cornt from this northern end. First one's outside off stump and shoulders, arms does Pavey. And where's Cornt from? Rash?
Nottinghamshire.
Nottinghamshire. So
Robin Hood country.
Well, I was just going to say, if we start calling him Robin Hood, you'll be happy. If we start calling him the Sheriff, you won't be happy.
Well, Sheriff, very perceptive. Ex-law enforcement, Jason Cohen. I think Detective Chief Superintendent with Nottinghamshire.
Oh, there you go. He was the Sheriff. Comes in now from this northern end. This one's wide outside off stump. And Pavey chased it. Lucky for him and Australia, didn't get an edge on that because Simon Ruth took it very easily. Cornt, an easy runner. Coming from about 6 paces. Bowling to Pavey, and Pavey just forward in defence, pushes it out to cover, no run. Big fella, Jason Cornt. Big fella.
Played rugby in his time. He's, as we say back home, he's a big old unit.
This one's given more air. And Pavey pushes it through mid-wicket. They've taken 2, and as Pavey will want to do it, he'll come back for 3. As the ball's picked up under the shade of the tree, and when it's a hot day, that's the spot you want to field here at Western Suburbs, that's for sure, College Park. So 3 more to the total. Australia move on to 64. It's in the 17th over as Caunt makes a few adjustments, moves Watson around to deep extra cover as the captain of Australia waits on the delivery. Jensen. Caunt bowling now forward, has the man at short mid on, and that completes the 17th over. So after 17 overs, Australia are 2 for 64 with Pavey not out on 19 and Jensen not out on 6.
Yeah, not a bad over from Jason Caunt there. Just the one delivery that was overpitched that Graham Pavey capitalised on in a very nice shot. Beautifully timed through mid-wicket, but a very, very good chase by Mel Hussain. But these two, their understanding is very, very good. Another 3 to Graham Pavey. And it's going to be Michael Palmer Cambo to continue from the river end. Graham Pavey on strike.
Yeah, just a bit of a field adjustment. So they've got the man at extra cover, and they've brought another man into mid-off, and everyone's going to move around one. And they've also got the man out at deep extra cover as well on the fence. So you're going to be thinking Mike Palmer's going to be bowling outside off stump with only 3 on the leg side, I would have thought.
Yep, absolutely. More adjustments being made.
Bowling with a 7-3 field. And the man at deep point just moving around deep extra cover. And Palmer in. And a big appeal from Palmer because he thought the ball hit the pad first. The umpire not interested, probably a little bit outside the line of the off stump there. And Pavey just pushed it into the offside.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of bat involved there. And 2 sounds. But another enthusiastic appeal from Mike Palmer.
I think Mike Palmer just wants a wicket. As he comes in again, this one's outside off stump and just shoulders arms. Lets the ball go through to Ruth. Yes, Palmer looking for a wicket, and I'm sure Mrs. Palmer's watching at home.
She's actually out here on tour.
She's on tour, on
Cambo,
tour.
Sandra.
Okay, there we are.
I'm looking to my right. She is here. And a lot of the players have their wives and partners out, and it really is fantastic to have them there. An integral part of the tour, play a massive role in geeing up their other halves. It's not easy.
So how many in the touring party?
We have had at one point 39.
Oh, okay.
We're down to about, let's have a think, we're probably about 33 now.
Oh, okay. You know you can't take over. You know, it's already been done.
Well, there's a few, but this has been a long old tour, folks. We got here the middle of November. I'll just break off as Mike Palmer continues.
Yeah, bowling to Pavey off the edge and goes out to that man at gully, and there's no run. Had an inkling there that it was in the air, but along the ground, but a genuine edge from Pavey. So Mike Palmer causing a few issues for both batsmen here, bowling good lines, hits the deck hard, getting a little bit of nibble still from the wicket. He comes in now from the river end, and this one's dabbled by Pavey. Try to beat that man at gully, but smart work from the man at gully. Moved to his right quickly.
Yeah, Monty Douglas doing the fielding there. Excellent bit of work.
Prevented any runs. And Pavey looking for that single, as we say. He's the one that's been looking for ones and turning 2s into 3s, much to Walsh's disappointment. This one's a bit more air, slower ball, and Pavey just pushes it back up the wicket.
Yeah, good from Michael Palmer so far. 5 dot balls in this over. Can he finish with another one?
So Andrew Walsh wasn't happy with the 3s that Pavey was running, that's for sure. But Pavey got him going. Yeah, great runner between wickets. Pavey. Another adjustment to the field as the man at mid-off goes out to the fence. So a big gap now left at mid-off for a single. There's this one from Palmer. Full, pushed out to the cover, no run. The end of the 18th over, a good one for the visitors. Australia remain 2 for 64, maiden over.
Yeah, and it was a good over as well. And just a couple of deliveries, as Cambo said. Still a bit of juice in this pitch, offering assistance to the England seamers, and Michael Palmer, good exponent of that. But good field placings as well. I mean, these two sides know each other very, very well. They know where the batsmen like to hit the ball. But they also know how quickly Peter Jensen and Graham Pavey can score. In the ones and twos, and turning the twos into threes. And at seniors cricket, Cambo, that is an absolute boon.
Especially going from twos to threes, I'd be thinking that seniors cricket, because I'm about that age, I'll be going, mate, you've got a choice. You either hit the ball harder or you're taking two. As Cornt comes in from this northern end once more to Jensen. First ball, just pushes back down to the bowler, no run. Yes, I'll be definitely calling an Uber after that. Because our grounds are so big, you see, and the heat's so much in summer here. Takes a bit out of you. As Cornt once again, right on the lines, and Jensen can do nothing about that. Just pushes it back down the wicket to the bowler. So Jason Cornt. Outside off stump, and this time Jensen takes it downtown, beats the fielder at mid-off, and 4 runs. So much needed 4. The scoring had become becalmed. And so Australia move on to 68, and Jensen now is moved on to 10. So straight down the ground from Jason Cornt, which, as we have discussed, he is the sheriff. Don't you worry about that. And Jensen plays at the next one and misses.
He had a bit of lift from just back of a length there. Just surprised Peter Jensen a touch, but no harm done.
So the sheriff comes in from this northern end. Jason Cornt, and outside off stump, just pushes into the offside, does Jensen. Because he's from Nottingham originally and was in constabulary. So that's close enough to be a sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely.
For us that are Robin Hood fans from all the movies they've made over the years. This one's Fuller, and Jensen just pushes it out to mid-off and takes the single. So at the end of the 19th over, Australia moved to 2 for 69 with Pavey not out on 19 and Jensen on to 11. Jensen getting into his work here, Rash, because it's been 5 overs since they lost a wicket, the Australians.
Yep, as I say, it goes along very, very quietly. There's a skip. It's amazing watching these two, and I've had the privilege of watching them not only in this series but in the World Cup in Chennai in India in February of March of this year. You just watch them, and they don't seem. I mean, apart from that boundary that he hit straight down the ground, you look up and you think they've got 60 runs between them. And then the second one day international at Caulfield, there was a partnership of 91 between them. And I think it was only in the last 10 of that 90 partnership where any boundaries were hit. It was a remarkable partnership.
Mike Palmer's going to continue the attack from the river end. He's bowling to the captain of Australia, Peter Jensen. This one's on off stump and just pushed into cover, and there's no run. Mike Palmer must bowl for. I don't know if he still plays club cricket, but they throw him the ball and he just keep going, wouldn't he?
Well, like any opening bowler or fast bowler, he doesn't want to come off. But yeah, he will go wherever. He's like the Duracell bunny.
This next ball's pitched on mid on leg, so Jensen just pushes it out to mid wicket and there's no run. Yeah, we have those over here, the Energizer bunnies, I can understand.
But he's fiercely competitive. Mike Palmer, as I said, he's had no luck whatsoever during this series, but getting the wicket of Andrew Walsh will give him a lot of confidence, and it's a big wicket as well.
Coming in from the river end, this one's outside off stump and takes the edge from Jensen. Down to third man, they've taken one, and they've come back for two. He's shy at the stumps, and Kevin Watson wasn't quite sure where he was throwing the ball to. And it hit Peter Jensen on the way through as he's coming back for the second. A little bit of an embrace, a little bit of byplay. That's what you like to see, especially when you're 3-0 up in the series. Give the English what they can.
Yeah, brilliant spirit, and it's been a feature of this series. You know, tough competitive cricket, but utmost respect shown by both sets of players, and we'll all have a beer afterwards and have a good chops, and it's great.
And why wouldn't you? Playing cricket at over 60s
Got
level.
him.
And this one's straight through Peter Jensen, bowled, and looked like he got a little bit of a nick on that as well. Helped it on its way, but Australia have lost their third wicket, and Jensen's out for 13, bowled by Michael Palmer. And Michael Palmer hasn't any luck on the tour, but I tell you what, he's got the 2 wickets that counted so far in this game. And Australia move on to 3 for 71, and that's in the 20th over.
Well, good reward for Michael Palmer. He's bowled an excellent line, good length as well. That time, I think, I agree with my co-commentator, Mark Campbell. I think it was a very faint inside edge. He was going for an expansive shot through the cover area. May have got a little inside edge, but England will be delighted to see the back of the Aussie skipper. Good reward for Palmer. 5.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 14. But it doesn't get any easier for England, as out comes Glenn Pearce. Was injured in the Nationals, was Glenn Pearce, Gambo, but if you think Andrew Walsh hits a long and hard ball, well, if Glenn Pearce gets in, he hits it miles.
And they've changed all their numbers from what we had before, Rash.
Yeah, Dougie Murphy, who played in the first 3 internationals, Dougie not making the trip out west. He was wearing number 7. Glenn Pearce, actually, Dougie Murphy was wearing Glenn Pearce's kit. So with Glenn coming back into the side, Murphs has just handed all his stuff over. But yeah, if Glenn Pearce gets in, he's had a wonderful tournament in the Nationals in Brisbane and the early part of November. A wonderful innings of 90 plus off, I think it was 54 balls. He just smashed it to all parts of the ground. Immensely powerful hitter. Well, got Mike Palmer.
Coming in from that river end, and Glenn Pearce taking his first ball, takes it on the body. Simon Ruth was going to pick up the ball, but Palmer said, well, don't worry, I'm here already, so I may as well pick it up myself. Fantastic day. Still a bit of cloud cover. You might get a light show tonight, Rash, back in your hotel room, so you get the heat. Can't give you any rain, but you get the light show. We'll have a little tropical storm for you, a little storm, electrical storm. As Palmer comes in. This one's outside off stump, and I'll tell you what, Pearce has just about put his back out swinging at that one. He has given that everything and didn't make contact. Ruth took the gloves off just for some fun. And at the a successful over for England, and at the end of the 20th over, Australia 3 for 71.
Well, another good over from Michael Palmer then. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 14. I fancy he'll keep on going. The way he's been bowling, Cambo, if you can just nurdle another Australian out.
So at 20 overs, Rash, where do you think the score will land? What's your feel?
I'm worried about Glenn Pearce. I've got to say, he's just a wonderfully gifted batsman. And Paves, well, Graham Paver will do what he needs to do, and he will nudge and nurdle. But if there's anything there, sort of wide outside off stump or giving him width, he's more than capable of smashing it through point and cover. He's played 2 wonderful cover shots already. Yeah, I think England will be the happier, to be fair. 20 overs in, I think it's the first time in the series they've restricted Australia.
So what do you think the score will be? Because we were saying in Australia, if when you ask a commentator a question, they don't give you the answer, we just call them pickets because they're sitting on the fence.
Yeah. It's hard to know. I think your assessment of the pitch was spot on, folks. You know, Campbell covers a lot of sports, but very grateful for his knowledge. I think as your assessment is the pitch was going to get easier to play on, that first hour and a bit was going to be difficult, which is what you said, and it has proved difficult. Australia not scoring with their usual fluidity. That may have had something to do with a change in the batting lineup. Darren Smith dropping down the order, the regular opener. I think from here, Australia will be looking at it. Still 25 overs to go. They'll be looking for a minimum score of at least 200.
Yeah. And of course, you got fatigue to come into it as well because the English have been on a tour. They played, this is their 3rd game in 4 days. And still, you know, a bit of cloud cover. Well, that's helping the English bowlers to get a bit more movement here off this wicket as well, because at 20 overs it should start to settle down a little bit now. But with the cloud cover, it's still letting the England seamers, as we all know, England have seamers on a conveyor belt. They come from everywhere, no matter what age and what county. So it's just helping them a bit.
Yeah, it is. And say you've got to take advantage when the conditions are in your favour. In the first one-day international at Barrel, that was a toss. If you won, you were winning the game. I'll just break off as Corn comes in. That's played very nicely into the offside by Pearce. Just a single, though.
It's a big backlift from Pearce, isn't it? He makes sure that he's coming down from all his height that he's got with that backlift of hit.
Yeah, it's a feature of his game, and it does help him to elevate the ball. Hit it immensely hard. Caught then, in again. Yeah, width this time, but straight to the fielder.
So the fatigue factor, Rash, where do you think that will be with the Australians who probably haven't played the last 2 games because you've had WA state sides, and the English? How are they feeling?
Well, there is fatigue in the squad. There are injuries as well. It's been a wonderfully rewarding tour in terms of the experiences that we've all had as a touring party, but it's going to take its toll. Back-to-back games earlier in the week, and then this one. They're soldiering on, but as you say, that's a lovely shot. Straight out to Kevin Watson. Comes in from his position at deep extra cover. 1 more to the total. Yeah, it's going to take its toll now. It's not as hot as it was at Donnybrook a couple of days ago. 98 degrees it was then, and it was just brutal. Having played the day before when the temperatures were just touching 90. 74 for 3 then, 21 gone. End of that over from Jason Combe. But yeah, it's a lot cooler today, Cambo, but it's still pretty humid, and these boys are going to be feeling it. So if I was in the Australian camp, we're digging in as much as I could, trying to keep rotating the strike, getting the fielders to run.
And of course, getting the last game on Sunday means you'll all be home for Christmas and freezing.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for that. I think there might be a few people trying not to get off the plane at Stansted or Manchester, where respectfully, it's Tony Panicasio and his lovely wife Tracy just go past us. So Palmer then, he's going to continue from the river end. Graham Pavey on strike, 74 for 3 Australia in this 4th one-day international. Palmer in. Pavey just checked his shot slightly, but right off the middle of the bat, straight to the fielder in the offside, and there's no run.
So 39 in the touring party. Come to Western Australia where there's more English than anywhere else in Perth, and I'm sure that friends and family that have moved over to Perth are all coming down today as well, so it could be a big crowd here.
That's gone. Well, Pavey, as you want, just played that very, very nicely through the offside. Massive boundary out there. And you could hear him shouting to Graham Pearce as soon as he sets off for the first one, 3-3-3-3-3.
I'm sure there's about 10 blokes in the Australian side that love Graham Pavey for what he can do for Australia, but no one will want to bat with him.
He's so quick, and he's a wonderful, wonderful fielder as well. I think he's going to renew his rivalry with Nick Gayward, our opener. He just seems to attract the ball when Nick Gayward's batting. Normally fields in the cover region as Palmer's in again. Yeah, this time it's Pearce just watchful. Back in his crease, plays it back down the ground, and there's no run.
Yeah, he got a little bit of nibble there, Palmer. That one came in from outside the off stump, ended up being on middle and off. So, yeah, still getting a little bit of nibble. Should just about settle down by now. 22 overs gone.
Well, Nick Gayward is just retreating out on the leg side after direction from Michael Palmer following that delivery way, way out into the deep. Got a square leg, orthodox mid-on, and then Nick Gayward is deep mid-wicket. I'm not quite sure what the thinking is behind that. I'm sure there's a plan, and if it is, it's probably, oh dear. Well, Mike Palmer, he obviously had something in his mind, moving Nick Gayward out there. He was aiming for leg stump, but got it totally wrong. A wide signalled by umpire Lamb, and 2 runs as well. 3 more to the total then. He obviously had some sort of plan out there, Campbell, because he's moved Nick Gayward to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was a attempted slow ball. He just got the direction wrong because it came out of the back of the hand and floated up. So I think that was the plan for Pearce to get all over it and just whack it in the air out to deep mid-wicket. But unfortunately for Mike Palmer and England, it was just a little bit too wide. The idea was right. The execution just missed it by that much. And it's good that we're not on camera, but that much.
Yep. I like to see that, though. I do like to see what was done. It was obviously something that he thought about. He made a big gesture of sending Nick Gayward out. Made sure Glenn Pearce knew it as well. As Palmer comes in again from the river end. Bowls. To play that down the leg side. He may have got a bit of bat on that. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. Kevin Watson trots round. No, leg by signal. 1 more to the total. 81 for 3 at the end of that Mike Palmer over. 7 overs he's bowled from the river end. 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 20. Australia 81 for 3. 22 overs gone here at the 4th one-day international between Australia and England in this Grey Ashes series. Australia having won the first 3. Take the Ashes back from England.
Always good. That's always good when we take the Ashes back. I'll tell you what it's like. For me, it'll be my first game that I've commentated, Rash, and it's like being with the BBC World Service.
Well, our colleagues on the BBC World Service do an absolutely fantastic job. I can tell you that when I was based on Ascension Island in the middle of the South Atlantic.
No one's based at Ascension Island.
I was based on Ascension Island.
No one stays there of their own free will. Are you sure you're there by yourself?
Well, I was there. It was tax-free. It was a package of cigarettes was
$3.20.
well, they were only £1 and your beer was 50 pence. So it was a good gig to have. Cambo, I enjoyed myself there. But BBC World Service absolutely vital for us there.
Did they give you 3 meals a day and
Yeah,
let you out during the day and stuff? Or?
no, we were well fed and watered. I've got to say. Yeah.
So it wasn't a settlement then.
Come on then, in from the northern end. I just played out into the offside. Mark Eames.
Who
does the fielding.
actually owns Ascension Island, and do they want to get rid of it?
Well, there's been a British airbase there for years and years and years, but the island is actually the runway. Pierce just giving himself some room, backing away to the leg side, trying to play it somewhere through the point region, thick edge. He just looped out. Backwards a point for one. The runway is actually owned by the Americans, and at the other side of the runway there's a huge PX, and puts our forces nappies to shame. You've got everything there. It was just, I had a great time there. Absolutely loved it.
Well, the runway would just about be the island, wouldn't it? Because it's not very big. Oh, that's a slower ball.
Yeah, slower ball from Jason Cook. Just wide outside the off stump. Allowing Pavey to free his arms. He slapped that to Kevin Watson all along the ground. Kevin Watson fielding it deep extra cover.
For a Yorkshireman, he's very enthusiastic, Kevin Watson.
There's the Yorkshire skipper. That's nice. Yeah, Glenn Pearce, nicely timed down the ground. Mel Hussain does the fielding. One more to the total then. 84 for 3, Australia, having lost a toss, being put into bat. Oh, you little tinker. You hear my colleague Mark Campbell alongside me, Campbell laughing. This is what he does.
It's tip and run. As I said, this would be fantastic in over 55s, over 50s, over 40s, normal cricket, but over 60s, no one will want to bat with him.
Oh, goodness me. Oh, they're going to get 3 again. Well, that is just disheartening for the England boys. Jason Cornwall, an absolute beauty. Definite movement. I don't know how it missed the stumps. Having done that, it evaded the keeper, Simon Routh, as well. Long chase for Michael Palmer out there. 3 more to the total. 3 buys.
He's bowled an absolute jaffer and has got no reward for it because it's beat the bat, cut the batsman in half, beat the keeper and bounced over the top of middle stumper. Fantastic ball, but no reward. Cricket can be a cruel game like that sometimes.
Well, that's a wonder. Well, that's the bowl of the day for me. I mean, definite movement. It started probably about 4 stump, and as you heard Mark say, movement in off the seam. I don't know how it missed the stumps, but having done so right over the top of middle stump, Simon Routh wasn't able to gather cleanly. 3 buys to end that over. 88 for 3, and Michael Palmer, just in consultation with the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox, he's going to continue from the river end.
I think the reason why Ruth, the keeper, Simon Ruth, missed it was he thought it was going to bowl him. He had his hands out wide thinking it was going to bowl him, and that's when he missed it.
Yep.
Had an incident a couple of years ago when I was bowling in a community game, and I appealed for LBW raucously because the bloke missed it and it hit his pad. So I appealed, and I asked the umpire on my way back to my 5-step run-up. What was it missing? And he said, I thought it was going over the top, to which I replied to him, mate, I haven't bowled one over the top for 15 years. The joys of community cricket. It's fabulous. But anyhow, we digress.
Michael Palmer continuing them. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20 from the river end.
He's bowled really well, Michael Palmer. He needs to get more reward here.
Leg side again. I think it just bounced off Glenn Pearce's pad. It signalled a wide and one more to the total. So,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Thought it came off pad there.
No, he's changing
changed
his
it.
decision. Let's have a look. What's he doing now?
Leg byes.
Yeah, well done, umps.
Working together well, the two umpires.
Yeah, they are. Chris Johnson.
And Steve Lamb, yeah. Working well. Square leg umpire gave the signal that it actually came off the leg, so changed the decision.
And umpire Chris Johnson, he was out with us in India, part of the International Masters Cricket panel. He'll be going out to Sri Lanka for the Over 50s World Cup. Cambo, in February.
Oh, Sri Lanka in February. That might be one you'd put your hand up and go, I might have a hamstring. To play out there, might be sitting under the shade.
Well, a lot of the England boys have been out on Sri Lanka on various tours and on holidays, and they said it's a wonderful, wonderful place to visit and to play cricket. That tournament will be streamed, folks. I'm going to look on the England website, the Over 50s website, and the Australian website to give all the details. I think it's the first 2 weeks in February.
Freddie Truman used to tell a story once. He was on a tour of the West Indies. He was sitting under a palm tree with the Caribbean Sea lapping at his feet. And his captain came up and said, Fred, you're playing in the next test. And Fred Truman looked up to the captain and said, why? A great raconteur, Fred Truman.
Oh,
Must admit.
tremendous.
Oh.
Well, it was nicely hit by Graham Pavey, but straight to Razi Ahmed at point. Good bit of fielding by him. As the breeze, very welcome breeze, just gets up a bit. But I think it's the portent, as Cambo said, for some maybe some inclement weather. Grant Elliott, who's been our fixer out here, and wonderful character he is, meteorologist, he said he saw some clouds and he was not happy.
It should be right. They're pretty high, and we should get through the day's play. As I said, when you get back to the hotel tonight, Rash, you might have a sky show to watch with a bit of lightning and all that sort of stuff, but not a lot of rain in it. Just what we call an electrical storm out here.
Do you have many of those, Cambo, out here this time of year?
Normally, well, it's a bit later this year. Normally we get it in October and February.
Right.
But getting them, because we're having a... This is like in November was the first week of summer, was late November this year, so it came a bit later than normal. And I hate to say, this is probably the first week we've had the over 40s, 40-degree days, just for you guys.
Well, good over from Michael Palmer, a maiden as well. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 20. Wonderful effort by him so far. I fancy he'll probably bowl out. I don't see why you'd keep one over back.
Yeah, absolutely no point keeping one over back. So just that the leg by came off that over. So great over again by Michael Palmer. And he's originally from, where's Michael Palmer from?
He's from the West Midlands. He lives in Warwickshire. I think he actually might be from the Coventry area. So really rich tradition of cricket in the Midlands of England.
And he put his hand up to claim that, did he?
He's a good lad, is Mike Palmer.
I always thought the Midlands was places that you went past and you were going to the north or you were going to the south, but you never actually stopped there. That's what I was told anyway. You don't want to go to the Midlands, lad. Just go through it and go up to the north.
Well, that used to be in the past. Heavy industry, of course, but it's a wonderful, wonderful place. Birmingham, the second city in the West Midlands, of course. There's Jason Cole continuing from the northern end. Oh, that's gone high in the air. Will the fielder get to it? No, he won't. Nick Gaywood running back. Well, if you were with us a couple of hours ago, Mark Campbell alongside me, Cambo, he mentioned Glenn Pearce's big wind-up. Well, an example there. Throw the kitchen sink at it.
We have tennis courts behind us, Rash, and if he'd have hit that, it would have ended up in the tennis courts.
He's a big old wind-up, isn't it? But quite fortunate. Looped in the air, Nick Gaywood. That's a good delivery from Jason Corn. Just played out into the offside by Pavey, and there's no rump.
You know, if Glenn Pearce keeps playing shots off Jason Corn like that, Jason Corn's going to arrest him as the sheriff of Nottingham. He's not going to let him get away with highway robbery for much longer.
Oh, going again. Well, Jason Corn, double teapot. He can't believe it.
I have to wait to see if that was a nick. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was a nick.
Yeah, Simon Ruth's been very good as a keeper, but then that one's either in or out because it was a healthy nick by the look of it. And another opportunity. Do we put that down as a drop chance?
That's
tough one.
Very
tough
that week. I mean,
half and half.
It flew past him. It's caught in again. A big wind up again by Glenn Pearce, who slaps it straight down the ground to Mel Hussain at long on, who does the fielding.
I hope Glenn Pearce knows you only got to hit the ball 65 metres, because if he hits it 90, it's not going to make any difference.
Well, of course we're completely impartial here in the commentary box. But folks, if he does actually connect with one, you watch, it goes absolutely miles. Corn then in again. That's a slower delivery. Pavey, just
how can we be unbiased when one's a Pom and one's an Australian? You got England, Australia playing anything.
Well, we've got to do his best. End of that. Jason Corn's over them. A single from it, 4 from it in total. Australia 25 overs gone, 93 for 3.
Yeah, the Australians just ticking the ball over, still just under 4 runs and over here. England just pegging them back, just nibbling away, and with their medium paces, had Mel Hussain bowling, well, just looked like off spin to start the proceedings off this morning, and that's been changed, and the medium paces are coming in, and one of the stars of the England bowling attack, Mike Palmer's going to bowl his last over, because they're 45 over games, each bowler restricted to a maximum of 9 overs. And this has been a great performance from Michael Palmer from that River End Rash.
Yeah, it certainly has, Cambo. He's bowled particularly well today, but he's bowled particularly well on tour, as I said a few minutes back when we were talking about it. His bowling figures do not do him justice, and it's good to see him. It's been a really, really good spell from Michael Palmer. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 20. Asking questions of the batsman, just getting the ball to nibble away. Still a bit of juice in this pitch, assisting these England seamers. Tough conditions for the Australians to bat in, as Palmer is making some adjustments to his field on the offside.
And with 2 wickets and only going at 2.5 runs and over, he's done the most to stem the tide of what could have been a massive total by the Australians. There's another field adjustment. Outside off stump, and given a bit of width for Pavey, so he's taken 1 and will come back for 2. So another 2 to the total, 3 for 95 in the 26th over. And I'll tell you what, as soon as Pavey hits the ball, he's going for 2 anyway. It doesn't matter where it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Graham Pavey, 30 on the 64 deliveries that he's faced. Just the 1-4 in that, Cambo.
Yeah, just the backbone of this Australian innings. Everyone's batting around him, and he's just getting off strike as much as he can. This next one's full again, and rinse and repeat. Out to deep extra cover, and they'll take another 2. Graham Pavey wanted 3. Glenn Pearce said, nah, hold your horses. So another 2 to the total. So Pavey moves up to 32. and virtually carbon copy first 2 balls of this over. Same ball, same shot, same result for Pavey as he waits now for the bowler. This one's wide outside off stump. This one's just padded into the cover region. They take a single. So 5 off the over so far in Mike Palmer's last over. Had the figures 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20 before this over started. Now gone for 25. So all of a sudden, double the rate in 1 over. Isn't that the way it always works, Rash?
It absolutely is. But it shouldn't detract 3 balls remaining on this Mike Palmer over. What a wonderful spell it's been. It's top quality. And if anyone would think it's Masters cricket, over 60s cricket's dibbly-dobbly, well, it certainly isn't.
Yeah, he's hitting the wicket hard is Mike Palmer. This one's outside off stump, and Pearce tries to lash that one through point. Doesn't make contact. And Ruth, the keeper, takes the ball. Rue's the opportunity that he didn't get the nick on it. And Pearce rues the opportunity, didn't find the middle of the bat and just pasted out through point for 4. Palmer again outside off stump, and this one's through mid off through the extra cover region for 4. And I tell you what, that left vapor trails going through there. They're going to have to get the groundsman onto this ground in the break because they've got to fix up the burn marks. Absolutely smoked it, did Glenn Pearce.
There you go, folks.
You've been waiting for it all innings so far, Rash.
Well, it was just a wonderful shot, wasn't it? Classical cover drive, but the sound it made off his bat, it absolutely flew.
What's Palmer got in the kit bag this time? This one's on middle stump and turned into the onside just for a single. And a good over for Australia there. 10 runs coming off it, the 26th. And Australia moved to 3 for 103. And Mike Palmer finishes his 9 overs with the score, with the figures 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 30. And started that over at 2 for 20. And he's now got 2 for 30. So, as we always say, that last over is the one that gets you.
Yeah, it does. Spoiled his figures a touch, but very, very good effort from him. As the batsman, just taking on some fluids.
Sea breeze is in, mate. The old Fremantle doctors come to help you.
Oh, lovely old job. 32 this partnership then, between Graham Pavey and Glenn Pearce. Graham Pavey 33 not out of the 66 deliveries he's faced. Glenn Pearce 10 not out off the 19 deliveries he's faced. Wonderful boundary from him. In the previous over from Michael Palmer. His first. He's been winding up. It's taking a few hours for him to just get used to things out there. And I fancy if he starts seeing it, this ball will start disappearing. Well, England will hope that he plays his natural game and maybe takes a swing and a miss, puts one in the air. But if it is, got to take the chances. Jason Court then, from the northern end. Glenn Pearce on strike.
Yeah, the sheriff of Nottingham comes on again from this northern end. And Pearce just checked the shot, just waited for the ball and just patted it down. I'll tell you what, if he ever swings through the line, the tennis courts are in a lot of trouble down here. Our commentary position will be in a lot of trouble too, just quietly. Rash. This next ball's just outside off stump, and Ruth does the fielding from behind the stumps. No run. 3 for 103, 26 in the after 26 overs. 19 overs to go, including this one. As the sheriff is outside off stump. And Pearce pushes it out to Watson. Watson comes off the cover fence. Does the fielding. Prevents another, keeps the run to a single. As we're getting tongue-tied, sitting in the sun.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there, Gambo, from Kevin Watson. He's right on the boundary, sprinted in 10, 15 yards, clean pick up and throw. Just kept it to 1.
Pavey pushes through the gap at point, takes a single. As we have Ed Gordon Lennox come down here, the captain. Or is his full title is Edward? Edward Gordon Lennox. Or as he's known to his friends, Hyphen.
Well, umpire Chris Johnson just indicating got to be a certain amount of people inside the 30-metre circle.
And no ball called as well, so because they had one too many out in the circle, outside the circle, so allowed 4 out at this stage of the game.
One, two, three, 4.
As the sheriff comes in from this northern end,
Goodness
and Pearce just picks it up and hits it over the boundary for 6 with effortlessly ease. That was just effortless from Glenn Pearce.
Well,
Hit the ball 75 metres.
It's like it's just swatting a fly. It's absolutely flown, folks. That boundary that he's going to. It's a very, very long boundary. It must be at least 65, 70 metres. And it's cleared it by miles.
Hit that one. That 6 has gone 75 metres. And he did it with effortlessly Glenn Pearce. So what can the sheriff do this time? Bowls it outside off stump, and Pearce gives himself room. Doesn't make connection and goes through to Ruth. That's an amazing shot. Just through full flourish of the bat, and has absolutely sailed. Amazing. So the man now is at cow corner as the sheriff comes in and bowls again to Pearce, and he's more circumspect this time. Just pushes it out to the man at mid-on for a single. That completes the 27th over. And Australia in this international against England, 3 for 111. So Nelson has come. The English will hope that it's a good omen for them so they can get another wicket. Australians won't care because they don't worry about Nelson. But Mark Campbell, Cambo in commentary alongside me, Rash Mahmood, and Rash from the BBC World Service, ex of Ascension Island, who no one ever says they've ever been there. Mate, I'll tell you what, that was just effortlessly hit for 6.
He's just a wonderful player to watch when he's in full flow. He's an immensely powerful hitter. I mean, I thought, and I was a great privilege to see Doug Murphy bat in the first 2 one-day internationals, and he hits it really hard and really powerfully. Andrew Walsh, from an England point of view, thankfully really didn't get to see it here. He hits it further than Doug Murphy, but Glenn Pearce hits it harder and further than both of those two, and that's saying something because they are wonderful, wonderful strikers of a cricket ball. That shot that Cambo's just describing was literally, it's a great big backlift and swipe, but he actually checked his stroke. It was a flick. It was like he literally was swatting a fly away from him, and it flew.
It's amazing.
It certainly scattered the spectators over there in the pavilion. There were a few of them looking for cover, but a great shot. 111 for 3.
We've got a change of bowling at that river end after Mike Palmer 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30.
Yeah, it's going to be Razi Ahmed, Cambo. He got a 5-foot in the first game in WA at the Marish Cricket Club.
Might be a spinner.
He is a spinner. Had no luck when we played at Donnybrook the next day. The issue with Razi Ahmed is, well, it's like all spinners really. It's just finding that length and the consistency. But he's and while he's struggling to find that, it sort of had a knock-on effect on the England field placings, because the
Yep.
England skipper's trying to give him every opportunity, but he's not bowling to the field that's actually set. They're in consultation. The skipper's just walking away now. It's a massive part of the game, Cambo, isn't it?
It is, and obviously, you know, some spinners, not all. The great ones, of course, are fantastic. Your Shane Warnes and Miri Durans and those sort of people. But most spinners are the looking long. You have a look and then you hit them long.
Yeah, I'd be tempted. I mean, Razzie Ahmed is a good bowler in his own right, but I'd be tempted to have somebody. Kevin Watson's at deep square leg. I'd have someone a bit further round myself, but I'm a commentator. I'm not a player.
And this first one has just been pushed by Pavey into the offside for a single. So we've got a deep long on. Unfortunately, the frog box can't show you what we've got. So we've got a deep long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square leg on the leg side for Ahmed. So he comes in again. This one's outside off stump. Bit of turn, bit of bounce. And Pierce just pushes it into the offside down to gully. And there's also a man at deep extra cover. So they're the boundary riders, 4 out of the circle. This one's tossed up, and Pierce looking around where the ball is, a chance for a run out, but Pierce makes his ground throws a bit wide. But Pavey was on his bike, quick smart.
Yeah,
as you would expect.
Jason Cohn, he's probably about 20 yards in, just backwards to square on the leg side. Clean pick up. Glenn Pavey sets off, as Cambo said, but Glenn Pierce, I think if that was a flatter throw and near Razzie Ahmed, Glenn Pierce were done. Yeah,
it was very much a chance. And I guess at this stage of the game, after 27 overs, England need to take their half chances. This one's outside off stump, a straighter ball. And expecting the spin was Pavey, and it didn't turn, went straight on. Ahmed looks like he's got all the tricks. This one's tossed up, then comes off the bowler and pushes it wider of mid-off, I should say. And just looked like another flick shot from Pavey, but hit with power, because the bowler fielded in his follow through and then pushed it past mid-off for a couple of runs. So another 2 to the total. Ahmed again, and Pavey trying to tip and run, but just didn't get any angle on it. And that completes the 28th over. And Australia are now 3 for 116. That's what you have to do as we play more vets cricket, Rash. You get the scoreboards shorter, smaller and smaller, so you can't read them. So you can't see if you've done what you've done.
Yeah. Cambo, myself, we're working off the software that the England scorer uses, Tony Fitzgerald. So I've got my laptop out in front of me. Cambo's got his laptop looking at the feed from YouTube.
And it's not working because we can't see the screens where we are. Pavey's on 35. Pierce is on 17.
And that's the vagaries, you see. It's catching up because I've got 116 for 3 with Pavey on 37 and Glenn Pierce on 18. And
there we go.
The YouTube thing has just moved around now. It's caught up, folks, but that says 113 for 3. So, listen, we'll try and get you the right scores, but it does, there's time delays and Wi-Fi issues, etc., etc. We do as best. It's part of my ongoing journey on this tour. Technology.
Well, at least we got electricity here. You put it in a few places where electricity wasn't invented.
Yeah, I've been to a few places where I was out right in the Bondu, no cover, no power, no nothing. Oh, change it this one. And Jim Phillips, he's on. He's replacing Jason Cohn. When Pierce just rocks back into his crease. Sharp single taken. Mark was doing the fielding at mid-off. One more to Glenn Pierce then. One more to the total.
And another change of bowling. Jim Phillips coming in. Looks like he's bowling, well, fast leg spin.
Yep.
I would have thought. As he comes in, tosses that one up. This one's pushed into the leg side.
Plays for Kent, does Jim Phillips, the
Kent.
the senior member of the England touring party, Cambo. He was out here in 2019.
Yep.
For the England touring party. Very good batsman opens a batting for Kent. 800 odd runs in the county championship this year. 4 centuries and numerous half centuries. Played a nice cameo the other day at Marist. 30 odd he got, including 2 very, very nice sixes. He's a fierce competitor, wily old character. He won't be fazed by this.
And he probably still plays open age cricket, does he?
He does.
Yeah. Coming in from this northern end, and use of the feet from Pavey. Just pushes out to mid-wicket, takes a single. So Pavey's the backbone of this Australian side. His job now will be to bat through, and everybody else bat around him, I would have thought. Because after we're in the 29th over, so 16 to go. And this one from Pearce is just belted straight back over the bowler's head. And he beat the Sheriff as well, who's not an easy thing to do, Jason Gaunt, because he's a fairly tall man, and down to the fence for 4.
Yeah, Jason Gaunt, very tall man. It was a lovely clean strike, though, straight back down the ground. 50 partnership between these two, then. 51 runs, going 57 balls in just 44 minutes. Dangerous partnership for England, this. 122 for 3, then.
There we go. And Ahmed is going to continue from that river end, making some field adjustments. Still got the deep backwards, or the deep square leg, the deep mid wicket, the deep long on, and the deep extra cover. Unfortunately, they can't put any more out on the boundary, because I think the England captain, when Pearce is facing, would like to put them all on the boundary from here on in. Ahmed in. And unfortunately for Pavey, hits that one too well to mid-off. Can't get the single. Both batsmen now in the baggy green, because the spinners are operating. Ahmed tosses this one, and Pavey pushes it out to deep extra cover. Fielder does the fielding with his foot, and they just take 2, which surprised me, because I thought Pavey was going for 3 then.
He was, and he shouted it, but he got a look from Glenn Pearce as they were crossing. You could see it, and just a little wave of the hand from Glenn Pearce.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
The way these two are batting, though, Cambo, I don't think they need to.
This one's down the leg side. Oh, top edge, just over the fielder at 45 on the 1. And they pick up another 2. So fortunate there for Pavey, the top edge, enough to get it over the head of the fielder that's at 45 on the 1.
And that's Jason Gaunt again. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that time Graham Pavey just walking back towards leg. He was trying to chop the ball down, got a thick inside edge, just bounced past his off stump. As the sun now breaks through the clouds.
Yep. So she'll be flattened out by now, the wicket. Ahmed, missed it.
It's out. He's got him.
Got the stumping, and I tell you what, Ahmed tossed that one up off spin, and unfortunate for Australia, Pavey's missed it, and a good stumping from Simon Routh. So Australia now lose their 4th wicket. They're now 4 for 100 and
24, I think it is.
4 for 124.
126. Sorry, Cambo. 126 for 4. Pavey out for a very well made 42 off 80 deliveries. Just a 1-4 in it. But a vital, vital wicket for England. Those two had, the previous over, just got the 50 partnership. But Razi Ahmed strikes. Bit of turn, I fancy. But a nice take by Simon Ralph. Whipped the bells off in a flash. Umpire Chris Johnson at square leg. No hesitation. Giving the finger of doom.
It looked like that there was a double movement from the batsman, and you always know when they do a double movement that they're in lots of trouble. But some good quick work from Simon Routh, a very good keeper. And the England lads are going to have a drink, because that's in the middle of the 30th over. Shane Boyle's come out to have a chat to the umpires, saying you're doing a good job, boys, because he's the third umpire. And how you feeling, because I don't want to come out from under the shade?
Yeah, just a word on Shane Boyle. He's been with us the last couple of days as we've played the state games in WA. He's been very, very gracious and very generous with his time and all the assistance he's given, particularly to my wife Mel, who stood in those two back-to-back games at Cambo, which is no mean effort. Nearly 180 overs in very, very harsh conditions. So well done, wife. But Boyle, he was an absolute dream to be around.
So your wife umpires?
Yeah, she does, yeah.
And you commentate?
We do, yeah.
It's like you've got all the officialdom taken over. Do you actually give us some tips after the day of commentary going, oh, I think you missed that one, love?
God, no. God, no.
I saw it on the replay. I think you might have missed that one. Don't go there.
In fairness to Mel, she's a very, very good umpire. She umpires back in the South Yorkshire League, and I know there's people from the league who'll be tuning in. We small hours back there, she's not let you down, folks. She has a really good presence on the field, and the England boys, and in fact, all the boys from the state sides have been very complimentary. It gives her a load of confidence, and it's what we want to see.
Absolutely.
You know, women official. She was out there in the World Cup and umpired at the Chepak Stadium, the home of the Chennai Super Kings.
Well, there you are.
We played the Madras Cricket Club, and I think from what the locals were saying, she's the first female umpire to do that. So a great honour for Mel.
At the Madras Cricket, they would have been hot.
That was warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Madras.
warm. Not this warm. I mean, we only got up to about 34, 35 during that tournament, but it was the humidity there. 80 plus humidity.
When I go to a curry house, I never go for the Madras.
Well, Bill Blair, the new man in, taking strike. Razi Ahmed will be full of confidence.
So he gets a wicket, Razi Ahmed, in his third over. And now we're looking at Bill Blair. Has just come to the crease, had a drink on his way in. This one's outside off stump, just pushes out to mid-off and takes a single. So a little bit like Graham Pavey. He's come in and taken singles at will at the start of his innings. And that completes a successful over for Razi Ahmed. 30 overs down, and the score is 4 for 127. And Ahmed in that over got the wicket of Pavey for 42, out stumped. So we now have Pearce going to face the Wiles of Jim Phillips.
This is going to be a good contest.
A Kent man, and I'm sure he's licking his lips at the contest of a big hitter down one end and him bowling his leg spin.
Well, next Gambo. Yeah, Jim Phillips, he's not going to shirk away from this. And I fancy Glenn Pearce, he's not one to shirk away from things anyway. That first one. We'll see if that just bumped off the pad. We're waiting for umpire Chris Johnson. It's a bye. Bye signalled. In the end, Jim Phillips is, look, he's double teapot Jim Phillips. He's just given a filthy stare to Chris Johnson.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know what that was about, but he's not happy at all, is Jim. Goodness me, I've never seen him react like that.
Must have hit the bat onto the pad there, because there was definitely a noise.
Well, this time, back in his crease, just plays it out into the offside. Nick Gaywood does the fielding at cover, and there's no run. Sorry, correction, it's Glenn Pearce, not Billy Blair. Billy Blair's at the non-striker's end. Pearce again giving himself room. It's a good job he hit that. Back to a long way to leg, but chopped it down into the off. Kevin Watson out there at extra cover does the fielding. One more to the total.
This wicket's pretty true, but I probably wouldn't be going back too far onto my stumps on it. It's pretty true, as I say, but you wouldn't be doing that too often, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I agree. Sam Davis found to his cost. LBW, the first Australian wicket to go when he was on 5. The score 8 for 1. Trapped LBW by Kevin Watson, playing back in his crease into a full-length delivery. There's Phillips in once more. Oh, that's just chipped in the air. Oh, he's teasing Ed Gordon-Lennox, and Ed Gordon-Lennox looks back at Glenn Pearce.
A little teaser, just pop it over the top. As a player, you hate those ones.
You do? Sorry, that was Bill Blair. There's Pearce on strike again. Oh, he's winding up. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well, that's already got to the boundary.
Absolutely smoked it, did Glenn Pearce.
Yeah, a couple of steps forward. Over the fielders in the offside. Mark Eames, well, he might need to get on the local bus. That is gone. Well, away to our left of the practice area is the nets, and Mark Eames is still running to try and get the ball. He's finally got hold of it. About 40 metres past the boundary. 4 to Glenn Pearce then. Going along nicely. 28 off 32. His third boundary. And one maximum as well, which was probably the shot of the day, Cambo, I think. Which ended up just a little short-arm jab that flew about 80 metres into the pavilion.
Yes, it wasn't. It was effortlessly hit. That's for sure. 4 for 134 at the end of the 31st.
So Razi Ahmed from the river end. Bill Blair on strike. More than useful batsman himself. Bill Blair scored a century in the World Cup out in India. And a very, very good 35 that he got in that third one-day international at Tanunda. Rode his luck though. Dropped twice by the England skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox. But he's a more than useful batsman in his own right. As Ahmed comes in, tossed up. That's played nicely out into the offside by Bill Blair. They're going to look for 2, and they should get 2. Bit of footwork out there by Mark Eames. 2 more to the total then. 136 for 4.
Derek Pringle used to do that in test matches.
Yeah, he did. He was a wonderful fielder.
So it was like, had an arm like a rocket.
He was a wonderful fielder. He doesn't go into that category. He used to use these, I think he had size 13. But oh, goodness me, there's a appeal for LBW. It goes past the outside edge of Blair's bat. We'll wait for the single. Yeah. Leg by signalled. Just a tentative prod forward from Bill Blair. And the stalwarts of the England touring party moving homes. Brings myself and Cambo. Much needed fluids. Thank you, Melvin. Really, really popular member of the squad. Suffered a shoulder injury that kept him out for quite a long time. Came back and unfortunately re-aggravated that injury. And not able to take part in today's game. And he may be a big doubt for Sundays as well. It's a real shame for him. It's a really nice character. Razi Ahmed then. In he comes. Glenn Pearce on strike. Oh, he winds up and just smashes that straight down the ground. There is a fielder though there. It's long on. Mike Palmer keeps it to 1. 1 more to the total then.
Must admit, it's one of the biggest wind-ups I've seen. He just gets the ball, the bat, his backswing so far above his head. It's like he's playing golf, using his driver. Razi Ahmed just asking the questions here of both batsmen. Bill Blair just gone in. He's wearing number 30 and Glenn Pearce wearing number 7. And asking a lot of questions here, Rash.
Oh, that's another appeal. Yeah, it's good length and good flight, good variation. And that's what you've got to do when you're a spinner. The Australian boys won't have seen a lot of Razi Ahmed. New into the side this year. Was picked for the Tri-Nation Series that England had against Scotland and Wales in September. But that's what you've got to do. You've got to keep the batsman honest. You've got to keep them guessing. And it's the variations of flight. When you're not getting turn, it's got to be length, line, flight. Because if it's not spinning, you become a bit of a sitting duck, really.
Yeah, so with this over 60s England team, do they have trials for it, or people nominate to get selected, or how does that work?
Yeah,
Rash?
you've got to be. There's a vibrant county scene back home. I think there's 39 counties that have teams. Many of the counties have 4 over 60s teams, regular county championship games and finals. But you have to be nominated by your county, and then you go to the trial games, which are normally in April, I think, or May. And if you are lucky, then you get to represent England. But it's a tough ask. There's some really, really top quality cricketers in the seniors age group in England.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a thriving game, and to get selected, just to even play anywhere, it sounds like it's an amazing thing to get through.
Well, there's over 3,500 registered players over 60 who play regular county championship cricket. Oh, and he's beaten outside the off stump by Phillips. Pearce again just backing away to leg, and you heard Cambo say, previous over from Jim Phillips, won't be playing back, but he is playing back, backing away to leg. But that is his style, likes to give himself room to slap the ball through the offside. That time, it's straight to Mark Eames at widest long on. One more to the total then, 139 for 4.
And I was also told when I was in the UK playing that guys would continue to play because they're playing their 60 games a year club cricket. They tend to play for longer, and obviously not. Sorry, as this one comes in.
Yeah, great fielding by the England skipper, Gordon Lennox. Bill Blair timed that very nicely indeed.
And
Skipper,
then
mid wicket, one hand down to stop the ball. Phillips then in once more. Oh, that's just lobbed in the air. Oh, just out of the reach of Simon Routh. Sprawling heck of it by him. I hope he's not re-aggravated his calf injury.
and apparently the only thing that goes is your shoulder about 43 or 4, they reckon. And then you keep playing because it's not as hot, and you can play 60 games a season. That's what keeps the longevity going. So now there's an actual over 60s competition. That would make it even more games of cricket if they're still playing club cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very vibrant scene. A lot of these players, they do play club cricket, but then they represent their counties. And I think since the start of the year, someone like Kevin Watson, obviously with a tour to India in the World Cup, and then the home series against Pakistan. We had games against Wales and Scotland, and then the Tri-Nations and the matches out here. And club cricket, he's played upwards of 60 games.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're over 60, that takes some effort. It just shows you, folks, the commitment that these guys have and the effort that they put in. And what I will say, and it's going to be the same out here because it's a very, very good scene in Australia. They played club cricket, they may hang the spikes up at 45, 50, but they do have a pathway to still get in. The over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, over 70s. Listen, if you can get that drive and commitment and energy still to play, you've got a chance to play for your county and then play for your country. And that's what some of these players could never even imagine starting out in their cricketing careers 40 or 50 years ago. As Razi Ahmed continues from the river end. Oh, Glenn Pearce is just... oh, my goodness me. Well, he's just waltzed down the pitch, and I don't know how you describe that.
Sorry for laughing, but it's probably like almost the equivalent to a 4-iron shot down the freeway, down the fairway, and he has just absolutely hit it and didn't move. Straight back over the bowler's head. I reckon if he was playing at Carnoustie, he'd be happy with that because that's given him that's the layup shot of the second on the par 5, and now he's just going to get his 9-iron out and put it on the green. But that was an amazing shot.
Well, I said he does hit it very hard. My goodness me. Warning signs for England then. Big wind up again. Well, he was looking to plonk that somewhere over Kevin Watson's head at deep mid-wicket, and it's a big hit to get out there as well, folks, but he's more than capable. As I said, just warning signs that Glenn Pearce is warming up.
The bat in his hand doesn't look very big, but I tell you what, it's he's swinging it like a banjo.
He's got him.
Bowled.
Oh, big swing from Pearce, and he's got him. Razi Ahmed. Pearce out. Bowled Ahmed for 34 off 39 deliveries. 4 fours and a 6. Well, I said he was warming up. Glenn Pearce just smoked the first ball straight down the ground. Swing and a miss on the second one, and an even bigger swing. And for him, a fatal miss as he departs. Wicket for England. 143 for 5 now, Australia. And well done, Razi Ahmed, for keeping his nerve.
Well, he did too. He tossed it. He did the old adage: you get hit for 4 or 6 as a spinner, you toss it up higher and slower, and that's what he did. He tossed it up, and Pearce went for it again. And entertaining innings of 34, 5 for 143 now in the 34th over. So only 11 overs left to go for Australia to post a competitive total. You'd have to think they'd be looking at 180 to 200 from here, and that'll be more than competitive. But Razi Ahmed, and I'm not sure what's happened up at that end, but the wickets from that end, river end, Razi Ahmed now has 2. And Mike Palmer also bowled from that end. He had 2 for 30 as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. I think Mike Palmer bowled good lines, as you said, Cambo. Got his just rewards. Really, really good use of flight there by Razi Ahmed, you know. And I like to see that in any form of cricket. First delivery, Glenn Pearce just walks down the pitch and smacks it past him for 4. Has a big swing on the second one, but he wasn't deterred. Razi Ahmed kept to his plan. Just flighted that time. Pearce, again, looking for the big, expansive shot. He missed. Razi Ahmed hit. 2 for 16 then from the river end for him. 143 for 5, Australia. England making good inroads. And it's Darren Smith, the regular opener, said carrying an injury. So he's dropped down the order today. He comes in. And just Smith took the first delivery he faces. Into the leg side, straight to Ed Gordon and Lennox, who's quite short in at mid-wicket. Darren Smith off the mark. Nicely played. Out into the offside. Mark Eames does the fielding. The extra cover boundary. 1 more to the total. 144 for 5. Bill Blair on strike. Oh, turn. It's going to be signalled a wide, but that turned a long, long way. That started somewhere between middle and off and has ended up passing by Blair's leg stump. That'll give him food for thought. As Blair just dabs forward. I think that's just come off the top of the pad. No signal from the umpire. Must have got a bit of an edge on it. End of very good over from Razi Ahmed then. Prize wicket of Glenn Pearce from the third delivery. 4 overs from the river end for him then. No maidens, 2 wicket for 19. Australia 146 for 5. 34 gone here.
And Razi Ahmed, rash, bowling really, really well. And now that you get 39 counties and you get picked to play for England, now a lot of the players here in the Veterans Cricket self-fund. They have to pay for the trips themselves. Is that the same as in England?
Exactly the same. And we had Darren Smith on at Caulfield, just explaining. All the England players out here have had to pay their own way. I'll just break off and we'll continue at the end of the over with that discussion as Jim Phillips comes in.
So not only is it a physical toll. It's also a financial one as well, I guess. Not a toll, but a financial burden as well to come and play for England.
It certainly is. Melisena will do well to get round to that. Only did. Only has managed to stop it. Bit fortunate, but great bit of fielding from Mel Hussein. Hit very, very hard by Bill Blair. 3 more to the total then. 149 for 5. Darren Smith is going to take his first delivery from Jim Phillips. Darren Smith going down the ground, looking to play that through the covers, thick edge. Backwards of point. At the offside, Mike Palmer does the fielding. 1 more to the total. 150 up for Australia then. Changes been made to the field. Mark Eames just been asked by the skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox to move a bit straighter at long off. You've got very interesting position for Mel Hussein just to our right. He's about 25 yards to our right. He's a very, very straight long on, and it's where Bill Blair hit the ball twice to Ed Gordon-Lennox in the 3rd one-day international. He's dropped twice by the skipper at the... Oh, he's got it. No.
Oh,
Goodness me.
Simon Routh just missed an absolute soda. Got up too early. And the ball, not a lot of bounce, as you'd expect from Jim Phillips. And Simon Routh just missed it. Went through his pads.
Well,
got up too early.
Yeah, chance. Spot on. Cambo. Normally very, very reliable Simon Routh. Just got up too early. Big, big chance that for England.
And I like seeing this with the Smith coming out to bat. He's got the old floppy on, and it's probably the Greg Chappell or the Ricky Ponting or one of those, whichever connotation you have, whichever era you played in.
Straight to Mel Hussein. Oh, brilliant catch. Brilliant catch. Well, I said the trap was set. I mentioned it a few deliveries before. Mel Hussein is a very, very straight long on. It's where Bill Blair was dropped twice by the England skipper in the 3rd one-day international. But this time, Mel Hussein moving round to his left. Catch just above his shoulders. Excellent, excellent effort from the England boys. Wicket for Jim Phillips. Australia lose another one. And it's Bill Blair. Caught Mel Hussein, bowled Jim Phillips for 12. Super bit of captaincy and a super bit of fielding.
Yeah, it was a great catch by Mel Hussein. It was fantastic work. And basically now, though, Australia need to go because there's only 10 overs left. So that's in the 35th over. So need to get the scoring moving along if they want to get to that 200. But a great catch. Done by that fielder.
Yeah, it just goes to show. I said these teams know each other very, very well. That position, I don't think you'd find it in many teams' playbook, really. It pretty much dead straight on the onside. And it was where Bill Blair hit it twice in that 3rd one-day international at Tanunda, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, on both occasions, Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper, wasn't able to hold on. The first in that game would have been an absolute worldie. The second one, well, it was straight down his throat. But on that occasion, safe hands from Mel Hussein and a very, very dangerous Bill Blair. He goes back. Another one in the hutch. 154 for 6. And Peter Judd, he joins Darren Smith out in the middle at the non-striker's end as Razi Ahmed Going to continue from the river end. Smith on strike. Oh, he just chopped that straight back down. Looking to give himself a bit of room to play it through the gully area. Thickish bottom edge, just drops straight down. There's no run.
I tell you what, Mel is saying had to catch that, because if he didn't, his brother would have rang him and told him that he should have taken out a bucket. Good catch, ran around. Perfect. Just a little tap there from Smith down to long off for a single. And Razzie Ahmed bowled well, got the 2 wickets. How many overs has he bowled there, Rash?
He's 4.2 overs so far, Cambo.
Yep.
No maidens, 2 for 20.
In competition with Mike Palmer for the best bowler. And once again, Judd comes down the wicket with the flight and doesn't make contact. And that's where I think for the Australian batters, the flight of Ahmed has got them in all sorts of knots, because they're just not getting down to the flight of the ball and misjudging it. He's got a bowled and a stumping. So this one's outside off stump, tossed up, and this goes through cover. I have one, they'll come back for 2. Just a stroll. And the scoreboard keeps ticking along. 6 for 157. This is a 36 over, so only 9 overs to go. Tossed up again by Ahmed, and he does his own fielding. From our vantage point here, Rash, you can see the flight's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a fantastic control by Razzie Ahmed. And I'd say he struggles sometimes, but he's been really on point today, and he certainly wasn't phased when Glenn Pearce just waltzed down the pitch and smacked him for 4. Got him 2 deliveries later. End of a very good over. Peter Judd just chopping the ball straight to the man at backward point. 157 for 6 then, Australia. 36 overs gone. And Peter Judd at the crease. And just to mention that congratulations to Peter Judd, or Juddy as he's known by everybody. He's been named the skipper for the Australia tour to New Zealand that takes place in March. So congratulations to Juddy on that. Great honour for him, and that will be a really, really good series.
Absolutely. We've got Mark Elms and Mel Hussain doing the boundary riding here now. And we're waiting for Jim Phillips from this northern end. Down the track. Smith just pushes it out to mid-on, and there's no run. Some great flight here shown by both spinners, really. That had nothing much to do in the first hour and a half, because the ball was still seaming around a little bit. This one's absolutely smoked backward a square leg for 4 by Smith. And unfortunately for the English, and Jim Phillips in particular, just a little bit short on that occasion, and Smith took full toll.
Yeah, a bit of kidology there. Darren Smith just started moving early doors to give the indication he was coming down the track. He's just a very, very good player, Darren Smith. And Jim Phillips couldn't react in time. He tried to do the same again. But say Jim Phillips, wily old character, he's not going to be fazed by this. He'll be loving this contest.
Well, Jim Phillips brought out the Queen, and Smith just came up with the King. Who's going to get the ace? That's the issue. As Phillips comes in again, tosses this one up, and Smith once again pushes out backward a square. Goes for 1, wants to come back for the second, doesn't. So only another 1 to the total. And 6 for 162 on the board for Australia. In the 36th over, if you've just joined us, welcome. Wherever you are around the world. This one's shorter. And Juddy just pushes that one backward a square for another single. Peter Judd, number 2, just named captain, as we've just mentioned, captain of Australia for the New Zealand tour coming up of the over 60s. This next ball well flighted and Just backward of square leg for a single. Monty Douglas does the fielding. Good to see Monty get onto the broadcast. Hadn't been on the telecast before, Monty. And that's the end of the 37th over. And Australia 6 for 164. So all self-funded here to come here.
Yeah, getting back to that, we're
Yeah.
all self-funded. Now, a lot of these guys are still working. Yeah, they're over 60s, but a lot of them are still working. So, the time off work for annual leave that they may or may not have, or time off is unpaid. And a lot of people, those that are retired and dipped into their savings, and some begged, stole, and borrowed. I've mentioned this story.
Do they do fundraising at the clubs for them?
Some do, yeah. Some of the boys have received a bit of money from their clubs as Ahmed comes in, Smith down the ground, nicely played out into the offside.
Just a single. And so I guess with the clubs, I guess it's an honour for the clubs to have people represent England. So I guess they would give some coinage.
Yeah, but it's not a lot. So self-funded, and as you can imagine, as Ahmed comes in again, and Judd straight down the ground.
Yeah, he doesn't take the single this time.
No, he was setting off, but Darren Smith just waved him back. We've had the tour to India, 3.5 weeks in February and March of this year.
This one's through the fielder, and Hussain doing the fielding. Just missed that one.
I think it's Steve Aston actually.
Oh, Steve Aston.
And I think as he went down there, Campbell, he's holding his shoulder. Now, if you remember way back, he was the one that slipped.
Yeah.
And he missed that chance. He was holding his shoulder immediately. You were eagle-eyed that you pointed it out, but yeah, he looks to be in a lot of pain.
He may have a little stinger in that shoulder. Just a hyperextension of his arm, and just affected his shoulder a little bit. Ahmed comes in, bowls the next one to Smith. Smith pushes it to mid-on, just gets a single. So the Australians are ticking the score along. Not a lot of big hitting coming up, though. Not a lot of boundaries at the moment, but they're still ticking the scoring along with the ones.
Well, you asked me what my prediction was going to be, and I said 200, and I don't think they're going to be too far away from that. His current run rate will probably get them there or thereabouts.
This one's quicker, and Judd can only push it into the offside for no run. Yeah, the 200 was a good call. Rash, you must be a commentator, I reckon.
Well, I've been called a lot of things in my time.
Does your wife ever call you late for dinner?
Yeah, bless her. That's nicely played by Judd, using his feet nicely.
I mean, that's the only thing you have to worry about when you're married. Whether she calls you late for dinner or even if she says talks to you. Even hey you's good. End of the 38th over. But we digress. End of the 38th over. Australia in the Grey Ashes clash, 6 for 170. If you just joined us, welcome. Rash Mahmood and Mark Campbell. Cambo in commentary here at College Park in the western suburbs of Perth, home of the Western Suburbs Cricket Club. And we're watching the Grey Ashes over 60s, Australia v England. If you have joined us or you haven't been following it, Australia do lead the series 3-0. England looking for some redemption with the last two games in Perth before they go home to the, I'd like to say warm and sunny climes, but we know it's wet, raining and snowing in England for White Christmas as normal. As we have Jim Phillips.
Oh, that's close.
Swing and a miss by Judd. He looked at that pavilion and those green marquees in the distance and thought, you know what, I'm going to put the ball on top of that, but didn't watch the ball all the way onto the bat. Phillips coming in from this northern end, bowling to Judd. This one's down the leg side. Judd pushes it out through mid-wicket and just takes a single. Another one to the total, 6 for 171.
I don't know about you, but I think England are just missing a trick here. I'll just break off as Phillips comes in again.
So this one's down the leg side again. This one's just bunted into mid-wicket. And the captain, who's got the best name on the list, Edward Gordon Lennox.
Yeah, I'd like to see somebody close in on that leg side. Short mid, short square leg, something like that to stop Darren Smith as he's doing it again.
Oh, this one's edged past the vacant slip area, running down to third man. Doesn't matter how you get them at this stage of the game with only 7 overs left, and they make an easy 2. Yeah, the problem is, though, Rash, you've only got 7 overs left of a limited over game, and where do you take the fielder from? That's the issue.
Well, it's Gordon Lennox actually who's fielding it sort of a wideish mid-wicket. I mean, I hope it's commentator's curse and Jim Phillips gets Darren Smith to chip the ball straight to him. But
so you're playing reverse psychology?
I'm playing reverse psychology, but you can see what Darren Smith's trying to do.
This next one from Phillips. Smith
Well,
down
well
the
done.
track and well fielded by Gordon Lennox. Just puts the long arm out and stops it one-handed. And a man of his size, that's a long way down, just quietly. Oh, the tall fella's here in the England team, that's for sure. This next one's a full toss. And Smith takes full advantage and hits it for 6 over. Oh, no, 4, 1 bounce. Oh, the commentator was getting excited. His voice was going to go through the decibels, but it didn't have to happen. It was only a 4. Firstly, it was a good shot. But my question is, Mr. Smith, why didn't you hit it harder? But a 4 all the same. And Australia now move on to 6 for 177. And that's at the end of the 39th over. So only 6 to go. My co-commentator here, Rash Mahmood, made the prediction 200. There's 24 balls. Well, 36 balls left and they need 23.
Yeah, that boundary notwithstanding, that was a rank bad ball from Jim Phillips, which got the treatment, and quite rightly. But Razi Ahmed has bowled fantastically well. He's from that 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28 so far. If you can just keep it tight, that's a good bit of flight.
Yeah.
Judge uses his feet, just hits it down the ground to Mike Palmer at long on, who will do the fielding. 1 more to the total, then 178 for 6. I don't think they're going to be far off 200, maybe 210. Australia.
And what would be comfortable, do you think England could chase down? Obviously, whatever the Australia make, they've got to chase, but
Well,
200 is maybe a bit beyond them, or
well,
looking at some scores throughout the tour?
yeah, based on experiences, the England top 5, apart from the game the other day, haven't really clicked. If they can, they will be exceptionally dangerous. But, they haven't scored over 240, I think. I think the biggest total that they got was 230 odd when they played President's 11 at Canberra, at Chisholm Oval. Just break off. There's a wide signal there. The problem that we've had is that the top 5 haven't really clicked. They're all exceptionally talented batsmen, and England have been scrabbling around at 32 for 3 and then 60 for 5. It makes it incredibly difficult for the incoming batsman. That's a full toss from Ahmed. Half stop by Mark Eames. Right, it's going to be work now. Mark Eames, to his credit, gets up. So 2 more to the total. But if England can get off to a good start, then they've certainly got a chance of chasing down 220, 230.
Yeah, right. Because it's hard, I guess, as the incoming batsman. They've got to resurrect the innings.
Yep.
They've then got to also look at the rate, so you get pressure on both sides.
You absolutely spot on. Good flight. Yeah, what's been happening?
And there's my favourite player, Monty Douglas.
Yeah, he's a good old
Good
lad,
old Monty.
Scored a bucket load of runs. 3 consecutive centuries in the World Cup.
All right. So he gives the ball a bit of a tap.
He does give the ball a bit of a tap. They'll be hoping that if he gets in, he can find a bit of form. He's missed out a couple of times on this tour, but I think he's got the highest score for England so far, 95.
Looks like the opener that England used to have, the left-hander. They came out here on a tour. Didn't have a pleasant tour, but came out anyway. And guess what? On that tour, he wasn't Robinson Crusoe.
No, he's a very fine player, Monty Douglas. I don't think internationally wise anybody has scored more runs than him in the calendar year. Oh, that's leg side. Well, straight to Monty Douglas. Well done. Good bit of fielding by him. End of that over then. 184 for 6, Australia. 40 overs gone.
So 5 overs left, and now Australia, unfortunately, only 4 wickets in hand, so can't really launch as they would like to. But with 40 overs down, they actually need to be doing both, launching and not losing wickets. They're going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, they'll know that they've made great inroads in the 3 one-day internationals against the England batting lineup. They've had England on the ropes early doors, and it's been very, very difficult then for the incoming batsmen to play the way they want to play. And we've got some very, very talented and wonderfully gifted stroke makers, but they've been hampered, and it's pressure now. If England can get off to a good start and, you know, maybe get to 40, 45 off the first 15 without losing a wicket, it does give you a platform.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Kevin Watson's coming back from this northern end rash, and he hasn't bowled since the 9th over. So this is going to be tough. Tough Yorkshireman, though. I'm sure, you know, he'll get through it.
Yeah, he certainly will.
Because he does probably cattle tossing or sheep tossing up in Yorkshire for a living. So he'll be a hard man, I would have thought.
Oh, he loves his cricket, does Kevin Watson. He'd play every day if he could. And you may have seen a lady walking past in the black shorts with the camera.
Waving. She
Jo.
waved to us.
Yeah, that's Kevin's wife, Jo. Another integral part of the touring team. Both Kevin and Jo take all the still images, the pictures, and publish them out, and some wonderful, wonderful photography by them too. There's Watson. And then to Smith.
Well, speaking for myself, I hope she's got a wide-angle lens. 2 more to the total. So it must be hard. Must be hard for Kevin. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 in his first spell, and now coming back. Hasn't been at the bowling crease since over number 9.
Yeah, well, Darren Smith is going along very nicely indeed. 22 off 20 deliveries. Peter Judd 12 off 15. So these two going along very nicely indeed. Since the dismissal of Bill Blair, the score was 154. So 30 added. All beaten outside the off stump that time. No movement at all by Peter Judd. And beaten by a good delivery by Kevin Watson outside the off stump. Yeah, it is difficult coming back after such a long time, but he's been active on the boundary, running around, so he should be pretty loose. Can he get back into the form of his first spell? That's nicely played again by Judd.
Yeah, Judd, that last one, to coin a phrase from a famous Yorkshireman, he went down the Piccadilly line and should have gone down the Northern line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good delivery from Watson, and that's the line and length I'd expect him to be bowling. But then again, that was too easy a signal, that. Mike Palmer there, backwards point. And Darren Smith, well, this is the rule that's been brought in, and you can have your own opinions, folks. I really don't get this. Kevin Watson's deemed a pacey bowler. If one or both of the umpires deem that is necessary, they can't wear their floppy hats, the soft hats. The helmet has to come out.
Okay. Well, that's a new rule, because at Cricket Australia now they've brought in a rule that all helmets are compulsory. And at community cricket level, which is, we have our Premier Cricket where our state side comes from for first class cricketers. And then we have our community cricket, which is the next level after that. And they've made it compulsory no matter fast or spin. You need, because they play on hard deck, so they play on a synthetic wicket like we've got alongside us. That helmets are compulsory.
Okay. I get player safety is paramount, folks. I get that, but it's just delaying the game, and surely that determination could have been made when Kevin Watson was coming on to bowl. Why are we waiting 3 balls in? That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Well, it makes no sense to me. Umpire Johnson can see that Kevin Watson's getting the ball in his hand. Why doesn't he say something to his colleague at that point instead of 3 balls into it or 4 balls into it?
And is Kevin, and well, the other thing that I'd be questioning is Kevin Watson that quick to wear a helmet?
Yeah, it's a
mean,
good
you know,
point.
you're playing on a turf wicket, and he's not exactly bowling express. The ball's not going to bounce above knee, so why would you? I mean, I get it, and I understand player safety, and of course, it's been 10 years since the tragedy of Phil, but you know.
Anyway, we digress, folks.
We digressed.
Sorry about my little rant. Is Watson in again? Wide outside the off stump, just chopped down into the offside. Ooh, possibly a run for Peter Judd, but not taken.
Oh dear, cricket commentators have got political. Never heard that one before. Just
Well.
every broadcast.
No, it's just things like that just really do wind me up. But if the rules are there, implement them when you see that Kevin Watson, he was not Jim Phillips, so you can make that determination straight away, not 4 balls into the over.
What have we got now?
So, 41 gone here. Australia 189 for 6. The men out of the middle. Darren Smith 23 not out. 21 deliveries with 2 boundaries. His partner Peter Judd 13 not out. Off 18 deliveries. Yet to score a boundary, but good work from these two. Came together when the score was 154 for 6 with a dismissal of Bill Blair. So good from them. 35 runs their partnership so far. There's a bit of a conflab going on. Razi Ahmed, he's going to continue from the river end. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 35 so far from him.
And that's the other thing. If you're playing cricket in Australia, if you had $1 for every time someone yelled out to you, have a go, or how's that as they go past the cricket ground, you'd be living on a small Greek island in the Mediterranean by now. Doesn't happen in England never happens in England. Always happens in Australia though. Like have a go, you mug, as they drive past. But that doesn't happen in the UK. It's an amazing thing. Well, then again, some of the grounds in the UK that I've played at, you can't find. Like Hastings Pro Ground, for example, you had to go down the end of an alleyway.
Yeah, there are some grounds tucked away in little nooks and crannies. As Ahmed going to continue then from the river end. In he comes. Darren Smith, nice shot by him, nicely controlled. That should be racing away for 4. It is indeed, yeah, and he stays down on one knee, holding the pose. Fiercely competitive is Darren Smith. Looks to have no ill effects from that knee injury. He's going along very nicely. Another 4 for him.
Is it a knee injury or is it just a normal ache and pain for someone over 60?
Yeah, it's a knee injury, Cambo. He got it, having to stop and turn and dive back to avoid being run out, and he actually had a runner, and the runner that was chosen was Graham Pavey.
So why would you bother moving?
Yeah, so that was interesting. Well, that first one from Razi Ahmed has prompted a change in the field. Now Monty Douglas is backwards a square on the 45. I fancy that Darren Smith will be looking in that region again if Ahmed continues to bowl in that area. But this time it's wider outside the off stump, and he just slaps that into the offside. He's content to just trot through for a single. 1 more to him, 1 more to the total.
Yeah, Judd was looking to come back for 2, but didn't get any interest from Smith. I remember doing that once as an older player in my 40s playing district cricket, and I had a runner, and it was a 17-year-old, and he was batting with an 18-year-old. And as I was batting, I thought, I might be 30-odd. I got out, I was 60, because they could run at singles and stuff quicker than what I would have done.
Well, I've also been at a game where both the batters were injured and they both had runners, and calamity ensued when all 4 of them ended up at the same end.
Oh, dear me, that would be interesting.
It was chaos. I've never laughed so much on a cricket field in my entire life.
Yeah.
It was absolute chaos. Yes, after you, Claude, and then the 2 injured batsmen decided, oh my goodness me, we can see trouble brewing here.
We'll run as well.
will run as well.
It does get confusing, but yeah. I was 17 and 18, I was 60 and I didn't even realise. And they said they'd call their own singles. I said, that call their own runs. I said, that's fine, just don't run me out. They went, yeah, no worries, we'll look after you, Cambo. And they did. It's amazing. End of the 42nd. Good over for Australia, that one. 6 for 196. 3 overs left. 200 is looming on the horizon.
Yeah, and I think Australia will be pretty happy, in fairness.
It's going to be interesting because who's going to be happier, because England have restricted Australia by taking wickets at the right time, and England are going to have the best conditions to bat in, because as you can see now, the sun's dissipating, the wicket's getting baked. It's not doing a hell of a lot now unless the spinners get some turn, which spinners are going to get some natural turn anyway, but it's going to be the best time for batting this afternoon.
Oh,
There you go. Another 4. Going to put it out there that may have been intentional.
oh. Well, intentional or
Looked
not, that's the
intentional.
200 up for Australia.
Getting some encouragement from Jason Corn down here. The Sheriff of Nottingham. Just purveying the scene. If he can make any arrests for that shot that he thinks that the Australians just committed highway robbery. Well, straight to cover, no run.
So, Kevin Watson. Can he strike for England? In he comes then. Bowls. That's a lovely looking shot. Nicely timed. That's racing away. Mark Eames is quick, but he's not going to get there. Beautiful cover drive from Darren Smith. Oh, he looks in the mood.
Yeah, just through the covers and didn't try and overhit it. Just hit through the line of the ball and got it to where it needed to be. So another 4 to the total, and Australia moving on. And that's the 50-run partnership already for these two. So that's come up in quick time as well.
Yeah, 50 off 45 balls, Campbell. And Darren Smith, he's going along 37 off just 29 deliveries. 5 fours in that.
And Darren Smith has just got there and doesn't look like he's going that quick. But he's just hitting the 4s when he needs to.
He's a very deceptive batsman. I mean, he played second fiddle to Doug Murphy when they opened up in the first 2 games of this series. And he's no slouch himself. Has batted for a long time with Peter O'Reilly, no radar. And we send our regards to Peter. And yeah, he's played second fiddle, but he's a wonderful batsman in his own right. And you just see he's got all the shots.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the shots he's played, the cover drives have been superb. Watson coming in from this northern end, just a little bunt to mid-on for another single. And that's all the Australians have got to do. You look at run a ball, and if you bowl something in your wheelhouse, hit it for 4.
Yep, absolutely. A couple to go after this. 206 for 6, Australia. These two, well, can they get up to 230? Again, just pushed out into the leg side. Razi Ahmed comes in to do the fielding. But a good over for Australia. 11 from it. 207 for 6 then. 43 gone.
Yeah, and a good over there from Australia. I'll tell you what, Smith has just come out. He batted at number 7 and 5 fours already in his innings, and some of the shots have been absolutely fantastic. Razi Ahmed will continue from that river end, and why wouldn't he? Just quietly, because he's bowled superbly well in this in difficult conditions where the wicket's not really giving him any assistance, and it's been by flight and guile that's got him his wickets at the moment, and so why wouldn't he continue?
Yeah, absolutely. 8 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 42. Razi Ahmed from the river end. Going to complete up. Now, I fancy Darren Smith, who's going to be taking strike. He's going to be looking at some point during this over. Here's my prediction to try and hit it over Monty Douglas, who's backwards of square on the leg side. We'll see if I'm right.
So he's going to go that direction. Oh, he had the opportunity there too. He was down the going down leg.
He was looking.
He was flighted down leg, and he got himself confused where he wanted to hit it. Because now the clouds have dissipated and the sun's come out and the temperature's gone up, so we're going to get the 2:30 this afternoon will be the maximum temperature of the day.
Oh, what a shot.
Off one leg and flight, 1 bounce 4. And Smith eyeing off a 50 here with 9 balls to go in the innings.
Yep, 43 off 34. Cambo, his 6th boundary.
And that was a great shot out to what we would call cow corner. They don't have that over in the UK because no one hits them to cow corner, but community cricket, that's the favoured area.
Yeah, we do have cow corner back in the UK, but it's more the deep square leggish. Ooh. Quicker delivery from Razi Ahmed that Darren Smith did very well to keep out. Just nudges it into the onside for 1. Skipper does the fielding. 1 more to the total.
So your cow corner's deep backward square?
Yeah.
Yeah, our cow corner's where long on would be, in between long on and deep mid wicket. Because it's for the one that they open up their front pad and you swing across the line and just mow it out there. Mm. I'll tell you what, this Razi Ahmed's bowled really well here. Oh!
Yeah, he certainly has, Campbell. That's the end of his 9 overs from the river end. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 48. Really, really good spell by him. Final over then. Australia have reached 213 for 6. The men out in the middle. Peter Judd, 16 not out from 21 deliveries. And his partner, Darren Smith, 44 from 36. Well, I fancy going to be looking at the boundaries here. Can they get up 220, 225, 230? I think Peter Jensen, the Australian skipper, will be absolutely delighted. It's going to be Kevin Watson to bowl the final over from the northern end.
Well, if we have 6 sixes, that'll take it up to 250, 249. 6 fours will take us up to 237. And I'd reckon it'll be somewhere in the middle. Something less than that.
What was it? What did you say earlier on? Is it Pickett?
Sorry?
Pickett, sitting on the fence.
Pickets, yes. That's what they are. They call you splinters.
Splinters.
Yeah. Splinters, sitting on the fence. So, yeah.
Well, Peter Judd, very sensibly, just chopping that down. Backwards a point. Darren Smith to strike. And, he's eyeing up that leg side, Darren Smith. He's looking over Razi Ahmed, who's at a sort of wideish mid-wicket, orthodox, big gap between him.
That's the cow corner, where the big tree is. He's just not giving him. Kevin Watson's playing this really well. He's not giving him anything in that arc that he can whack. I think 220 psychologically would be where they're looking. Anything over that? The Sheriff is running things down here at Long On.
He is Jason Court, the England vice-captain, nicknamed the Sheriff by my co-commentator today, Mark Campbell. I'm delighted Campbell's alongside me. Great to have him here. His knowledge and experience.
There it
That's
is.
a big shot. There you go.
Yep. Just needs to hit that one a little bit to the right, a little bit further right, and that's the cow corner.
Right.
That's called the paddock, the cow corner paddock. Yeah, that should be 3 balls to go.
2, I think. Is it 2?
Oh,
yeah.
that's
Going to be a wide.
going to be 3 balls. Slower ball. Just lost the handle on that one, Watson, from this northern end. Yeah, good fielding from Palmer out there at deep point. Watson in again. Slower ball, full toss, and hit out to mid-wicket. And they'll pick up another 2. Probably should have done a little bit better with that. Peter Judd then had the opportunity to absolutely paste it. But that's the end of the 45th over. And at the end of the innings, 6 for 222. Richie Beno has come into vogue again. And for the summary and the details of the Australian innings, Rash.
Campbell, thank you very much. Then, here's voice of Mark Campbell alongside me. So Australia losing the toss, being put into bat here in the 4th one-day international between Australia and England in the Grey Ashes series. Well, it was a dream start, really, by England. Kevin Watson striking quickly. The very, very dangerous Sam Davis. LBW to Kevin Watson when the score was on 8. He was out for 5. And then it was big hitting Andrew Walsh, who was the opener with him. He was joined by Graham Pavey. And good partnership between them two. 51 the score had progressed to when Andrew Walsh, and I mentioned on commentary, was just winding up. A very explosive hitter he is. But he was bowled by a very good delivery from Michael Palmer. Full, straight, Walsh looking to deposit it somewhere over mid-wicket. He was out for 26 off 40 deliveries. And then it was quite a strange period in the game. It was only 13.1 overs with the dismissal of Andrew Walsh. And Peter Jensen to the crease. And together with Graham Pavey, they bat together really, really well. But there was just a bit of a lull. England slightly on top. And it was Peter Jensen, the next man to go. He was bowled by Michael Palmer for 13 off 23 deliveries. And Australia at that point at 71 for 3, 19.4 overs gone. And Graham Pavey, well, I think it's the first time that Cambo's seen Graham Pavey, but he is a real joy to watch. He turned twos into threes when he was batting with Andrew Walsh. He was just turning every two into a three. But Graham Pavey was the next man out, and it was good work from the wicketkeeper Simon Routh. Razi Ahmed operating from the river end. Beautiful flighted delivery. Excellent take by Simon Routh. And Pavey had to go. 42 off 80 deliveries with just the one boundary. 126 for 4 at that point. And England then the next breakthrough, and a vital breakthrough it was as well. Glenn Pearce, who hit a wonderful 6 over mid-wicket, came down the pitch to the first delivery of a Razi Ahmed over. Absolutely belted it back for 4. My co-commentator mentioned it was just like playing a 4-iron at Carnoustie, and couldn't agree more. Swing and a miss on the second one, and on the third one, another big swing and a miss. He missed, Razi Ahmed hit. Glenn Pearce out for 34 off 39 deliveries, 4 fours, and that 1 6. But at that point, 143 for 5, 33.3 overs gone, and England definitely in the ascendancy. And the next wicket to fall, well, that was a very, very good piece of captaincy. It was Bill Blair. The score was 154 at the time. Now, Bill Blair, in the third one-day international at Tanunda, was dropped twice by the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox at long on. On this occasion, Mel Hussain was out there, but he was very, very straight. And Bill Blair, never afraid to take the challenge on, hit it straight down the ground. Mel Hussain made about 10 yards to his left and took a very good catch at shoulder height. Good captaincy and a good catch by Mel Hussain. 154 for 6 at that point, as I said. Bill Blair out for 12 off 18 deliveries. And then 2 batsmen out in the middle. Darren Smith, returning from injury, lower down the order, and Peter Judd. Well, I think they've got Australia up to what is going to be a very, very competitive total. 222 for 6. Their partnership was at 68. Darren Smith being 47 not out of 39 deliveries with 6 fours. Peter Judd, 20 not out of 24. Good from them. And for the bowling summary, Cambo, your standout, I think, well, it's going to be one of 2.
Oh, for the England bowlers, Mike Palmer was fantastic. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. Razi Ahmed bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 48. And the rest of the bowlers, well, they toiled hard, but they were the pick of the bowlers, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. For clarity, I'll just run you through. Kevin Watson, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. Mel Hussain, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Michael Palmer, as you heard just then, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. Jason Corn, 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 41. And Razi Ahmed, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 48. So England, to get on the scoreboard in this Grey Ashes series, 223 runs they require. They've struggled mightily so far in this series, getting a good start. Can they get a good start and put pressure on this Australian bowling unit? It's not something that they've done throughout this series. We're going to have a break in the proceedings now. Myself and Cambo, we're going to get a bit of fluids down us and a bite to eat. Join us in about 35-40 minutes when we see how England get on in their bowling, in their batting, in the chase of 223 to win.
Yeah, it'll be fine here. It'll be fine here. Your phones and everything should be fine. I'll just take mine up and I'll just try and find where my wife is. It's always handy to know.
Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes.
That's good stuff.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and welcome back, or indeed welcome, if you're joining us for the first time, to the College Park Cricket Club, the Western Suburbs, here in Perth, Western Australia, for the fourth one-day international between Australia and England. Australia, having won the first three matches of this five-match series, to take an unassailable 3-0 lead in the series, and take the Ashes off England, the current holders, having beaten Australia 3-2 in the home series in England in the summer of 2023. Australia losing the toss, being put into bat by the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox. They got to 222 for 6 in their 45 overs. Difficult conditions for them early doors. The pitch was certainly offering assistance to the England seam bowlers, and England made good inroads. And umpires, Chris Johnson, Steve Lamb out in the middle, just waiting for the England players to emerge from the pavilion as they make their way onto the field. Your scorers: Tony Fitzgerald from England, Roger Bryce from Australia, and I'm delighted that alongside me in the commentary box is Mark Campbell.
Hello, mate. I'll tell you what, that lunch was great. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but the poor people were having lunch.
It was absolutely spot on, and Mark's me with it. He's been alongside me watching this first innings. Well, I predicted 200 on Australia. I think they'll be pretty satisfied getting up to 222 for 2. They know would have got amongst these England top 5 in these 3 matches so far, and really caused them a lot of pressure. And they're going to open up unconventionally again. The river end, the far end of the ground, 24 on his back, Tony Panacasio, left arm spinner, leading wicket taker in the World Cup in Chennai in India in February and March of this year.
And that's the wicket where all the end where all the wickets have been falling down.
But as I say,
Rash.
I think there's actually been a change, Campbell. I think they're changing ends. They're going to start from the northern end, the end nearest to us. I think they are, yeah. It's umpire Chris Johnson making his way to the northern end, making me look an absolute Burke by saying that. Thanks very much, umps.
Now, what does that mean again in England?
It means that, yeah, he's made me look a bit foolish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A Burke.
Burke.
All right. I'll have to remember that one. So you've got Splinters to take with you,
Yeah.
and I'll have Burke. That'll
Right.
be good.
What I can tell you for a fact, folks, that it's Mark Trafford Walker who is going to open up from the northern end, and he's bowled very, very well indeed in this series. Probably his highlight was the absolute brute of a ball that he dismissed Mark Eames with in the first one-day international at the Don Bradman Oval in Bowral. Absolutely unplayable. Pitched off a length, reared up. Mark Eames, well, he did exceptionally well to get an edge on it, in fairness. And it was taken at first slip by the Australian skipper, Peter Jensen. So we're just about to go here then. 223 runs to win for England to get off the mark. And for the first few overs, I'm going to hand you over to my co-commentator,
Oh,
Mark Campbell.
okay.
Campbell, it's all yours, my friend.
Oh, all right. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I thought the lead commentator would start, and you are better than me. So, anyhow, there we are. But we've got Mark Trafford Walker going to come from this northern end. So, you know, England have got Edward Gordon Lennox, and we've got Mark Trafford Walker. So hyphens on both sides. So the hyphen counts equal. And England need 223 to win in this fourth one-day international between Australia versus England for the Grey Ashes. Of course, Australia's 3-1 up. As his first ball's wide and hit out to point where they'll just take a single. So rinse and repeat, because that's what happened in the first ball of the Australian innings. But of course, that one went for 4 off the bowling of Watson. So Mark Trafford Walker, what a great name, Trafford Walker. Who'd have thought? Now all he needs to do is bowl to Gordon Lennox, and we'll be in lots of trouble.
Yeah. Tongue twisters.
Left-hander on strike. This one's short, pulled backward of down fine leg, and that'll be the first boundary, you would think, as it just runs away from the Australian fielder, and that's the first 4 on the boundary on the scoreboard for England. And the batter,
Mark Eames, left-hander.
Mark Eames.
He's had some good knocks, 1/2 century on this tour already, Cambo, but he's struggled a bit a couple of times. Very strong player through the leg side, but he's just fallen away a couple of times towards off.
And this one's middle and leg and hits the pad, but no chance of a decision there by the umpire because it was going down the leg side. And his opening partner at the other end,
Steve Aston.
Steve Aston.
And we'll have to monitor him closely, Cambo. He dropped the catch, and he was standing at first slip, and immediately started feeling his shoulder. There was an incident towards the latter end of the Australian batting innings where he was fielding, I think at mid-wicket, went down for a ball, and he's aggravated a shoulder injury. We'll see how that affects him during the course of this innings.
This next ball from Trafford Walker is down the leg side, and the umpire, after having a big lunch, the umpires, I saw them having a big lunch, they had their nose in the trough, and they're stretching out their arms just to get a little bit of a stretch in, because it's that time of the day when most people who are over 60 around 2 o'clock want to have an afternoon nana or granddad nap. This one's outside the off stump and just pushed through the covers by Eames. I think we get that enunciation right. I think it's Eames, to be honest. But another 2 to the total. So an auspicious start here by Trafford Walker from the northern end. Eames, this one's on middle and leg, and he gets inside it and out backward square, and they should go for another 4. So entertaining start here by the England batsman, especially Eames. He's off to a rapid start. So he's on 10 already, and Trafford Walker bowling from the northern end is facing a little bit of a dilemma, and this one's pushed to the same position, but now there's a fine leg in place, and the batsman just ambles through for a single. So England are away in the first over. They are currently none for 13. So an enterprising start. Rash by England.
Yeah, good to see. He's an incredibly strong player. Gambo through the onside. Mark Eames likes to play it through mid-wicket or square leg, but a couple of times on this tour he's just moved across his stumps a bit too much and has been bowled. I know it's something he's been working on, and it's something that we've talked about. But if you bowl straight to him, he's always going to look to just hit you through the mid-wicket area.
As we've got the our feathered friends have come in to say g'day.
You have indeed, and it will be Tony Panicasio from the River End.
So Tony Panicasio is going to take up the cudgels for Australia from that River End, and I tell you what, none for 13 off the first over, needing 223 to win, so another 210 more required, and an entertaining start by the England batsman as Panicasio, left arm over the wicket, Looks like fashioning off spin. This one's well flighted, and the left-handed Eames can do nothing about it. Nice flight though.
He's a very, very good bowler. He's Tony Panicasio, TP, as he's known universally. Yeah, got a bit of treatment in the second one-day international though, Campbell. Paul Radage, who's not playing today, 3 sixes, I think, off his second over, and that got him the hook. No sentiment from the Aussie skipper, Peter Jensen.
This one's flatter, and can only be pushed out to cover, and there's no run. Well, you know, when you're playing England, there's no sentiment anyway. So, you know, if it was now New Zealand cousins, would probably be a little bit of leeway, but against England, none, absolutely none. This next ball is pushed to mid wicket, and there's no chance of a run. So England none for 13 after 1.5 overs. Panicasio beats the outside groping edge of the bat, goes through to the keeper in Orlando, and that completes the second over. A maiden, so England now none for 13. That will help the cause.
Yeah, it certainly will. Wonderful last delivery from Tony Panicasio. Beat Mark Eames, all ends up. And he does that have the ability, can spin the ball a long, long way. I can only recall just one delivery, really, in that England bowling is the one from Razi Ahmed that was signalled a wide Cambo that spun significantly. That one did spin, and that's going to give him a great deal of heart.
And the Aussie hyphen, Trafford Walker. What a great name. Old Trafford and goes for a walk. Comes in from this northern end. This one's outside off stump to Aston. And he just pushed it into the offside up to point, no run. Played it a bit late, but probably a good sign because he's playing the ball under his eyes. Comes in again now. This one's fuller, and of course Aston goes in for the drive. Doesn't make contact. Actually, it's into his pad. Just goes out to cover, and there's no run. I tell you what, the breezes are nice and gentle now for you, Rash. You'll be nice and happy that there's a sea breeze. The doctors come in to cure your ills. Next one's wide outside the off stump, and Aston gives it the full measure, licks his lips and hits it for 4 through point. And that was a great shot from Steve Aston.
Yeah, width from Trafford Walker. Not something we've seen him do in this series so far, but width offered. Steve Aston, he's not going to shirk from that. Threw everything at it, flew away over the fielders in the offside for 4. England, well, great start for them. 17 without loss.
Making a fist of it early doors here, chasing 223 to win. Trafford Walker, this one's on middle and leg and just pushed wide of mid on for another single by Aston. So he's off the mark and away. He moves on to 6. There's a field change over for the left-handed Eames on strike. And there's a big shout for LBW. The umpire thinks about it and says no. Well, it couldn't have been too far away, that one. Outside off stump, swinging in.
Yeah, but again, Mark Eames walking across his stumps.
Yeah.
You know, it's in his head and he's trying to correct it, but I tell you what, that wasn't far off at all.
He's on the stroll, isn't he, really? Mark Eames. This one's outside off stump, going away even further from the Aussie hyphen, and completes his second over. Much better one than the first. And England currently now none for 18, so 5 off that over. And Trafford Walker has the figures of 2 overs, no maidens, none for 18. And Panicasio, who's coming from that river end, the 1 over and 1 maiden. So someone's doing their job. What's going on at the other end? We're leaking runs like a sieve, as they used to say back in the day.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Trafford Walker. He's been really consistent during this series. But England will be delighted from this start. Slow starts have plagued them. I mean, we've had games where 10 overs in and they've barely got to 20 and having lost a couple of wickets. So this is good from then. 3 overs in, going along at 6 and over. And if these two can maintain that progress for the next 5 or 6 overs, we'll give them a very, very nice platform indeed. But they're up against some stern opposition, certainly in the form of Tony Panicasio.
Aston takes the first ball from that river end from Panicasio, and he just pushes it into the offside and there's no run. Well, at least it's a positive start, and I guess that's when you're chasing 223 to win off 45 overs. Rash, you need the positive start. This one's just pushed back down the wicket. Panicasio does his own fielding. That would be the key, is get off to a positive start.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then have a bit of luck in running.
Yep.
This one's flighted more. And a quick single as they just push into the offside, take off with the shot. And they get through for another single. So none for 19 now. That's the first run off Panicasio's overs. And it's taken him 1.5 to get that single. So good start by Panicasio, bowling now to the left-handed Eames. Outside off stump, driven hard into the covers, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, Graham Pavey out there in the covers.
And this one beats Pavey, so they take 2. Return comes in. Batsman safely through for 2. I tell you what, there's the Energizer Bunny battery boy. They love him. They want him to bat for him, but no one wants to bat with him because he keeps taking 3s in over 60s cricket. Panicasio wide outside off stump. Oh, misfield by the Aussie hyphen there, Trafford Walker. And the batsmen go for an easy 2.
Well, again, that's something we haven't seen from this Australian bowling and fielding unit during the series so far. Uncharacteristic from Trafford Walker there.
So after 4 overs, needing 223 to win. In the 4th over, England none for 23. Need exactly 200 off 46 overs. If my maths serves me right, and I'm probably struggling with that, it's probably about 4.5, 5 and over still.
Yeah, they're going along at 5 3/4, 5.75. Well, I told you, no room for sentiment. Pete Jensen, he's one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, but he's an absolute mercenary out on the field. MTW, Mark Trafford Walker, 2 overs, got a bit of treatment and tap. Darren Smith, number 88, is going to replace him from the northern end. Now, Darren Smith bowls a variety of deliveries, but he can generally be expected to bowl 9 overs straight through and go for about 27 runs. That's the stock, and that's what the Australian skipper Peter Jensen will be hoping.
And of course, he batted well in the Australian innings as well. Darren Smith made 47 not out. Unlucky probably not to get 50. He's going to come in from this northern end. This one's short down the leg side. And Aston just swings it down past fine leg for 4.
Well,
Tough end to bowl at from this end because the wicket actually raises a little bit higher from this end than the other end. So you've got to run slightly uphill.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's something that the boys were talking about during the innings break, but I hadn't really given it much thought until now. But it is quite pronounced, and we definitely saw that there was more aid to the bowlers coming in from the river end. As Smith comes in again.
And there we go. That's what you were talking about. Rash, right on the money now, Darren Smith. Just needs to get your feet working, because your normal run-up, if you're going uphill, you're sort of taking lesser stride, so you feel like you're not in rhythm. This one's outside off stump and just pushed by Aston into the offside, and there's no run. Nice breeze coming in now for our English friends. Down here in the western suburbs of Perth. And Darren Smith getting on the money now. Outside off stump, and Aston can do nothing about it except push it to point, and there's no run. So after the first loosener rash, he's gone pretty well, Darren Smith.
Yeah, it's what he does. Metronomic normally.
Quick
that's
single taken, and well run by the Englishman. They get through for the 1. So another 5 off that over. So after 5 overs, England are none for 28, chasing 223 for victory against Australia in this 4th ODI International for the over 60s. Australia versus England to a Rash Mahmood. What are your thoughts?
Well, first and foremost, I think this is the best start we've made in the Ashes series. There's some rabble-rousers approached me from the right-hand side. Simon Routh, Kevin Watson, Razzie Ahmed, Tony Panacasio in then. Wide outside, lazy from Steve Aston. Just dangled his bat outside the off stump. It was there to hit.
We may have passed over at the wrong time, Rash. All your fans are here. I want you to do some signing.
Oh, that's in the air. It's going to be a good catch if he gets there. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Close.
Well, hit straight back down the ground, in the air for a very, very long time. Feel a valiant effort, but couldn't get there. No, I was just saying, Cambo, this is the best start that England have made in the series, and to be 30, 5.2 overs gone, they'll be absolutely delighted. That's
And
gone
this
as
one's
well.
pushed through the covers as well. They'll have to run that one.
Well, nice shot by Steve Aston. 3 more to him, 3 more to England. And anything they can get early doors without losing a wicket is going to be to their benefit.
Yeah, England won't know what to do with this start now that the field changes around for the left-handed Eames on strike. As my co-commentators just signing bats and giving out autographs to his adoring fans and public. And a memento of the day that he came to Perth and survived commentating with Cambo. Because there's many people around this little town of Perth that would say good luck to you.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Oh, flighted by Panacasio, nicely turned into the onside by Mark Eames. Final delivery of the over straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 6 overs gone then, England 33 without loss. 17 to Steve Aston, 15 to his partner Mark Eames. Really, really solid start by England. They'll be delighted with this. And what this does, of course, Cambo, is instills confidence to the men sitting in the pavilion. By this point, normally England are 2 or 3 down with not very many on the board, but
You keep talking like that, they're going to take that autograph back off you.
well, it's a big thing that the English boys have been saying. I mean, you've played cricket for a long time, and you know when your team's going through a bit of a rough trot of early doors, things like this really do instill confidence. Yeah,
you're right. It's one of those ones where it's great that you, as a 3, 4, and 5, you're going in early, and the ball's still moving around, and all of a sudden you come in and the fielder's on the back foot a little bit. The bowler's not sure what's going on. Makes it a lot easier.
That's a very, very nice shot by Steve Aston. Just guided it past the Australian skipper, Peter Jensen.
It was almost a late cut. Now, I was talking to one of our A-grade district clubs coach, and they were doing, the young fellas doing reverse sweeps and reverse paddles, and the guy turned around to one of the kids and said, "Oh, you could do better with the late cut." And the kid turned around to him, "This is like an A-grade cricketer."
Oh, that's out. Well, Steve Aston, the ball was there to hit. He certainly hit it right out the middle. But it was Graham Pavey in his usual position at cover, right on the edge of the 30-metre circle. Took a good catch, came to him quickly, above his head. Clean the court. Steve Aston out for 19. England lose their first wicket. Caught Pavey Bowl Smith. 35 for 1.
Yeah, unfortunate for Aston, who was playing in a positive fashion and just probably bit off a bit more than he could chew trying to go over the top so early, but did what he had to do, and England won for 35 in the 7th over. So I was telling you this story, and he said, you could play just as, or get just as far with a reverse cut, back late cut, rather than doing a reverse sweep. And the kid turned around and said, "What's a late cut?" I went, interesting.
Well, we were fortunate enough to be the second day of the second test, the day-night test at Adelaide between Australia and India.
Ah,
and so
good day.
Two ridiculous. Well, it was a wonderful day. Marnus Labuschagne getting pelters from the crowd first off, and then going on to make 50, and then Travis Head just going berserk. But Pant in that India reply he played a reverse hook shot.
Yes, I saw that off Boland. Wasn't if it was slow. He was going at 140.
You know, 140k, and you're playing a reverse hook shot. Absolutely ridiculous. And then he played another one. He'd actually fallen onto the ground.
Yeah.
As he paddled it down the leg side. But yeah, these shots now, these boys at the international level, nothing that you'd find in the coaching manual. As Mel Hussain, the new man in.
He better be good, or his brother's going to have a word to say.
No, he is a good player, Mel Hussain, and he's batted exceptionally well in this series and throughout the tour. Ooh.
Originally from Essex, that part of the world.
Yep. Well, there you go. Darren Smith doing what Darren Smith does. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 7. And he'll just keep plodding away from this northern end. Very, very underrated bowler is Darren Smith. But England, 7 overs gone, 35 for 1, so it's been a good start by them. Just need to consolidate now. Push the ones. Keep going about 3 or 4 and over. That's decent enough. As Eames just plays that nicely into the onside, a misfield by Sam Davis. Allows him to come back for 2. Uncharacteristic from Sam. But welcome runs for England, 37 for 1.
Yeah, the Australians are showing a little bit of fatigue out there. I guess over 60s, that's something that's going to happen in the second innings of a match.
Well, the other thing to bear in mind, though, Ambo, chatting to the Australian, a lot of these boys have not been to Western Australia before. I'll just break off as Tony Panacasio's in again. Eames just onto the back foot, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. And a lot of them from the eastern seaboard. I mean, it's a fairly lengthy flying time, and your time zone differences.
Yeah, well, the great thing about coming this way, so from Sydney to Perth, you can leave Sydney at 9 o'clock their time and arrive in Perth at 10 o'clock our time. So you've been in the air for an hour, but it's technically 4 hours. And at this time of the year, there's 4 different time zones throughout Australia, and apparently there's a 5th one, which is just before the South Australian border. It's 45 minutes ahead of Western Australia. I only found this one out yesterday. So make it 5 time zones, but they go on South Australian time. But 4 different time zones at the moment.
Well, a good over from Panicasio. Just a 2 from the first delivery, a misfield by Sam Davis. 8 overs gone. England 37 for 1.
It does have its advantages though, having the different time zones, because when you have the Boxing Day test from Melbourne, you can be in Perth, and of course you've had Christmas Day and you've eaten too much and you drank too much. You can get up at 7:30, sit on your couch and have the Boxing Day test start, because it's starting at 10:30 over there in Melbourne. So that's the only advantage. But no, we don't have daylight saving here, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's a whole nother story.
It certainly is. It'll be Darren Smith then from this northern end. This breeze just picking up, gusting now and again. Sort of diagonally across the ground over Darren Smith's right shoulder. Mel Hussain on strike then. England 37 for 1, chasing 223 runs to win this 4th one-day international.
And Hussain has the trademark armband that Nas used to wear in test matches. So who started that? Was it the chicken or the egg? The older brother or the younger brother?
I'm not too sure on that, Cambo. We can always ask Mel at the close of play. Really a very, very good cricketer is Mel Hussain.
Well, good fielding, but can't prevent the single. But good fielding by Trafford Walker there.
Yeah, it was. It was nicely hit by Mel Hussain, and Trafford Walker had to make ground, and he did. Good bit of fielding, just to keep it to 1. 1 more to the total then. 38 for 1, England.
Just need to keep consolidating here, England. Keep ticking runs over. Yeah, 1 to the total. Wide. Umpire stretches the arms out. As we said, 20 past 2. Time for the nana nap or the granddad nap, whichever way you like to look at it.
Well, that was a bit of outswing there from Darren Smith. He's produced that wide, but I don't think he'll be too unhappy about that. But until that's going to be close.
Oh, no. 2 noises.
Well, Cambo thinks there was an inside edge onto the pad. I'm not too sure. But we'll have a look. It was a confident appeal, but again, Markheem's just walking across his stumps a touch.
It's a great thing, cricket. You can keep learning all the way through your life about different things.
So, as the single and the wide from that Darren Smith over. 3 overs he's completed. 1 for 9 with no maidens. 9 overs gone here. 39 for 1 England.
And the good thing about, the interesting thing about that, Rash, is that while they're bowling the spinners, they're getting through the overs quickly, and that's something that's in limited overs cricket that can actually catch up with you as a batsman, because you don't think about it, but they're getting through the overs really quickly. So as a change of bowler from that river end.
Yeah, it is. Peter Jensen's seen enough. Well, the England scoring rate was going along quite nicely. Last few overs, he's come right down. I think only 6 from the last 3. Time for Bill Blair. Now, if you haven't seen him, Cambo.
No, I haven't.
He's quick. Bill Senior's cricket. He's bowling off his short run up. He does have a long run up as well, but you can see how far back the big O, Claude Orlando, is standing. He can certainly push it through, and very much like Mike Palmer, hits the deck hard.
And he's bowling to Hussain. Hussain, the right-hander, and Eames, the left-hander. So while they can keep a left and right-hand combination at the crease here, England, that'll also help the cause because the bowlers need to adjust as long as they can rotate the strike around. Good heavens, I don't go that far on my holidays with this runner.
That is a shorter run up as well.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I'm, how far do you think we are away from the middle? About 75 metres away from the middle. I'm glad I'm sitting here.
Yeah, he's not slow by any means, Bill Blair. And that one, that first lever just squared Mel Hussain up a touch. It was nice, beautiful shot by Hussain. Just rocks back in his crease. But Graham Pavey's doing the chasing. 2 more to the toe. Oh, good arm as well.
I reckon Australia should have 4 slips, 2 gullies, and that Graham Pavey have one side of the ground to himself.
I think he'd enjoy that.
Yeah, he'd love it.
The great thing about Graham Pavey, always plays with a smile on his face. He's just a really infectious character. He's a real joy to be around. Fiercely competitive, however. There's Blair in against one once more. Hussain, orthodox this time, plays it back down the pitch.
So these players would have played against each other a number of times. So there's no secrets from any of the players on either side, really.
Yeah, the vast majority. I think Mark Trafford Walker was a new one for the England boys, but Blair in again from the river end. Hussain just plays that out. 2 mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, when you're playing seniors cricket, as much as these boys do, you know, the 5 matches in England last summer, the World Cup, we've out here been playing the stateside. I mean, Sam Davis played in the first Western Australia game in '94, a few days ago. And then Australia will be touring England again next year, Cambo.
Yes, I've heard that over lunch. I'm going, interesting.
Good fielding. Tony Panicasio. Gully got down sharply. Angled back from Hussain. Travelled really quickly. Got down. Stuck out his left paw to prevent any runs being taken. Yeah, England have got a busy summer next year. The West Indies are coming over. The Australians are coming over. And I think the United States team at the back end of the English summer.
Oh, right.
So it's going to be a busy few months for the England boys.
I think they've got, for the Australian over 40s, there's a tournament happening in April in Brisbane between Australia, New Zealand, the USA and Canada. So that's happening in the over 40s. And then you're saying that there's another tour to England by the over 60s. When do you know the dates of that one as yet? Rash?
I don't, but I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the height of our summer. Mind you, we only get 3 days of summer in England.
Depends where you are.
2 days in March and 1 in November. I think preference would be sometime middle of June, end of June, throughout July, which is normally the best.
July
best
is always good, high season.
And of course, if there are any delays with it getting dark about 8:30, 9 o'clock, that time of the year in England, it does allow for a bit of flexibility with the English weather. But it'd be great to see them. And along with the Ashes matches, of course, there'll be other matches up and down the country. But it's brilliant for veterans cricket. Absolutely brilliant. As Darren Smith continues from the northern end, Mel Hussain on strike. Strokes that very nicely, but straight to Mark Trafford Walker at mid-off. And there's no run. 42 for 1 then. I think England will be delighted with the start they've made. Best start they've made in this series so far by a country mile. Oh, that just angles in. Darren Smith just nipping in. Yeah, he's got his head on his hands.
And you'd been to the country, so you've seen a bit of country Western Australia, so down south. So it's nothing unusual.
Bunbury was lovely.
Yeah. Well, I can't say anything because it might incriminate me, but I'm glad that you said that Bunbury was lovely.
It was. We had a really nice time in the Bustleton Jetty, I think it is, and some
Yes.
wineries we went to and a distillery, and a very good time was had by the touring party, I can tell you on that occasion.
Oh, that's a place to go. Margaret River's is a place to go for wines, that's for sure. And Yelling Up is a good place to go down there if you're into surfing, you know, breaking out the surfboard. You just imagine you guys down there and breaking out the surfboard and getting in the
Possibly.
breakers.
Good fielding. Glenn Pearce hit powerfully by Hussain. Glenn Pearce right on the edge of the circle. Good fielding at mid-on.
That's the good thing. That's a good thing about the English. You always know the English have come to Perth because they're the ones when you go to a pub at night that are red raw because they've been out to the beach. They had to go to the beach and they get sunburnt.
Well, I've got to say, it's nice being able to get a drink after 10 p.m. We were in Brisbane at the start of the tour. I think it was a Sunday, and all the pubs were closed. I mean, it chucked it down. All the pubs were closed at 9. We've been out in the country, and pubs closing at 10. Very strange for us.
Yeah, it's very uncivilised.
Ooh, and again, I see it's a really good over from Darren Smith. In trouble to both batsmen, but that's 11 gone here. 44 for 1 than England in their pursuit of 223 to get themselves on the board in this Ashes series. 3-0 down. There's a lot to play for.
Well, there's 2 more games here in Perth, so today and on Sunday. So England will be hoping to win those 2 and go home with 3-2. And, of course, Australia, because they're playing England, always fire up a bit more. And they want to beat the old dart by, 5 games to 0 if they can, so and whitewash it. But England fighting hard here, and Hussain is ready to face the next over. Blair's a very skiddy bowler, not much bounce, because he pitches the ball up, so not much bounce.
Yeah, he's a bit of a boom or bust bowler, is Bill Blair. When he's on it, he's very, very good, but he can go for a few. Just tries to operate in and around that off stump. Sometimes it can be a bit full, which gives the batsman an opportunity. Well, that's going to be close.
Oh,
it's
yes,
going to be
direct
close.
hit. Not out by the umpire at the square leg.
Wow. Well, the Australians cannot believe that. I've got to say, we're looking at oh, goodness me.
Looking at the replay. Ooh, I tell you what. That's very tight, just quietly.
Yeah, and we've got to go with umpire Chris Johnson's decision, but I always look at the players' reactions. Cambo, great bit of work from Bill Blair in the first instance, let's just say that, off his own bowling. And Mark Eames, he was struggling. He's already been run out in this tour so far. Oh, that was a tight one. Let's put it that way.
That should have been double or nothing. Because yeah, I think you might have not quite made it, but anyhow, a lot of activity going on at that end at the time, and the umpires made the decision, so we all move on, and Mark Eames survives. But yes, very tight. He knows you.
That's Simon Routh, folks.
Simon, I can't believe the wicketkeeper and he's caught you in a net already.
good fielding again off his own bowling. Simon, while you're here, can I just have a quick word with you? How did you find it keeping out there? So some deliveries that
Hit me. Yeah, it was all right. One popped. Well, 2 or 3 popped. Got a nice bruise on my shoulder for one. But yeah, I think the wicket's all right actually. Turned a bit. The odd one pops, but I think it's a reasonable batting wicket. That's a good shot. Very good shot.
Go Mel.
Well, that's vying for shot of the day. That's currently being held by Glenn Pearce for that assault on the cricket ball that flew into the pavilion. But that shot from Mel Hussain, Cambo, that's right up there.
Well, I was just saying, probably people that are watching this telecast have probably seen that being played around the world, because it was very NASA-like as the way that he used to play those shots as well. So, except when he was playing against Shane Warne, of course, because he didn't have a clue against Shane Warne. But anyhow,
50 up for England with that boundary from Mel Hussain then, and a wonderful shot over mid-wicket, just a flick of the wrist, flew away to the boundary for 4.
In answer to that question, Mel has hit Shane Warne for 6 in a first-class game.
oh, there we go.
So
Was Shane trying? Sorry, for the family of Mel Hussain, sorry about that. But it's fantastic. Fantastic. Getting some insight there from Simon Ruth. Apparently Mel Hussain has hit Shane Warne for 6 in a first class game, but Shane Warne probably wasn't trying.
So 12 gone here, 50 for Warren England, good start by them.
Yeah, going at 4s, 4 and over. Need 223 to win and get themselves on the board here at in the Grey Ashes. They're currently down 3-0. And Rash, we've got the sea breeze come in, so the Fremantle doctor has solved all your problems.
Yeah, just the prescription I was requiring, folks. It's very pleasant here now. Gumbo, I've got to say.
I thought actually the English by now would be like chocolate soldiers, Cadbury. They'd be all melting. Good running through the wickets between the two Englishmen, but fielding from Australia's been pretty good. Missed a couple, but it's been pretty good. And England taking the game on here. So wherever you are watching the telecast, don't go anywhere, because this game's going to get set to get wet.
Well, Darren Smith continuing from this northern end, doing what he does. 4.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12 so far. It's just steady away. Oh, with that time, that's beaten Graham Pavey. And that is no mean feat, because he's one of the best fielders in world cricket, in 60s cricket. Full length dive from him, but absolutely crunched through the offside by Mel Hussain. Another boundary to him, 55 for 1 England move on to.
That was a great shot by Hussain. Just laid his ears back, whacked it past cover, and Graham Pavey, desperate dive, but had no chance. Oh. It's just a single, and Hussain called early, but there was a misfield there with picking the ball up, so probably 2 was on the cards. But Hussain taking the lead hand in this partnership.
Oh, wide.
Yeah, that could be a wide. Just trying a variation there was Darren Smith, and lost the handle on it. Another 1 to the total. This one shorter on the leg stump and just whipped away backward a square for 4.
Yeah, Darren Smith knew it as soon as he left his hand. He knows how strong Mark Eames is on the leg side. That ball short, sat up. Eames able, on this occasion, to walk across his stumps, to give himself the room. Whipped it over backward square leg for 4. 61 for 1 England, making good inroads early doors. If they can get anywhere near 80 or even 75 off the first 15, that really will set them up. But we know how good this Australian side is. They're not going to make it easy for England.
I guess that's the thing, though, Rash, isn't it? England look like they're in control, but 2 quick wickets can change the game very quickly.
Yeah, you're right, Cameron. That's been England's problem, really, throughout this Ashes series. Losing wickets in clumps. 12 gone, 13 gone here, 61 for 1, but that really has been their Achilles heel. Okay, you can lose a wicket, but then losing another one just after a couple of more runs being added, and then another one. And that's what's really made it difficult for the England boys. But listen, there's no lack of talent out there. And it's going to be a change. Just 2 overs from Bill Blair from the River End. Phil Jackson, number 8 on his back, and he does a similar job to Darren Smith.
Right, puts it onto the proverbial 10-cent piece, and well, you'd probably say £1 over there, wouldn't you?
£1, yeah. What you will see from Phil Jackson, however, and well, I'll let you describe it, but gives it a bit of air. Is the nicest way I can put it. Well, you be the judge. You see what you'll probably prove me all wrong now on 6 flat ones, but
okay.
He normally gives it a bit of air.
So as Ashley Mallett and Clara Grimmett used to say, get it above the eye line and let it drop. Right. Okay, now Phil Jackson. I loved him when he was coaching the
in the
Chicago
NBA.
Bulls. Phil Jackson. He was great.
Yeah, he was. He was a character and a half, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He had some team, by the way, didn't he?
Well, yeah, and he
Wouldn't mind managing that team or coaching that team.
Yeah, he had to have one player.
Great. Pavey again. Brilliant fielding.
He's in all the danger spots, isn't he? Pavey?
Oh, he attracts it like a magnet.
Well, it's definitely not Shane Warne flashback, but Phil Jackson, just seeing how much spin is in this wicket bowling his leg spinners. Mal Hussein's having just as much trouble as Nasser Hussain had with leg spin here. A bit of trouble. Oh, that's better. He can fill his boots. Except, of course, he's hit it to Pavey, so there's only a single.
Can't tell you, folks. I mean, it's a great shame that we don't have the ability to track the ball. We've got the fixed camera here, but he's got 6 or 7 yards to make up, Pavey. It's a full-length dive. He saved certainly 1, if not 2 more runs. He's just a wonderful, wonderful athlete.
It's hard to believe when you look at him that he's actually over 60.
Oh, beautiful shot by Eames. Was a full toss by Jackson outside the off stump. Just eased into that. That's running away to the boundary for 4.
Well, the good thing with that one was that Eames didn't try and overhit it. It was a full toss, and a lot of batsmen would have tried to absolutely smoke it, but he just placed it. And placement and timing is the keys to batsmanship. So it's a fantastic shot.
Was indeed. 14 overs gone then. England going along very nicely indeed. 66 for 1. The man out, Steve Aston. Caught Graham Pavey in the covers off the bowling of Darren Smith. And the score was on at 35. He was out for 19. These two. 31 runs they've added. And it's going to be another change, I fancy. And it is Peter Judd. Now, Peter Judd has opened the bowling up in the last 2 one-day internationals and has been exceptional. Really horrible, nagging length that he bowls. I mean, very difficult to get away. But from England's point of view, I think they'll be quite happy that Peter Jensen is obviously concerned that England have got the start that they've got. He's rotating his bowlers around, trying to find somebody who can make the breakthrough, and then hope that 1 brings 2 and 2 brings 3, as has been England's occurrence during this Ashes series. But Peter Judd then coming on from the northern end.
Which is surprising because Tony Panicasio bowled quite well except for that 1 over. It hasn't come back since. This quick changing, I think, of the bowlers is to unsettle the England batsmen so they don't get set on, a particular type of bowler. So you keep mixing it up and changing it around.
That's okay, but we know what Peter Judd does. So it's whether he has an off day, because he's not going to change his bowling style, Gambo, at all. So England will know exactly what he's all about, and it's whether they can counter that, because I don't think he's going to change his bowling style or where he likes to pitch the ball at all.
Yeah, so the scoreboard pressure, 15th over, we're into now, and 67 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket, and I think that's the key to England batting, is not losing wickets at the moment, because as we said earlier in the telecast, it was going to get easier for batting as the day wore on, and that's certainly the case.
Yeah, there were just a couple of deliveries from Tony Panicasio from the river end, which definitely spun, and a bit of movement from Darren Smith from this northern end off the seam. But it has been pretty much plain sailing for the England boys so far.
I was just giggling then because Mark Eames being the left-hander, and you put it on the left-hander's pads as bread and butter to just push it around the corner for a single. They survive on that forever.
They do.
Until you overpitch one and they put you 3 covers for 4. It's an expansive shot from Hussain for none. He's just not picking the gaps at the moment, but playing all the shots. As a change in the field comes about.
Yeah, and he's dangling the carrot, is Peter Jensen. He's sticking Glenn Pearce about 3/4 of the way back. Long on. Oh, that rears up.
Yeah, he come off the practice wicket, or come off the rest of the square there.
He did well, Tony Panicasio. That reared up. That could have been quite nasty. Now Glenn Pearce goes all the way back, just to the right of us. What you can't afford to do, Cambo, is let Peter Judd get into a rhythm, because he's nigh on impossible to get away when he's on that. It's metronomic. Very difficult bowler to get away when he's feeling it, and when he's finding that length. That's a bit shorter and wider. Slapped into the offside, fielded by Mark Trafford Walker, and single from the end of the over. Just a 3 from it. 69 for 1. Drink's going to be taken here. 15 overs gone.
Yeah, and a good start by England, just losing the 1 wicket in that first 15 overs. That was Aston for 19. Score was 1 for 35 in the 7th over. And I can't control my co-commentator here, Rash Mahmood, because he's got the biggest smile on his face and is almost doing a... he'll do a conga if England get up and win this one, because this is the best opening they've had. And he can't contain himself. It could be pandemonium in the commentary box as the day goes on. I can tell you that much for nothing.
Well, do you know what? It's really good to see that. You look at the results, and yes, Australia 3-0 up, but genuinely, there's not much between these two sides. I would arguably say the first one international you win that toss, you're winning that game. The curator there said it's going to be horrendous for the first 90 minutes, and then it'll just flatten out.
That gives you
exactly what happened.
That gives you a bit of heart to carry on when the curator says it's going to be terrible for 90 minutes.
You know, and then England losing the toss, and some brilliant Australian bowling and fielding in England, really limped to 188. Australia 189 for 2 in the end. Pavey and Peter Jensen, the skipper, seeing him through. The second one at Caulfield, when there was a bit of moisture in the pitch, England, they fought back really well. Australia sitting pretty, 30 overs gone, 200 for 2, restricting them to 260 for 6 in the 45 overs. But again, we lost wickets in clumps, and a very unfortunate wicket of Mel Hussain in that game, batting with Ed Gordon-Lennox. They were going along at 6 and over. Just getting to the point where England were probably going to be needing 110 or so off the last 15, and Ed Gordon-Lennox smashed the ball back. Phil Jackson stuck out his right boot, and it cannoned into the stumps with Mel Hussain out of his ground. And from then on, it was a relatively easy task. The third one, that was an absolute thriller in Tanunda. Australia getting there. But the reason why I'm smiling, 69 for 1, you go back last week, England at this stage were 5 down.
Oh, okay.
64 for 5 they were. They were 91 for 6 in the 33rd over, I think. And miraculously, Jason Cornt and Steve Aston got them up to 169, something that they had a good go at defending. And in the end, Australia got there with just 2 balls to spare. Wonderful game of cricket. 170 for 8, Australia got in that one. So, yeah, I am smiling because I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased for the boys, you know. Through no lack of skill or effort, sometimes you're outdone by a good ball, but in the vast majority of cases, the England boys have sort of got themselves out because it's scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
And you've talked about it, Cambo, and you've spoken very eloquently about it. It does do strange things to batsmen.
Well, it does, because unfortunately, and I guess it doesn't probably happen at over 60s level as much as when you're playing open age cricket with the young fellas. Every time the ball gets up to 6 runs and over, they start trying to whack every second ball rather than, well, there's 6 balls in an over. If I take a run a ball, I'm still in front. And every now and again, you're taking a run a ball, the bowler will get frustrated, put something in your wheelhouse that you can whack, and all of a sudden you're getting 9 runs and over, and you're not doing anything. But yeah, well, I don't think it happened at 60s level because there's so much more experience. Oh, don't know what happened there.
Yeah, very strange. Graham Pavey out in the covers. Mel Hussain just smacked it into the covers. Graham Pavey was running across, and I don't know if he got a shout or for whatever reason. Very strange. You let the ball go past him. So 2 more to Mel Hussain then. 71 for 1. Oof.
Oh, an overthrow, just a missed opportunity there backing up the throw. And Hussain has got the hat off, or the helmet off in characteristic fashion.
Well, Peter Jensen is absolutely fuming there at mid-on. Double teapot, we don't often see that from him. He's normally very positive. Oh, he's given the stares out. Not happy at all with that overthrow. And it was, in fairness, a bit sloppy from Australia on that occasion. Throw coming into the bowler's end, no backing up. He will not be a happy man. 73 for 1 England then. That should be signal. No, it's not.
No,
Well, went down the leg side, but not signal wide by umpire Lamb.
Must have hit something on the way through, I would have thought. The pad, maybe. He's trying really hard to get that sweep shot, isn't he? As the Aussie hyphen picks up in front of our commentary position, that's Mark Trafford Walker. People walking around the boundary. Maybe seeing some in-laws from the England touring party, potentially an auntie and uncle.
Yep, 16 overs gone here then, folks. England making good progress, 75 for 1. Mel Hussein is 24 not out from the 41 deliveries he's faced. Mark Eames, who opened the innings with Steve Aston, is 28 not out off 35. The target 223, so another 148 runs required. The required run rate 5.10 runs per over. England going along to more than respectable 4.69. Australia looking for the breakthrough.
You worked that out in your head, didn't you? That was great.
I'd like to say that I did.
Yeah,
but
no,
I've
no,
got
you say, yeah, you do.
Oh, the viewing public won't know, will they?
Well, the commentators don't have a camera on them. That was fantastic the way you worked that out. 4.69.
Cheers,
That's
Cambo.
great. Bordering on genius. See, why'd you go to the Ascension Islands for? You could have ruled the Ascension Islands. Oh, inside edge. All of a sudden they've had a drink and Mark Eames hasn't seen a lot of the strike. He's a little bit more tentative now than what he was at the beginning of his innings. Bit of pressure building up here now. Need to get a couple of dot balls in a row, couple of maidens in a row for the Australian side, just to put a bit more pressure back on the England. As you say, the metronome is in good working order.
Yeah, he's just such a difficult bowler to get away, Peter Judd. That's out.
Great
There you go,
catch.
right on cue. Well, Mark Eames, jitter is a cat on a hot tin roof. Sliced it straight to the man at point. He departs for 28. Peter Judd strikes for Australia. Caught by Andrew Walsh there at point. Well, he'd looked skittish facing Peter Judd. And you mentioned it had been off strike for a long time, Cambo, but a couple of deliveries in that over. Tried to get the quick single, wanting to get off strike. And Peter Judd does what Peter Judd does. Put it on the spot. Eames trying to break free from the shackles. Thickish outside edge. Regulation catch by Andrew Walsh at point. England was their second wicket. 75 for 2.
Well, yeah, it was interesting because it was the 17th over, so it had been 10 overs since Australia got a wicket. These two had gone on and put on 40 in that time, mostly down to Mel Hussein, who'd been taking a lot of the strike. So, unfortunately for England, Mark Eames hadn't got much of the strike. And as I just said 2 balls before, the commentator picked it up, and the commentator for once was right. He just looked a little bit more tentative than what he was. And Peter Judd just tossed one up a little bit wider and he went after it, but and got caught. So unfortunate for England, 2 for 75. Good fortune for Australia because they definitely needed that wicket, and it brings to the crease the favourite. You're not supposed to have favourites, but Monty Douglas, what a name! That's me favourite player, apart from Edward Gordon Lennox, of course. But hey, looking forward to this. Monty Douglas. And he's uncoiled himself first ball. Come out with no hat on and is going to see what we can do. But a wicket maiden for Australia. And as we said, a couple of maidens, a wicket here and there, and then all of a sudden the pressure's back on England to get this 223.
2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 3, Peter Judd. Now me and Cambo need to put the lotto on, because Mark Eames did not look happy at all. He really didn't. No. And reward for Peter Judd, but Mark Eames, he'll be kicking himself. really. Got himself in again.
Yeah, he did all the hard work, but then he got starved of the strike because Hussein wasn't rotating the strike and hitting some good shots, but hitting him straight to fielders. So he wasn't getting rotation of the strike, hadn't had faced the balls for a couple of overs, and was just getting a bit anxious. So
well, Australia will be buoyed by that wicket of Mark Eames. They will be thinking to themselves, get one of these two out. And you're getting towards the middle order of England, still a very powerful batting lineup. People like Ed Gordon-Lennox to come. Nick Gaywood. Ed Gordon-Lennox in fantastic form, 49 not out and 80-something not out in his last 2 games. Nick Gaywood dropping down the order this time. Very, very elegant player. Oh, we're saying that's
there
in
it
the
is.
air.
That's out.
Oh, he's protected both of them.
They've
Well,
almost had
Peter
a...
Jensen and Graham Pavey out there. Well, it was hit in the air by Hussein.
I know which one I would have said take the catch and get out of my way, just quietly.
There was a bit of that. Graham Pavey's running to his left. Peter Jensen is running sort of straight backwards. And
Yeah.
probably Pavey's catch, if I'm being perfectly honest. Hussein just plays that out into the deep. Man at long on does the fielding. Yeah, strange one that. I mean, Graham Pavey was making great strides towards that.
Oh, yeah,
combo.
he would have taken it, but the problem was he actually slowed down because Peter Jensen was coming across his line. He didn't want a collision, so... And here we go. Actually, Phil Jackson, see how flexible he is? He coaches the Chicago Bulls. He can bowl leg spin and do everything. Phil Jackson. Now he's bowling to Monty Douglas.
Well, if you think Andrew Walsh hits it hard, and you think Glenn Pearce hits it hard, and he certainly does. If Monty Douglas connects with one,
Those houses are in trouble.
yeah, he hits it harder than both of them.
Yeah.
But he has been out for a couple of ducks on this tour. Very uncharacteristic by Monty. He just watches that one from Jackson. The final delivery of the over outside the off stump. Nothing doing.
But even just walking to the crease, he looks like a powerful man. And, you know, being over 60, you're supposed to start getting a little bit older or a bit more experienced. We don't call it old, we call it more experienced. But he just looks powerful when he comes to the crease.
Yeah, he certainly is a very, very powerful man.
So it's 2 for 78 now after the 18 overs. So England have lost 1 for 3 off 3 overs, 16, 17 and 18 over mark. So all of a sudden there's the pressure that's been built up with there's only been 3 runs in the last 3 overs and lost a wicket. So Australia's starting to tighten the screws now, and it'll be interesting to see how England respond.
They are, but I've got a feeling that Mel is saying, because he knows Peter Judd inside out, will try and not get him to settle. It may be him taking a risk or two.
So Hussein again pushes out to mid-off, takes a single on the run. And we could be in the firing line here in our commentary position because we've got Mark Trafford Walker in front of us. So hopefully Mark will take whatever we need. And Monty Douglas is on strike to Peter Judd. As Trafford Walker looks like he's actually at the duck shoot in Sideshow Alley, walking sideways, waiting for the bullet to come. It was outside off stump, and Douglas just shoulders arms, leg goes through to Orlando. Orlando. We're out there, Orlando. No, probably wrong. Anyhow. This next ball's outside off stump. And has been smacked down to Trafford Walker. And Peter Judd thought about putting his hand down to stop it and then thought better of it.
Yeah,
because it was
wise
hit.
decision. That was crunched back straight past him.
It was smoked. And Hussein launches one. So not where he intended it to go, but it goes through point in the air. And
Look at the arm.
once again, Pavey does all the work out there and keeps it to 2. So another 2 to the total. All of a sudden now, a bit more urgency shown by the England batsman.
Yeah, as I said at the start of this over, Gambo, you cannot let Peter Judd settle. And I know it's something that Mel Hussein's been talking about. Going to look to be positive against him if he can. Or a rare wide delivery, but no harm done. Straight to Pavey at cover.
But of course, you know, his brother said the same thing about Shane Warne, and that didn't work for 5 Ashes. So, you know.
Well, in fairness, there were 500 odd other victims who would say the same.
Yeah, they all said the same thing. All short. And absolutely whacked out to Cow Corner for 4. A rare short ball from Judd. And Hussain was all over it. Hitting it for 4. So at the end of the 19th over, England now 2 for 86.
Yeah, with that 4, Mel Hussein moves on to 34. His third boundary.
Starting to look a little bit ominous. Yeah, it must be after 2 o'clock, is it? Yeah, I'm getting too much blood in my alcohol system. And of course, we hope you drink responsibly wherever you are. And in the UK right now, it's morning time. What have we got? 7 hours would be 8 hours would be 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Some people have been watching us for 3 hours, and we've put the rest of the country to sleep.
Well, a big thank you to everyone who tunes into this stream. I know people back in the UK. 2 a.m. start, 10 o'clock local here. But of course, we've got people from England and Australia, all over the world, different time zones. I know they've been checking in through the course of this series. Oh my goodness me. Well, there is a fielder out there.
Just whacked out to deep extra cover by Monty Douglas. This one's tossed up, and the same characteristically out. The Pavey has a shot at stumps. And if it had been a direct hit, it would have been close, but Hussain, well run. Credit where credit's due, took the fielder on and survived, and now calling for a drink. This one's a flatter, quicker ball from Jackson, and Douglas just pushes it back to up the wicket, where Jackson does his own fielding. I'm sure Jackson's missing the Chicago Bulls and especially Michael Jordan, but that finishes the 20th over. And 2 for 88. The score for England, chasing 223 to win. So another 135 off 25 overs. So the rate's still around that five runs an over mark. So
it is. I'll just do a quick calculation in my head. 4.4
yes.
runs and over the current run rate by England. And the required run rate 5.40.
Yes. That's fantastic, Rash. The Ascension Island should be Rash Mahmood Island by now. Working that out. Out of calculator, in his head.
Well, folks, watching this stream, wherever you are, please get in touch with us. Use the live chat function. Anything that's on your mind. As Glenn Pearce comes towards the commentary position. Moving quite a straightish long off.
Judd coming into Hussain, full cover drive, only as far as Jensen, doesn't get through. So Judd here facing the Hussain onslaught. This one's outside off stump, and Hussain tries to run the ball down past the vacant first slip position and doesn't make contact. A little bit upset with himself at that one too, because he knew that it was a shot that had great risk and little reward. Again comes in, out to Pavey. Pavey just picks it up like he was shelling a pea, even though we're saying hit it straight out of the middle of the bat. Judd in again, and this time saying more circumspect and just pushes it down the wicket back to Judd. There's a famous footballer, of course, in Western Australia called Chris Judd, Aussie rules footballer. Pretty sure no relation to Peter Judd. And Peter Judd comes in now, and Nasser is saying, looking for that one, as his brother would have done many years ago at the Wacker. Mal Hussein puts it straight through cover for 4. Pierce the field with inch-perfect timing and inch-perfect placement.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Peter Jensen. Well, he's the man that wide-ish mid-off. And past him is Glenn Pearce at long off. And Darren Smith out on the deep extra cover boundary. But it was hit so well that they had no chance of getting there. Wonderful shot from Hussein. He moves on to 39 now. His 4th boundary of the innings.
And what can Judd come up with now? That's the question, Rash. He's in now bowling to Hussein. This one's outside off stump, and Hussein just pokes it to the man at short third man, and there's no run. So 4 runs coming from that over. And England, after 21 overs, 2 for 92. And Hussein is now on 39, and my favourite player, Monty Douglas, is on 2, and I'm just waiting him to launch one into the stratosphere, because he looks like he's capable of doing that at any minute.
Well, these two have batted very, very well together throughout this calendar year. Monty normally goes at a runner ball, just been a bit watchful. Plays that powerfully out. That's that's another misfield by Peter Jensen. Didn't get down to it. Allows Douglas to stroll through for a single. One more to the total. Then 93 for 2. England chasing 223 runs to win.
Yeah, I think it probably just bounced in front of the fielder there at point.
Yeah, good effort from TP, Tony Panacasio. Hit very powerfully from Mel Hussein. I think it just, as Cambo says, just bounced in front of him, but wonderful effort. One more to the total then. Oh, that should be out. And it is. Oh, Douglas goes cheaply again. It's him back in his crease. Trying to use his brute force, but holds straight to the fielder at wideish mid-off. Well, England lose their 3rd wicket. Australia will be delighted to see the back of Monty Douglas. Caught Graham Pavey. Bowled Bill Jackson for 3. Game on.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. I was looking for Douglas to actually launch one into the stratosphere and didn't quite get onto it, and hit it straight to Pavey. Pavey is the linchpin to this Australian fielding unit, because he's taking all the positions where most of the balls are going to go to. He's at cover for Hussein. He was at cover there for Monty Douglas. Took the catch above his head, and Monty Douglas departs for only 3 runs. Uncharacteristically quiet, according to my co-commentator, who you must know because he's been on the tour and he's seen them play everywhere. Because that's what happens when you get Ascension Island dollars. They do relate very well back to British pounds, and you can travel the world.
Oh, joking aside, that's a massive wicket for Australia. They know how destructive Monty Douglas can be. And just mentioned at the start of the over, he was a bit bit circumspect, a bit watchful. That time, well, he just tried to use brute force, and a powerful a man that he is, when you're trying to use brute force and you don't get all of it, and particularly when you've got a player like Graham Pavey out there, another decent catch above his head. As soon as he was in the air, you just knew he wasn't going to drop it. Well, Australia right back in it. 94 for 3 England in their pursuit of 223 as the England skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, who's been in sparkling form, comes out. Now, he only knows one way to play.
Well, he got a round of applause from the Australian team when he came on as the captain, and I hope he plays regally since he is in line for the British crown at some point.
Yep, absolutely. But he only knows one way. Now, if it works for you, you walk off a hero. If it doesn't, you get pelters.
And a very pleasant gentleman. Lucky enough to have lunch across the table from him at lunchtime and have a quick chat. And off the mark straight away with a single. Thinks about the second. But genuine edge off the bowling of Phil Jackson there. So off the mark though, straight away. Gives the strike back to Hussain. And Hussein's doing his best impersonation of a former England captain in Nasser Hussain. They should do an impression because they're brothers, of course. Jackson in, Hussain forward, watchful, pushes out to the covers and there's no run. It's like watching a video replay of when Nasser was batting years ago. Had the good fortune or misfortune to play against Nasser Hussain at his club side when he was about 16, way back then. And that completes the Jackson over, a successful one for him. And England now move on to 3 for 95. And that's after 22 overs. The captain for England, Gordon Lennox, has gone in to join Hussain. And they're still looking for that 223 runs for victory. Three for 95, and Peter Judd will continue the attack for Australia from this northern end. He's going to be bowling to the England captain, Gordon Lennox, or as we've nicknamed him, we've got the Aussie hyphen and the English hyphen.
Yeah, the English hyphen.
I'm sure he won't worry of that title. We could make it the Sir hyphen.
Well, I think you've just blown your chance of a knighthood.
Well, we don't give them out anymore. We don't give them out anymore.
Honorary knighthood.
I don't know why, but there we are. Judd bowling to Gordon Lennox, and he just pushes the first one down to wide mid-off. Takes the single. Gordon Lennox picks up the ball because Peter Judd missed it. Darren Smith is in front of our commentary position, which is not a bad thing, because at least we know the ball from Hussain, if it gets whacked in this direction, that Darren Smith will catch it, which is good. One less thing to worry about. Oh, and this one's beaten Hussain outside off stump, played and missed, and didn't do a lot. The ball just kept its line. And as we said in the earlier commentary, a famous Yorksman once said, went down the Piccadilly line and should have gone down the Northern line. And that's exactly what Hussain should have done.
Yeah, he did. He had a little nibble in the previous over as well, Cambo, if you remember. So, Peter Judd just on that nagging length and line.
This one's looking for the quick single, and Hussain sends his captain back.
But this is what he does, Peter Judd. He's, and I mean no disrespect by this, but he's just such an annoying bowler. And I mean that with the utmost respect. He's just line and length all the time, puts it on the spot. But having said that, Hussein decides to take some offensive action, slaps it out to the Aussie hyphen, Mark Trafford Walker at log on. One more to the total then, 97 for 3. He moves on to 41.
And the England captain now. And always a prize wicket for any Australian is the England captain. As the sea breeze returns, went away there for a little while. Must have been the doctor making a house call. As Judd comes in, bowls to Gordon Levitt, and well fielded by Jensen, the opposite number, captain of Australia, and keeps the scoring rate to 1.
Well, 67 years young Peter Jensen, scampering across the ground. It's a very, very pleasant afternoon here now.
Yeah, the doctor's gone on a house call, but he'll be back shortly, I'm sure. This one from Hussein, cross-batted down to mid-on for another single. Yeah, it just keeps the scoring rate ticking along. And that completes the 23rd over. And after 23 overs, England are now 3 for 99. So 4 runs off that over. Of course, 223 for victory, so they need another 124. And that's off a further 22 overs. So you're getting pretty tight at the top here, Rash.
Yep, it certainly is. Oh, dear.
Oh. The same, just reached that one and pushed it down to mid-on with a cross bat for another single. Jackson bowling to Gordon Levitt. Gordon Levitt forward in defence. No run. I think the game's getting to the critical stage now, Rash, where something's got to break. Either England have got to have one big over to break the shackles, or Australia are going to take multiple wickets in an over.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
It's getting to that point.
And I think it's going to be interesting, the approach that Ed Gordon-Lennox takes. If you watch this delivery from Jackson, just pushes out into the offside. Good running by him.
Yeah, Jensen does the fielding, but went with the ball when they went with the strike as he went for the single. So it's going to be interesting. Jackson again. Looking for 2. Gordon Levitt quick out of the blocks, but then Hussein decided against it.
Conversely, that's not too bad. That's 3 singles from the first 4 deliveries. You get another single off the remaining 2 deliveries. You'll be happy with that, going along at 4 and over.
This one, Gordon Lennox forward, just pushes back to Phil Jackson. It's it just feels like it's going to break at some point.
Yes. Oh, and Ed Gordon-Lennox that time. It was a quicker, flatter delivery from Jackson, and Gordon-Lennox picked up on it. Tried to fetch it from outside off stump. Just slapped it straight into the ground off the bottom edge. Dribbled out onto the leg side. So a good over from Jackson, just a 3 from it. 102 for 3, England, 24 gone.
Yeah, so 3 for 102. So now the equation is 121 runs to win off 21 overs. So still with a bit of work to do here, England.
There is indeed, Gambo. I'll just interrupt you because that run rate, that's crept up. It's now required run rate of 5.76 per over. Current run rate at 4.25. well, from Australia's point of view, they will want another couple of overs like that last one from Phil Jackson. England, I agree with you 100%. It just feels like it's bubbling up.
The cusp is coming, I think.
The cusp is coming, sir. Absolutely.
It's just starting to, the rate's starting to get up, because every time you take 4 runs and over, it doesn't matter, because that still creeps your rate up. So unless you're going at a 6 runs and over for 3 overs, it'll creep your rate down. But if you keep going at 4, which everybody says, oh yeah, that's not bad, 4 out of 6. The problem is your rate keeps going up. So with 15 overs to go or 12 overs to go, all of a sudden the rate's gone to 6.5, and you've forgotten how it got there.
Absolutely, and that makes it so much more imperative that if you do get a rare bad ball, you must capitalise on it. Big boundaries out here, lightning quick outfield, however. So, yeah, just to break the shackles, a boundary. With Peter Judd, he's going to continue from this northern end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19 so far.
Well, the difference is, of course, is that it's a big ground, but it's a big ground to defend too. So every time you hit the ball should be 2 if you place it in the right spot. So plays and misses, and Darren Smith in front of us here, I think, was trying to con Hussein in saying that it swung, to be honest. He comes in now, bowls. Hussein down, hits it straight to Jensen, and there's no run at extra cover. And this is going to be a key part of the game here, because drinks are in another 5 overs. As our drinks waiter comes and gives us a drink, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Because it is starting to get a little bit warmer out here in the commentary box, because as the sun is setting in the west, Rash,
Yep.
our great shelter is going to have the sun bearing down on it, as it's starting to creep across already. But Jensen in again to Hussein forward. No chance of a run. Very civilised way of playing cricket, though. Every 15 overs have a spell. It's very civilised.
It is indeed.
This one's outside off stump, and Hussein drags it to wide mid-on and should come back for 2, and he does. So 2 more to Hussein. Hussein closing in on a well-deserved 50. Another 2 to the total. This one's wide outside off stump and hit to Graham Pavey, and yes, watchers, you know what the story is with that. It ain't going anywhere except back to the keeper. So after 25 overs, England are now 3 for 105. Only 3 runs off that over, and as we said previously, if you're not getting more than 5, that pushes your rate up again. So the rate's gone up again, but 20 overs left in this match, and England's to require 118 to win, and the rate is almost at 6.
It is 5.90 now. It's Jackson to continue from the river end. Mel Hussein on strike. Full toss by Jackson this time. Hussein gleefully accepts it. Hits it into the deep on the leg side. 2 more to him, 2 more to the total then, 107 for 3.
And the other thing, Rash, you can see that they're saying starting to get a little bit tired because he's losing his shape when he's going for those shots down the ground. So he's starting to get a little bit of fatigue, but the hot weather probably starting to take an effect because the England team have been in hot weather all week and their third game in 4 days. So just starting to get a little bit tired.
Yeah, it's a really good point that. We're playing in 98 plus degrees 2 days ago. And that following a game that didn't move from 35 degrees the previous day. A lot of these England boys played back to back. Then the 2-hour coach journey from Bunbury up to Perth. And it was warm in that Australian batting innings for the England boys. Only about 28. It's been a welcome relief for them, but still going to take its toll. And yeah, he's just looking a bit laboured. Well, he has done for the last couple of overs, Melisane. Some uncharacteristic little wafts outside the off stump from the bowling of Peter Judd.
All in readiness now for Jackson again. Gone. Absolutely gone. Was getting tired, and that was a shot of a tired batsman. And Hussain departs now after an entertaining innings, but England lose their 4th wicket. And now they currently Hussain out for 47. Deserved 50, 47 off 71 balls. Batted really, really well. But you could see in those last couple of overs, Rash, he was getting tired. And England lose their 4th wicket. They're now 4 for 107.
Well, the writing was on the wall. Mark Campbell, my co-commentator today, Campbell, he said it, I mentioned it, he looked very, very weary, Melisane. He's getting a well-deserved round of applause. It was a fine innings from England's point of view. They would have dearly loved him to go on and complete a half-century and go on from there. Really, really intriguing this now. Australia right back in it.
As we said, Rash, the bubble was coming. And whoever was going to blink first was going to lose. And unfortunately for England and England supporters, Hussain blinked. And that's all it took. Another wicket to Australia.
And again, England, as has been their wont on this tour, 75 for 1 they were. And Mark Eames dismissed 75 for 2, 94 for 3 with the dismissal of Monty Douglas, and now 104 for 7. 32 runs added for the loss of 3 wickets. And it's Nick Gaywood, who normally opens the batting for England, and he's had some tough times, but really has shown tremendous dedication and application, while wickets have tumbled all around him. Coming in unaccustomed position, but he's an excellent striker of the ball. Now, I've no idea what's going on in the middle. Umpires Johnson and Lamb having a discussion. Ed Gordon-Lennox is sticking his 2 pennies worth in. The Australian skipper's there as well. Any idea what that's about? Well, we're all none the wiser. Well, I can't tell you what that was about, folks, I'm afraid. Well, another wicket for Australia here. And I'd say that they would be well on top. England got a knuckle down. Made such a good start as well. Would have been happy at 75 for 2. In the 17th over, good bowling from Jackson and Judd. It's pulled Australia right back into it, and that's stumping. Of Melisane for 47 off 71 balls with 4 fours. Good work by Claude Orlando. Nice take. Off the bowling of Phil Jackson. Brings Nick Gaywood onto strike. Left-hander.
And the big thing now is, Rash, that England get themselves into a hole because they were trying to whack the ball too hard and hitting fielders rather than just placing the ball. A bit like what Graham Pavey did. Just place the ball and take off and get the single and kept the scoring rate ticking over. Whereas England have more or less decided that they're whacking the ball as hard as they can to a fielder and then, missing 3 and then hitting a single. Which is not how you play limited overs cricket, really. Oh, that could be wide. Oh, no. Not called by the umpire. So England now 4 for 107 at the end of 26 overs. Still 116 required for victory. 19 overs left. So its run rates now is over 6.
It is indeed 6.11. We face some very, very good and concerted bowling from Australia.
What a good guess that was. I was hoping you were going to say that. See, that's how commentators work together. I was hoping you were going to say that.
Absolutely, my friend. Ooh, where's that breeze come from?
That's the doctor. He's come back from his appointment.
Goodness me.
And is now going to blow for the rest of the day. The Fremantle doctor is back. And everyone's going to breathe a sigh of relief, especially our English visitors who have had the back end of the warmest weather for the year so far. Sam Davis giving us fielding in front of us now. As Judd coming in, bowls to Gordon Lennox, and he can't beat the field. And this is where England are getting bogged down because they're just not taking the singles.
And it's also where Australia are exceptionally good, marshalled magnificently well by Peter Jensen. He can sense it. And right on cue. And that really should have gone towards mid-wicket from the England skipper, but just trying to hit it too hard, slapped it straight down the ground. Sam Davis just trots from his position in front of us to do the fielding. Just the one more to the total.
Well, that's happened a couple of times because Gordon Lennox has just done it then. Hussain was doing it when he was batting. My favourite player, Monty Douglas, because I just reckon the name's fantastic. He tried to muscle one over as well rather than just use the simple method of batting, which is placing and timing.
Yeah, it is. But Australia, as they've shown throughout this series, when they sense an opportunity, when they sense that the opposition are either just getting bogged down or trying to do things that they're not comfortable with, they put the hammer down. And Peter Judd making loads of changes to his field. Right-hand, left-hand combination, of course, with Nick Gaywood now taking strike.
And for all that English viewers, because it's 7:30 in England right now, welcome to Perth and College Park, the western suburbs in commentary. Rash Mahmood and Mark Campbell-Cambo in commentary. And this one's hit through mid-wicket for another 1. Thought about the second, but only got the single. And one more to the English total. 4 for 108.
Yeah, that really should have been 2. Bill Blair, he was right on the boundary edge. He has got a good arm. But you fancy there should have been 2 there, and it's those little opportunities that start to accumulate, that start ramping the pressure right onto these England batsmen. 109 for 4 then. Peter Judd Really good spell of bowling from him.
And I'm working on the Aussie hyphen that's going to take a catch here in a minute.
You're absolutely itching for that, aren't you?
I
EGL,
am.
call MTW.
Yes, absolutely. We haven't got any other hyphens, but I'll tell you what, that'll be fantastic. As Judd into bowl, and this one forward in defence. And after 27 overs, England are now 4 for 109. Only 2 off that over. And, well, being an Aussie, I've got a smile on my face. But because I have an affinity with England and I have English friends and all that sort of stuff, I'm feeling that England have hit a wall here. Rash?
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's been the tandems, Peter Judd from the northern end, Phil Jackson from the river end. I mean, Peter Judd, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 24, and Jackson, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 wicket for 24. Just doing what the skipper wants them to do, increasing the pressure on the England boys, as they have done all series. Oh, that's a big shot. Don't want to run in for that.
Just depend on whether it's gone for 4 or 6. Oh, it hasn't gone.
No, it hasn't gone. That's unbelievable.
Rory McIlroy would have been happy with that approach shot to the 18th at St Andrews.
Oh, it was a wonderful pick-up by Nick Gaywood. But, well, in the end, it was just 2. Out to deep mid-wicket.
And, of course, if Graham Pavey was there, it would have been a 3 for sure.
Oh, well, there's a rarity. That's misfielded by Graham Pavey.
Yeah, that one's gone for 4. I gave him a rap, and that's what he does to you. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nicely timed by Nick Gaywood, but you'd expect a fielder of Pavey's quality to stop that. Well, 6 from the first 2 deliveries. Just what England required. That's gone as well. Long chase for the fielder out there. Oh, one-handed. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of work. Fantastic bit of work out there. Peter Judd running to his left. One-handed. And a good throw-in. Just a 1. But 7 from the first 3 deliveries. Exactly what England required.
Oh, almost a caught and bowled chance there, just over the head. But another great bit of fielding down there at long off. Saved 4. And I think Gordon Lennox has made his intentions known. He doesn't want the throne, he just wants to win.
Yeah, well, this is what England really should be doing, to try and knock these Australian bowlers out of their stride. They've had it their own way for, I'd say, the last 10. To be
At
honest,
least, yeah.
you know, they've got to do something to knock them out of their stride. 1s and 2s. Yep, perfectly good that. You've got your boundary early in the over. 1s and 2s, suddenly, like you said, Cambo, hit the bad ball away, take your 1s and 2s, you've got 10 and over. Rather than trying to smash the ball, mistime it straight to a fielder, you end up with 3 and over.
Simple game.
Simple
cricket, isn't
game,
it?
yeah.
Now, only if we could get that to the younger players of the next generations coming up, that would be fantastic.
It's just hair 'em, scare 'em, smash it into the stands, and there you go. Well, that's a very, very good over for England.
10 off that over, 4 for 119.
Yeah, 11 in the end. Yeah, they go up to 120 for 4.
Oh, 120.
And I'm joining me and Cambo in the commentary area. Always good to hear his thoughts. Watto, Kev Watson. Kev, good to have you with us, my friend. It's very finely poised.
It's in the balance, and I just want it noted at 20-4, with 27 overs gone in the 4th ODI. Pavey misfields 1.
No, it's
definitely in the balance. Another fantastic game of cricket. I think we're on. What do we need? A runner ball, just over a runner ball. So it's there with enough batting. We bat well down. I know they've got bowlers to come back on, but this could be a great finish.
Yep, certainly could.
Oh, while you're here, Kev, what was it like bowling in the 9th over and then getting asked by your captain to come back and bowl in about the 40th over? What was that like?
Well, I was trying to hide in the outfield, but he saw me, unfortunately. No, it is a bit of a plan that, ideally I'd probably like to bowl 9 on the spin, but especially if it's coming out well, which it wasn't too bad first spell. But I'm probably the one that would come back if required. So it is a bit of a plan to do that.
And were you inspired by Freddie Truman?
Well, everybody should be inspired by Freddie. Yeah.
You being a Yorkshireman, of course.
Well, of course. If I had a quarter of his pace, I'd be happy.
Have you got any Fred Truman stories there, Kevin? Are they okay to broadcast?
It's okay to broadcast. Yeah, I'll Judy's bowl this one. Apparently he went in, I think, at number 10 or 11 in a test match, I believe, against India, early 60s probably. And I don't know who were batting at other end, but they said, right, there's only 3 balls to go in day. We'll just pat it back, come back and bat tomorrow. And first ball, Freddie hit it out at ground. And that's typical of, typical of any Yorkshireman probably. I'll just do it my way and, who cares what anybody else thinks. No, a fantastic ball. I mean, what did he get? 300 and odd?
307
test wickets in 50 or 60 tests, something like that.
He was 60
odd tests, wasn't he?
67 test matches, 307 wickets.
Yeah.
67 tests.
Yeah, I think him and Lance Gibbs, if I remember right, are very similar on numbers, I think.
Yeah, Lance Gibbs got 309. He broke the record in 1975, 76 out here. Yeah, useless.
Well, hey, listen,
No,
I
I'm
wasn't
not.
far off with that one.
No, you weren't.
Plucked it out of the air.
You being a Yorkshireman, though, it's a bit like Australia. Everybody knows Don Bradman's batting average. You should know how many tests Freddie played and how many wickets he got.
Yeah.
So...
Don't get me started on Jeff Boycott. I'm handing back to Rosh. It's been great to speak to you, fellas.
He's still batting. What are you talking about?
Cheers, Watto. Gavin Watson, folks. Yorkshire skipper.
I do have one story of an Englishman where Western Australia was lucky to have Tony Locke come over here from Surrey, played in the 60s.
Yeah.
And he had
Laker.
a indoor cricket school down at the Wacker, and we used to do pre-season training there. And the question was asked, because the big debate about night watchmen, do you have them, do you not have them, all that sort of stuff. And he's turned around and we asked Tony Locke, because he'd played test matches for England, of course. 4 for 100 and... Is it
120, yeah, maiden over by Peter Judd. So after Phil Jackson going to 11 in the over before, just what his skipper would have wanted. Pressure back on England.
So we asked Tony Locke the question, Mr. Locke, have you ever, because he was an elderly gentleman at that stage, Mr. Locke, were you ever asked to be a night watchman? And he said, Peter May, my captain at Surrey and England, asked me. Oh, it's a massive hit for 6. Look out!
Well, there were
Gordon
shouts of
Lennox.
catch. There were shouts of catch. Sam Davis is out there. God, he's just gone as far as Mark Eames had to go. That's gone miles.
That one ball there was one that the guy listening to the 4th race at Ascot, which is our racecourse here, would be picking up off the car park and sending back. I ain't catching that. Anyhow, he said, yes, I was asked once by my captain Peter May against the West Indies at Lords to go in as night watchman. And we said, what happened? I said, I had 10 minutes to bat and I was out second ball for 6. He never asked me again.
I love hearing old stories like that.
Oh, dear me.
Well, this is Phil Jackson's final over, and he got the treatment first delivery. And with that 6, they know they can just push it around for the remaining 4 deliveries of this over. And that'll be a nice return, cancelling out Peter Judd's maiden the previous over.
Yeah, but you can't be doing that. He's still
Well,
going to get a single off it.
that was short and wide outside the off stump, and Ed Gordon-Lennox just let it go. Chance gone begging, really. There's an opportunity to score 1, if not 2.
Yeah, the old stories. You read all the old cricket books, and the way they used to carry on were fantastic.
Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely brilliant.
There's another one up. It's in the air, and it's looks like it's gone for 4 runs. So 10 off the over so far from the bat of Ed Gordon-Lennox. Look out, wherever you are. Don't move, because this is going to go right down to the wire now. This is giving England some impetus.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just for a moment, Sam Davis out there. Deep, wide-ish mid-wicket, looked interested, but 2 lusty blows in this over from the England skipper. And plays an orthodox defensive shot. That completes Phil Jackson's 9 overs. He's bowled them straight through from the river end. 30 overs gone here. Drinks will be taken. 15 overs to go after this. England have reached 130 for 4, and Phil Jackson 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 45.
Yeah, good return. Unfortunately for Jackson, the last over went for 10 and 4 for 130 now. So they need 93 runs to win off 15 overs. So the rate's still at 6, but I tell you what, with Gordon Lennox, I should say, doing that 10 runs and over off Jackson, makes a big dent in the rate. Still 6 and over, still need to keep going.
Well, comparable score, if I remember rightly, Australia at the 30 over point were 127.
4 for 127, England 4 for 130.
And we saw what Darren Smith and Peter Judd did out there in the last 15 overs for Australia.
Yep.
Getting them up to 222, or 222, as the late great Richie Benno used to say.
Yes.
It's on, finally poised.
As they used to say back in the 80s, it's on like Donkey Kong. Don't you worry about that.
But it's been a good advert for seniors cricket, this. Really competitive affair. You'd expect nothing less between Australia and England, but both sides packed full of talent.
Even in Tiddlywinks, you would expect nothing less, to be honest.
I mean, this England, it was a great start by England. 75 for 1. And then 32, 33 more runs added, 3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 for 32, or 3 for 32 in that little period, which hurt them a little bit between the 16th over and the 26th over. That really was, that 10 overs belonged to Australia. And then, England lost another wicket in the 26th over. There was Hussain out for 47. Score was 4 for 107. These guys have put on 23, with Gordon Lennox doing most of that scoring. But Nick Gaywood is holding his end up as a left-hander. So 2 left-handers at the crease. And going to be interesting in the last 15 overs as Drinks are on the field. As we said, the comparison, 4 for 127 at 30 overs Australia, 4 for 130 at 30 overs England. So England morally ahead right now. Rash, if they can say morally ahead these days, or are we too PC for that?
Yeah, I think we can say that, but it's just so finely balanced. That last over from Phil Jackson, it's got England into a position, hasn't it? I mean, you take that last Phil Jackson over out, and then England suddenly need over 100 in this 15 over. It's a psychological thing.
Yeah.
You're underneath the 100 now, 93 to win. cricket, you know, things get into cricketers' heads. We know that batsmen look at the scores and they know this and they know that and the scoring
And it
rate.
doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter how old you are. You would think at over 60s level, there's cricketers there with plenty of experience, played plenty of cricket. You know, probably been playing cricket for almost 50 years, but it still affects them.
Well, it's going to be interesting. This is Peter Judd from the Northern End. It's his final over. He's bowled 8 overs at 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 24 so far. A fantastic spell of bowling from him. Going to be interesting who replaces Phil Jackson at the River End and who replaces Judd at this end. But here we go then. First delivery after drinks. Okay, would mistimes that back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And Gordon Lennox just hands the ball back to Judd. I'll tell you what, when Gordon Lennox is out there, he's one of the best fielders in the ground, to be honest. But Judd from this Northern End pushes out for a single. Jensen shies at the stumps. I tell you what, a direct hit there would have been interesting. But Gaywood gets off strike, left-hander. And the England captain, Gordon Lennox, back on strike. Field placings as you'd expect, left and right combinations. So Judd into Lennox. Lennox pulls back and cross bats it down to long on just for a single. And once again, probably missed his mark there, where it was short enough and just didn't place it. And Judd going to bowl this next ball to Gaywood, the left-hander. Gaywood, swing and a miss. Ooh. And a bottom edge goes past the keeper.
Look at the big O. Go, Claude Orlando. Go, Claude. Go.
And Orlando chases that one down to third man. And they make 3. So, bottom edge. Gaywood lined that one up to hit it into the practice wickets. Missed. And got the bottom edge and it ran away down the hill for another 3. So what has Judd got now? 3 balls left.
2, Cambo.
2 balls left. Trying to get through this last over. He's bowled 9 on the bounce. And this one's next is full. Pushes into the covers. And Pavey feigns to throw it, but doesn't. And another single to Gordon Lennox. Gordon Lennox is now 21 not out. Waiting for Judd. Bowls this one to Gaywood. Outside off stump, bottom edge. And it's gone through the vacant mid-on position for a single. And Darren Smith comes off the fence to collect. And that completes the Judd over. After 31 overs, England now 4 for 137. And Rash, have you got Judd's bowling figures there?
I have, my friend. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 31. 9 overs off the bounce from this Northern End. Doing exactly what his skipper would want. I think that's a really good return. 3.4 runs per over. Just doing the job for his skipper. Phil Jackson, well, he's completed from the other end. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45. Got a bit of tap towards the end of his spell, but bowled very, very well indeed. Going to be interesting to see who takes over. And I fancy it's going to be TP.
Benicasio?
I've got a hunt. It is, yeah. And I've got a fancy as well. Let's see if I'm going to be right. I reckon it's going to be Bill Blair from this Northern End. That's my bet.
Well, Benicasio bowled really well. What was his figures in his first spell?
Well, Tony bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. We were a bit surprised, weren't we, that he was removed from the attack. But yep, he's on. Nick Gaywood knows all about him.
Coming from that river end and a quick single, and Thry at the stumps at the bowler's end, hits the batter on the way through. Nothing untoward about that. Gaywood will just shake that one off, but gets a single. And all of a sudden, Gaywood getting busy now and getting the ones that England have been missing. Rash, which is a bit amazing, to be honest, that they're starting to do it now. They're getting a sniff of victory.
Yeah, it's all going to be about pacing your ins, but it's recognising your opportunities. I couldn't put it better myself, Cambo. You said it. Listen, big field here, big oval to defend. Just push the ones, look for the twos. Oh, Ed Godin-Lennox just ignoring my advice and just slaps it straight back down the ground, but it's just for one. But that's what Australia did very, very well in this this period from 30 overs to 45. Darren Smith and Peter Judd.
With the occasional 4 from Darren Smith. Darren Smith 47 not out. Peter Judd 20 not out.
Ooh.
Lennox just tries to
me.
get it fine as he could down to
Gaywood.
fine leg. Gaywood, and it's an absolute teaser. Pulls up a yard before or a metre before the boundary.
I will say this though, we saw in the Australians that would have been 3 with Graham Pavey out there. Just a 2. And at the end of the day, you don't know how much that is going to make a difference, but a bit of hard running there. You could have got 3. Phil had a long way to go, and he wasn't going to reach the wicket keeper with a direct throw.
Yeah, difficult to remember. You've got to throw the ball. I don't know if you can see it on our broadcast, but the boundaries here are 65 metres. So the player picks up the ball. He's got to throw it 65 metres and flat. As this one,
Goodness me,
from Gaywood is hit out to deep mid-wicket, and they get another 2. So if you can't see it on our broadcast, you've got 65 metres and the field has to pick it up, then throw it hard enough and flat enough to follow 65 metres right next to the keeper. So it's always a 3 on the arm. This one's just paddled late cut. So all of a sudden the runs are flowing. England making a run, but that completes the 32nd over.
Yeah, 7 from the over without taking too many risks. 144 for 4 then, 32 gone.
And on the 32nd over, as a comparison, Australia were 4 for 138. So England, 6 runs to the good.
And it is going to be them fine margins, Cambo. England looking at it, they'll know that 79 more runs to win. Well within their reach, but they'll also be mindful of the fact that another couple of wickets here.
Well, there was 11 runs off the 43rd over and then 9 off the last. Now, if you're chasing and you're looking at 9 runs off the last, a little bit more difficult than if you're setting where you don't care, you can just throw your bat at it.
Well, Peter Jensen has obviously heard my comments and completely ignored me. It's going to be Darren Smith to come back from the northern end.
You give them a rap and that's what they do to you.
5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Darren in his opening spell. Again, just doing what his skipper would want.
You gave him a rap and that's what happens.
Oh, that's
leading edge from Gaywood.
Yeah, looking to turn that into the leg side. Got completely squared up. Leading edge flew out in the air of the offside, but luckily nowhere near a fielder. 1 more to the total then. 145 for 4.
Darren Smith will be looking to get a couple of wickets here, just to slow the rate down a little bit. Wide outside off stump, that one. Knocked down by Panicasio. Sam Davis giving some geeing up the troops in the field.
Oh, that's
That
gone.
one's coming
That's
to us.
cool.
Catch that one, Rash. Rash, you didn't catch it, mate. What's going on? Well, you were in the van there.
Well, in my younger days, I might have done, but with a dodgy hip, hamstring, calf, shoulder.
Come on, mate. When we get to our age, we don't have hamstrings and calves. That's a fallacy.
Well, Mark Trafford Walker retrieves the ball. Just some quick messages from a Cambo and Kevin Grant. Lovely looking ground. No sight screens. No, none at all.
No,
That's
no
the
sight
feature of
screens.
Australian grounds.
We have
Dave Wakeling, good morning from England. Joined at an interesting and critical point in the game. You certainly have, Dave.
Yes, Dave. We do have side screens in Australia, but not at this ground. This is what they call a sub-district or suburban turf ground. So that's why we don't have side screens here. Oh, it's a full toss. And push down for one for mid-off. But Nick Gaywood, gone the kitchen sink with that six. It was a fantastic shot.
He has that ability. He normally opens the batting. He's a supremely elegant batsman, and he's been really under the pump this series. Wickets tumbling all around him, and he's soldiered on.
This one's quicker from Smith.
Well, 9 from the over already. Just the final delivery to come. Can England eke out another couple of runs? Be a good over for them if they can. If they pass the 150 mark with that 6.
No run off that last ball, so England now 4 for 153. It's a beautiful looking ground, and we have real estate because there is actually 2 grounds on here. So there's another one into our left. This is our main ground, and we're playing on the far left side of the square. So that's why you can see. Well, we can't see it on the broadcast, but we can describe it for you. The boundary is very close to that other wicket. Normally it's sort of virtually further over, so they can use both wickets here if they want to. That's straight out to the man at long on. Great fielding, one-handed, taps it back in. I tell you what, that was fantastic. Definitely saved 2 runs, and another 2 to the total. 4 for 155. Raj.
Yeah, brilliant fielding out there. There's no lack of commitment from these boys. Hit very hard by Nick Gaywood. Just dabs that one. Oh, it's going to be quick.
Gonna be close.
And they are. Yep. Good run in.
All of a sudden, Rash, they've taken a leaf out of Pavey's book.
Yeah, but you were advocating that, really, and
Yes.
they've obviously listened to you. I fully agree with what you were saying. They're 2 very, very talented batsmen. They obviously got the power to hit the ball to anywhere they want, but doing what they're doing now, 2 and 1, so 3 off the first 2. Can they eke out another couple of singles? And then when the bad ball comes, punish them. 156 for 4 then. Nick Gaywood, and he's moved on to 31. Ed Gordon-Lennox 24. And this is good from Nick Gaywood. Going it better than a runner ball. Shackle's been released by him from his opening position.
And Gordon Lennox on strike. Tossed one up, and it's bowled him. A great ball from Panacasio. He has tossed that one up, and Gordon Lennox has tried to put it into the Swan River over the houses and has missed, and has got the serial number of the aeroplane going by.
Yeah, Ed Gordon-Lennox tossed up. Excellent, excellent bowling from Tony Panacasio. Flighted it, Ed Gordon-Lennox, well, his eyes lit up. He's out. Bowled Tony Panacasio for 24. Game on. 156 for 5 England, chasing 223 to win.
So 24 to Gordon Lennox, and more significantly than that, only 3 runs off this over in the 33rd, which is not what you really want at this stage.
Nope. 67 more runs required by England. But crucially, that wicket, as Jim Phillips makes his way out, and Jim played a very, very nice cameo at Marish Cricket Club, 30 odd, including 2 wonderful sixes over deep mid wicket. He's a good batsman in his own right. He's been in plenty of these situations. The only member of the tour, I believe, who toured in 2019, 69 years old, I think Jim Phillips is.
Dear oh dear. And he's still hitting sixes.
Yeah, yeah.
69.
Yeah, you wouldn't think to look at him. He's a really nice kid. I say kid, he's a really nice gentleman.
69 and you're calling him a kid. Dear oh dear. That's okay. He's a kid if he was dealing with 90-year-olds.
So, breakthrough for Australia.
Another twist in this game. Panicasio into Phillips, and Phillips just pushes that one back. Bowled some useful overs earlier in the day as well, Phillips. That one's played behind the pad and no run, and a successful over for Panicasio there. England now 5 for 156. A wicket in that over, and more importantly, or just as importantly, only 3 runs off too. So 11 overs to go. And England require another 67 to win off 11 overs. So still 6 runs and over. And that's going to be the key now, is scoreboard pressure. The Aussie hyphens coming back. At this end, Trafford Walker. First 2 overs got a little bit of tap. First 2 overs were none for... Yep, we'll get that in a second.
18, I think it was. Yeah, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18 for Mark Trafford Walker. Very, very uncharacteristic from him. Normally bowls 5-6 overs for probably about 12 or 13. Normally picks up a wicket as well. Did in the 3rd one-day international at Tanunda. His first over, getting rid of the England opener, Paul Radage. The ball probably just nipping away outside off stump and inducing the edge. Gobbled up by Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper. But 156 for 5 then, as Mark Trafford Walker comes in from the northern end. Nick Gayward on strike. Just watchful this time, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
And just as a comparison, Australia in the 34th over, 5 for 146. So England 10 runs to the good. Playing a miss. The old Piccadilly and Northern Line get a bit of a workout these days, don't they? Rash. Yeah, just down to the long off for a single. So 1 off this over so far, 3 balls bowled. And Jim Phillips is now on strike, the new batter. All Australia need hit a couple of overs with 2 or 3 runs off it, and that should just about be the ball game. Everything being equal and everything being fair.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. It's a really good point. Critical time in the game here. Nick Gayward, when you'd think England's hopes only rest with him. Jim Phillips, no slouch in his own right. Just got to regroup a touch, keep looking for those singles, try and get the 2s where they can.
Well, that's off stump, playing a miss. And Jim Phillips, where's he from in England?
He plays his cricket down in Kent.
He's a Kent man.
He is, opens the batting for Kent. Scored a shed load of runs this year. As I said, he's no slouch with the bat. And with this powerful England batting lineup, he's coming in 5 down. Oh,
Oh,
he's got him.
bowled him. Oh no, hasn't bowled him. What does that hit?
Well, I have
Oh.
no idea what's happened there.
Well, Lando looks like he's taken the ball, but I thought it clipped the stumps
Yeah.
on the way through. But the umpire's saying that Orlando took the bail off with his gloves as he's taken the ball.
Yep, that's exactly right.
So interesting. For all intents and purposes, it looked like he bowled him, but not to be. But we are 75 yards, 75 metres away from the action. As the Aussie hyphen comes in again, bowls this one full, and Phillips can just push it back down the wicket. So a good comeback by Trafford Walker there after getting some tap in the early overs, and after 35 overs, England now 5 for 157.
Yeah, just one run from that Mark Trafford Walker over. As Cambo says, really good comeback from him. 18 from his first 2 overs. Exactly what his skipper would want at this time. Australia really turning the screw here.
And
66 more runs required by England.
And Nick Gaywood is from where?
Well, he's originally from Devon. I'll just
Right.
break off as Tony Panicasio comes in.
He just tosses this one up and it just goes off to the leg side and there's no run.
He played for Devon and minor counties. He's a very accomplished batsman. Lives in Sheffield now, my home city. He lives in the south of Sheffield. I live in the north. Plays for the Collegiate Club.
Oh, okay.
Part of the Barmy Army.
And then asked for an appeal, and it's
Oh, he's given.
LBW. Came right across the wicket there, and the umpire adjudged him LBW. Gaywood doesn't look happy with the decision, but I don't think he's got anything to worry about because he went way across his stumps and just missed the straight one. So Panicasio picks up another wicket. That's LBW, and Gaywood out for... have a look at our scorecard.
Yep. Nick Gaywood, LBW, bowled Tony Panicasio for 32 off 33 deliveries. Well, we've gone England from 153 for 4 to 157 for 6.
Yeah, just losing wickets in clumps at the minute. Now you got 2 new batsmen at the crease. There's 10 overs left in the game, and England 5 for 157. At the comparison at the 35th over. Now, Australia were 6 for 154 at 35. England 6 for 157 at 36. And guess what? At the end of the 36th over, assuming there's no more runs in this
Exactly
over,
the same score.
she's going to be exactly the same. 6 for 157.
But what the Australian pair did magnificently well, Darren Smith and Peter Judd, was they rotated the strike magnificently well. 1s, 2s. When it was a bad ball, they invariably hit it for 4. But they kept rotating the strike. Well, Simon Routh, the new man in.
So the keeper.
Yeah, he's battered very, very well during this series. I've got to say, lots of 20s and 30s. Just hasn't gone on to make a big score. How England would dearly love him to make another 30 or so here. 157 for 6 then.
Wearing some bruises, he was telling us earlier,
Yeah,
from his keeping effort.
he's taken a bit of a pounding. Had a calf injury as well. But really pleased for Simon to come back. He had a miserable time out in India. Was struck down with illness. Missed a lot of the games. But he's a very good player in his own right. Well, here we go then, folks. Crunch time.
6 for 157, so 10 overs left. England require 66 to win, so now the rate 6.6. So just starting to get on the creep. And England lost a couple of crucial wickets in the last 2 or 3 overs. So Ruth's first ball, push back up the wicket, no run.
And a comment on the chat from someone called Breadhouse. Hates big moments, Panicasio. He absolutely thrives on them.
Yes.
Tongue in cheek from that poster, but he absolutely thrives on them, Tony.
I don't think he could have gotten any more tongue in cheek, to be honest. Do they say where that person's from?
No, it just says the name
No.
Breadhouse. I don't know. If
You
you
don't
want
know
to
where
get
you're
in
from?
touch and tell us where you're from.
Yeah, get in touch. Tell us where you're from there. David Wakeland, he's interested from the UK. And this one's pushed into the offside. There's no run. So in the last 3 overs, from the 33rd over to the 35th over, England have scored 4 runs and lost 2 wickets. This one's down the leg side, and Routh just sweeps it down, coming back for the second. And the Aussie hyphen does the fielding. And the Aussie hyphen, of course, is Trafford Walker. So at the end of the 36th over, England now 6 for 161. And at the end of the 36th over, Australia was 6 for 157. So we're starting to get tight. The issue for England, though, between after the 33rd over, they were 4 for 153. And then since then, they've added 8 runs but lost 2 wickets. So they've gone 5 for 156, 5 for 157, and 6 for 161 at the end of the 36th. So 9 overs left. The Aussie hyphen in Trafford Walker is going to continue from this northern end. He's bowling to Phillips. This one's wide outside off stump. Good take by Orlando, the keeper for Australia. Phillips failed to make contact. So Simon Routh now lives in your part of the world.
No, Nick Gaywood.
Nick Gaywood did.
Simon Rath, he's also a man of Kent. So
the 2 Kent boys are together.
the 2 Kent boys are together.
Michael Colin Cowdrey. There you go. When you think of Kent, that's all you think about, isn't it, really?
You do. You do indeed. Well, I think Jim Phillips will be better served if Mark Trafford Walker's going to bowl there. Rather than standing still and just waving his bat, actually move towards the ball. He's just waving his bat out there at the offside at the moment. And there you go.
Straight through.
Straight through him.
Good call. Good call from my fellow commentator. Rash, you've called it early. And Jim Phillips is out bowled by the Trafford Walker, the Aussie hyphen. And after taking bowling 2 overs for 18 early doors, Trafford Walker's come back, has now picked up a wicket and bowling superbly well in this second spell. So England now 7 for 161. And
Jim Phillips departs without troubling the scorers. And it's a rinse and repeat, I'm afraid, if you're an England supporter. They really got themselves into a really, really good position in this game. The first instance restricting Australia to 222, which in the context of how the series has gone, I think is a fabulous, fabulous effort. They were going along very nicely indeed. In the 23rd over, 92 for 2. But as my co-commentator, Mark Cambo, is very eloquently put, the real squeeze has been put on from Australia. We've gone from 144 for 4 to 161 for 7. And you think that unless there's going to be some heroics, and there have been some heroics on this tour by the England batters, Australia look like they're going to go 4-0 up in this 5-match series. It's Jason Corn, the big left-hander, the Sheriff, as he's been christened by Cambo.
Yes. And he's got long levers, the Sheriff, so anything could happen.
Yeah,
he could be the one that steps up. because
Well-
the Sheriffs usually do.
A very fine innings with Steve Aston in the third one-day international at Tanunda. So the Aussie boys know he can hit a long ball.
And need I say, Rash, this could be his high noon.
Shocking. Absolutely shocking.
I apologise.
You should.
I needed one bad one somewhere.
That was dreadful.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear.
Straight through.
Through.
Straight through. And getting the pundits from Darren Smith in front of our commentary box there, that was amazing.
A wonderful delivery from Mark Trafford. He's come back absolutely fired up, hasn't he? 18 off his first two. Well, that's right on the money again. Did well to dig that out, Jason Corn.
Oh, dear me. This is a bowling performance in two halves. First off was getting smacked, and this second spell from Trafford Walker's been fantastic.
He's only had the one run taken off him. You know, wicket maiden for him. He's now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 19. Brilliant comeback.
Absolutely. A wicket maiden to Trafford Walker. So now England at the end of the 37th over, 7 for 161. So need 62 to win. And running out of overs rapidly. We've got 8 overs left. And now they need 62, so the rate's just under 8. 8 and over. And Australia will lead the series 4-0.
Well, that's in the air. That's going to be out. No, it's
Oh,
not.
missed.
Well, Simon Raff just prodding forward, skewed off the outside of his bat, looped away to the man, Peter Judd, I think it is, and it is at point. Ball just dipping on him, but chance,
He's
lifeline for Simon Raff.
He's done everything today, Peter Judd, except take that. He got 20 not out with the bat, 1 for 31 off his 9 overs, and then I think we can forgive him for missing that diving chance coming forward.
Yeah, it was a hard chance, but having
Had a
got
big
there,
day.
you know, what a feel coming in, Peter Jensen.
Yeah. The Sheriff just ambles through for a single. Just push that one out past the gully fieldsman where the Aussie hyphen Trafford Walker's positioned.
And this is where Australia, Gamboa have been so good during this series, putting the squeeze on.
This one's tossed up. Look for a single, but not there. Not even the Sheriff could make that. You have to be Usain Bolt to get down the wicket in that space of time. Penny Casio, flatter, quicker. This one's to the side, and he'll make that one easy. So another single. Unfortunately now for England, singles ain't going to do it for you, Rash.
Nope, not at all.
Going to need some big levers from the Sheriff here. Caunt.
Well, England were going well, though. Let's put that into context. Mel Hussain, but as we mentioned, he looked very, very wary. And from his dismissal, I'll just break off as Panicasio comes again.
This one's down the leg side and just patted again. Orlando does the fielding. And it's 1 run. Bit of byplay up at that far end between Panicasio and the Sheriff. And the Sheriff said, if you come to England, I won't arrest you. Because I don't have a jurisdiction out here. Panicasio's come back bowled well as well. Rash?
Yeah, he
He's,
has, as you would expect. You know, he's a world-class bowler, leading wicket taker in the World Cup. You don't do that unless you're a decent bowler, because you're playing against some very, very decent cricketers. End of the over then. 38 gone. 165 for 7. England chasing 223 to win.
And you had a point that you were making a point, and then we got interrupted by the cricket, which is terrible to be interrupted by the cricket. Seems we're commentating the cricket.
Yeah, the point I was going to make that England, from England's point of view and the England supporters, we've seen this in the Ashes series. You know, England have been on top in the games at various points. They just haven't been able to press home their advantage. And you give an Australian side that are very, very talented, physically very, very gifted, mentally astute captaincy by the skipper, it just becomes a grind.
I think what, as we watch the Sheriff Court pushing one through covers, they've taken 2. That's all they'll take. I think the point you're making is that Australia have an even performance, and England will dip above them every now and again, then they'll dip below them every now and again, but they won't maintain for the length of the games.
Absolutely. Seasoned broadcaster, you see, me babbling along and you just put it succinctly in about 5 words.
Seasoned broadcaster. There are people right now around Perth that are saying, Rash, when you go back to England, there's going to be 4 people with white coats to take you somewhere where you can't hurt yourself.
But you hit the nail on the head. Absolutely spot on. As I said, there isn't much between these two teams. There genuinely isn't. But the crucial times when Australia have sensed that they're on top, they've pressed home their advantage, and that's been the difference.
They just maintain their level. And sometimes England get up to that level, sometimes they exceed that level, and then other times they're below that level. So I think Australia just have an even performance across the board. As you're watching the Aussie hyphen, Trafford Walker coming in to bowl. This one's pushed out to cover. They think about a run, but they don't take it. And unfortunately for England now, the Sheriff isn't going to get it in ones. It is Matt Panicasio, his son Breadhouse is a play on the last name. Oh, okay. Breadhouse.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure that Tony knows. Thank you, Matt Panicasio, for getting in touch. Breadhouse, son of Tony. It's a play on the last name, yeah. Pane and Casio.
Yeah, good luck working that one out, Rash. I looked at that and didn't say a word. Oh, this one's down the track and misses everything.
And Suzanne Thrower. Suzanne, thank you, from Hertfordshire in England. Thanks for getting in touch.
Hello, Hertfordshire in England. Oh, it's nice. That's a pretty part of the world, Hertfordshire.
Yeah, it is.
I liked Hertfordshire when
I was based down there when I was in the forces at Bushy.
Aussie hyphen coming in from this northern end, and there's the shot, punched out to the long on, and just the single. So
yeah, misfield out there by Andrew Walsh, just a single in the end. Really should have been 2.
And England now 7 for 169 with
Simon Routh, the right-hander, Jason Corm, the green helmet on, the left-hander.
So Simon Routh and Jason Corn. Now Jason Corn's the Sheriff and Simon Routh's the wicket-keeper, so he's like a pickpocket. So they should get on very well together.
Well, 54 runs required by England. And if they do manage to get there, it'll be some effort. But Tony Panicasio, we were surprised when he was taken off to 4 overs on his first spell.
That's
8 overs, 1 made in 2 for 30, so he's going to complete.
But that's because we sit under the marquee, and Peter Jensen's the captain of Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
He knew something we didn't know. We're not sure what that is, but...
No, but when you can call on somebody with Tony Panicasio's skill and expertise late on in an innings...
To bowl the death overs.
Yeah, he must be, you know... He's got an abundance of riches as Peter Jensen, but he uses them well.
Oh, a big
goodness
chance.
Me.
One-handed by the captain, Peter Jensen there.
No, it's Peter Judd. It's Juddy again.
Oh, Peter. Oh, sorry, Peter Jensen. Jensen, I gave you a rap. Gave you 2 in a row. Sorry, Juddy, missed you. But Peter Judd, that was a fantastic effort and saved 2. As England trying to hit their way out of trouble. This one's off the edge, ran through for a first slip. And fielded by Walsh. And they just take a single now. At the end of the 39th over, Rash, Australia was 6 for 177. So all of a sudden the worms dipped in Australia's favour. Hertfordshire, nice part of the world, Hertfordshire. Oh, and that's
easy
out.
chance.
And unfortunately, the Sheriff is now being stumped by Orlando off the bowling of Panicasio. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a stumping, that was almost a run out because the Sheriff was that far down and he wasn't coming back.
Yeah, indeed, Jason Corn. Well, can't attach any blame to him, looking to get on with it. Down the track, Panicasio saw him coming just a bit flatter, just a bit quicker. Corn out of his ground. Nice take by Claude Orlando behind the stumps. England lose their 8th wicket, 172. Jason Corn stumped. Good work by Claude Orlando off the bowling of Tony Panicasio.
Nice and
72 for 8. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Nice and neat work from Orlando. Very neat keeper, and Cornt just went down the track and he wasn't coming back. And Orlando Panicasio, as you say, Rash saw him coming and bowled it accordingly.
Well, Dave Wakelin, you've got the commentator's curse way over in England. Come on, Jason. Well, thank you for your support, but that's Mr. Corn on his way back into the pavilion. And you'd have to say now, if England managed to get home from here, it would be miraculous. 51 more runs required then.
It'd be like the 2005 Ashes series, wouldn't it, really? When we were robbed.
Robbed. Goodness me.
I did say on a radio show that I saw during the week where Ben Stokes doesn't look at the championship ladder for the test matches and who's on the going to play off for the test championship, and then he made 2, and I suggested he might want to watch the ball a bit closer rather than looking at the paper.
Yep. Well, Razi Ahmed, the new man in, fairly useful batsman himself. Good 40 at Chateau Tanunda. You'll like this. Cambo. Very wristy player he is.
Very wristy. With a name like Razi Ahmed, there's a surprise.
Very wristy player indeed. Yeah, he's played some very extravagant shots on this tour, but all down the leg side. I haven't seen him hit too many through the offside, but I hope he proves me wrong.
Anything's possible with the Sri Lankans and the Indians have wrists of steel. Oh.
Oh no.
That's a big swing and a miss, and as the aircraft was coming over, I think Ahmed got the serial number. So at the end of the 40th over, England now 8 for 172, and since that the last 8 overs, they've really hit the wall here, England. They were 4 for 144 at the end of the 32nd, and now 8 for 172 at the end of the 40th. And that's down to an inspired second spell by Trafford Walker and Panicasio up at that river end, just keeping everything tight.
Yeah, absolutely. The wickets are always going to change matches, but I think the wickets of Mel Hussain definitely changed it.
Yeah, that was the key. And that's a lovely late cut from Routh through third man. An absolutely classical stroke. Just a little bit wide, Trafford Walker, and Ruth did the rest.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Nice timing. It's been a feature of his play on this tour, Simon Routh. He's batted exceptionally well. Can he be England's hero?
Waiting for Trafford Walker again from this northern end, and this time He swung it away. Didn't actually get onto it, but they're going to take a single anyway and hit it out to mid-wicket. Bottom edge, that one. Oh, out to mid-wicket. For a single, that brings Ahmed on to strike. And the Aussie hyphen is going to have a crack, see what he can do. He's now got the figures of 1 for 19 off 4 overs.
Well, Matt Panacasio has been on touch in the chat. Matt, yeah, I agree 100% with what you say. Good second spells from both ends. Good returns from TP. And Mark Trafford Walker has just come back. And apart from that delivery that Simon Ralph put away, he's been exceptional.
Yeah. It was just an amazing thing to compare Glenn Pearce's backlift with Razzie Ahmed's backlift. Well, this one's through the covers, beats the fielder at mid-off, gives up the fight, and 4 runs to Ahmed. So gets on to the scoring, opens his account with a 4.
Well, 9 off the over so far. The required run rate, 9.69. Another lusty blow like that would come in very, very handy. 181 for 8. England chasing 223 for victory. And having said, I haven't seen many shots that Razzie Ahmed's played through the offside. Just
it was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Cover drive.
Classical.
Well executed.
Classical cover drive that.
Ooh,
This one's
gone
over
big.
cover. Out to the man at deep extra cover. Just a single. So that's 9 off this over. And the rate's 9.6.
With that single, 10. 1 delivery to come.
Okay. So 10 off this over so far.
Yep.
So in front of the rate now. Whatever they get off this ball will be a bonus. And it's full down the leg side. Backward of square, they've taken 1. They're coming back for the second. Very good over there for England. And at the end of the 41st over, England now 8 for 184. So 39 runs to win for England, which doesn't sound like a lot. But unfortunately, 4 overs left. So 39 to win off 4 overs. So the rate's 10 off the next 4 overs. If you've just joined us, thank you for joining us for this over 60s Australia versus England Grey Ashes one-day international. Australia lead the series currently 3-0 and 2 more games to go. Rash Mahmood and Mark Campbell Cambo in the commentary box.
Well, Cambo, crunch time here. Now, Tony Panacasio has completed from the river end. 3 wickets for him. So Bill Blair.
What's the figures for
Is,
Panacasio?
Tony's figures. So
Yep.
I'll just put my glasses on.
A question without notice.
9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 35. Under 4 and over. Outstanding from him.
And the player that you wanted to come on to bowl 6 overs ago is back.
Yeah, Bill
Rash.
Blair. Now, it can go one of 2 ways for Bill Blair. I've said it, he's a wonderfully talented bowler, but he can get some tap now and again. And I think, from an England point of view, they'll prefer pace on. Now, it's whether they can make enough good contact as the field is being spread far and wide. Sam Davis just to our left.
Well, he'll have to get through 2 overs.
He's at
On that
fine
end.
leg. Deep mid-wicket, wideish deep, long on, orthodox square leg, wideish mid-on. A man out in the deep, wideish long on, man at point. And Bill Blair in discussion with the skipper, Peter Jensen. Right, and just another man going on the leg side. And a
Swapping
shift,
that
yeah,
around.
sweeping them around. That's interesting.
It's a bit like if you read Keith Miller's book, who was a great Australian
Great
cricketer.
Australian cricketer, yeah.
His first season as captain of New South Wales and the Sheffield Shield, they walked through the gate at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and all he turned around to his players was said, "Scatter." It's a bit like that here now.
It is.
Just scatter.
Scatter.
Pick a spot.
Well, 39 to win England. 184 for 8. Bill Blair from the river end. Simon Routh on strike. Sorry, Razi Ahmed on strike. No, Simon Routh. I was right the first time. He's getting to me here. Just tucked out into the leg side.
You're getting excited, Rash.
I am getting excited. TP, Tony Panicasio does the fielding out there. I don't think I've seen him on the boundaries in a long time.
You're getting excited because it's getting tight.
It's getting tight, yeah. Well, we saw a thriller in Tanunda for the third one. Australia getting there with just 2 balls to spare. I fancy this might get close as well, if Simon Rath can connect with a few.
He's got to go aerial, and he's got to go long, because unfortunately ones ain't going to win it for him. So one of either Simon Routh or Razi Ahmed here have got to go aerial, and they've got to go big.
Absolutely. And the thing that's they are big boundaries as well. You've really got to catch hold of them. So, Razi Ahmed, where are you going?
And at the moment, saying no to a single is not an option.
Nope.
It's full on. 8 for 184 at the start of this over. Have moved on to 8 for 187. Feet up, Rash. Got to put your feet up in Australia on 187 or anything to do with 87. Absolutely.
Okay, right to you.
Don't worry about your Nelson. 87's real. Looking for 2. Yeah,
Wow.
not going to get it.
That's a bit poor from the England boys, to be honest. There was no urgency in the running there. You've got to put pressure on the fielders. There was definitely the chance of a second run, but they just ambled through for a single. And as Gambo says, singles ain't going to do it.
He's got to pick their spots here, the England batsman. There it is. That's big. Oh, no. Not as big as I thought. They're going to get 2 for it, though. But not as big as I thought. I thought when he hit that, it had actually had some legs, but just a couple of bounces out to Panicasio on the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
Well, 10.42 runs per over, 6 off the over. What England won't give for a boundary here.
Or a maximum. Or as they say in Europe, maximo, which is the strangest thing ever. Looking for 2 again. He's got to get it in. Pick an end. Any end will do. And he does, Panicasio. So at the end of the 42nd over, England now 8 for 191. 32 runs required off 3 overs. Still need 10, but that will help.
Gerald.
You're giving a family a wave.
Mrs. Blair.
Oh, Mrs. Blair. And she's YCA Media.
Yeah, I think it's BC8, Veterans Cricket Association Australia.
Well,
She's done a fabulous work, actually, Cheryl, I've got to say. With all the pictures she puts out on the website. As does Joe Watson for England. And it's a massive part of the talk, creating memories. So, 191 for 8. 32 more runs required.
Yes, 3 overs left. Look out. If we've got any watches in England, because it's now 4:45, so 4:09 over there now. They won't be going anywhere. They might be late for work the way this is going. This one's whacked down to mid-off. And a great bit of fielding there from Sam Davis.
Brilliant from Sam. Absolutely top-notch. Hit very, very hard down the ground. Make up ground, clean gather.
Kept the scoring to just 2. And Trafford Walker from this northern end into Ahmed. And Ahmed can't do anything about the Yorker, and just Trafford Walker does his own fielding. Fantastic bit of work down here.
Yeah, it really was.
By Sam Davis.
Super bit of fielding.
Trafford Walker again from this northern end. And this one, Azi Ahmed hits it out to the cow corner, as we like to call it. Just the single. The Andrew Walsh decided not to go for the catch, just stop the boundary, which is what you have to do at this stage of the game. So they only got a single for that. Half a chance to take the catch. Routh on strike now, advances down the wicket, and this one's in between the gap between long on and cow corner, and they come back for 2. I tell you what, it's starting to get frenetic. Do you think England have left too much to do in too little time?
Yeah, I think so. But then again, you've got to be pushing. That was hit way into the deep. With the greatest respect, Darren Smith is not going to throw it one bounce into Mark Trafford Walker. And there was hesitation between the England batsmen, and they ended up just scrambling it too. Routh
again lays waste to this one.
Again, push. It's just an amble by the England boys. You know?
Yeah.
Those of you watching, you know, you can hear I'm trying to be optimistic and try and pep them up, but I think if the roles were reversed, you'd see the Australian boys pushing for 2. It's a long way out there for Andrew Walsh.
Yeah.
Put him under some pressure.
65 metres, so...
No, he's looking at it and seeing the England boys just ambling through.
So Trafford Walker now to root this one straight down the ground. They're not pushing, and they come off the fence. Darren Smith, and keeps the rate to 1. That's the end of the Trafford Walker over, and now England 8 for 198. So a lot of frenetic swinging of the bat, but only 7 runs off that over. So now the rate's gone up again.
Yeah, 12 and a half.
12 and a half off 2. So 25 runs required by England in this over 60s international between Australia and England. For the Grey Ashes, Australia currently 3-0 up, and with 2 to play, so they retain the Grey Ashes. But England playing for a bit of pride to get at least 1 win on this on this tour.
Yeah, and I think if they don't get there, Campbell, that they'll look, certainly through the middle part of the innings when it was going well. You mentioned it a couple of times during the commentary. Just trying to hit the ball too hard and hitting it straight to the fielder where there are lots of ones available. Just play sensible cricket and go at 4-5 and over. Okay, if you get a bad ball, go. What they were doing was hitting it straight to the fielder and only getting 2 and over. And it just started to increase the pressure on them as the scoring rate was going up. Here we go then. Bill Blair, Razi Ahmed on strike.
This one's a full toss, and Razi Ahmed absolutely gives that the absolute full measure.
Oh, brilliant.
Great fielding there by Panicasio to restrict it to 2. So no 3s by the England batsman so far.
200 up for England then. 23 more runs.
It's tantalising, isn't it?
They shouldn't do this. These are senior cricketers. They shouldn't be doing this, Campbell. It's not good for the old ticker.
Well, you know, at over 60s cricket, the physio is the first one picked.
Oh, that's nearly kneecap Bill Blair. Absolutely crunched back by Razi Ahmed.
And guess who's doing the fielding down there, Rash?
Well, that Juddy.
Yes, he's doing the fielding down there.
Oh, is it Graham Pavey? Yeah.
Yeah. Made up 25 metres to stop that one going over the line.
He's rapid, isn't he?
Oh, unbelievable. I want to see his birth certificate.
Well,
acts like he's about 46. Blair again this time.
That's hit powerfully. There should be 2 in that. No, they've just ambled through for 1.
Oh.
That's bad cricket. Your thoughts on that, Cambo?
Yeah, being an Australian, none.
But in the context of the game and being impartial?
Yeah, trying to be in context of the game, being impartial, had to be 2. Should have taken off, but then again, it is the end of the day, and these boys are over 60, so we've got to take that into account as well. This one's pushed out again, and then they're looking at 2s where there isn't actually 2. But where there are easy twos, they're not taking them. So I'm trying to be impartial.
No. It's you call it as you see it, and it has been quite stark. And we're fortunate here, folks. You know, we're at the boundary edge, and we can see it. There's no lack of effort, but it's just the wrong choice of trying to take two. That one was to Graham Pavey. It went pretty much straight to him. You're not going to take on his arm. The other one that was hit straight down the ground, the one before the fielder, had to make a lot of ground up. A right-handed fielder with his left hand had to stop, turn, and that would have allowed England to get back for another run. But 6 off the over so far then.
Blair in again. This one's
Oh,
full
that's
and
gone.
swung. That's gone for 4. Pick that up, Ahmed, with those wrists of steel and just absolutely smoked it backward of square for 4 runs. Where there's life, there's hope.
It's the hope that kills you. England, with that boundary, move on to 208 for 8. 23 for Razi Ahmed now, off just the 17 deliveries. His partner, Simon Routh, he's on 22 from 22. So good effort by these two.
See, that's what hope was going to kill England, because for about 6 Ashes tours, you thought you were going to win back the Ashes.
Well, 36 these two have put on. Came together when the score was 172 for 8 in the 41st over.
They've batted really well.
Yeah, they have.
But unfortunately, they've probably been left too much to do in these last overs. But Ahmed's going really well. There's Blair in again. Ahmed
that's
swings
gone.
it. That
That
has gone
miles.
massive. That's coming back with a postage stamp on it. Don't you worry about that.
Well, 16 off that Bill Blair over. And let's say he can get some tap now and again. Oh, goodness me.
That's going to make a bit of a difference. 8.
214 for 8 then.
So now it's 9 runs to win off the last over. 16 off that over. 9 required off the last.
Ooh,
Now, you
goodness
okay,
me.
mate?
No,
Rash, you're in a bit of trouble.
I need my pills. They can't keep doing this to me, these. Do you know? I hope there's a defibrillator here.
There is a defibrillator
Oh,
there.
thank goodness for that. Oh, they did me in the third one. Cambo, honest to God, that was a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket between two sides, giving their everything. And this game, like that one, ebbed and flowed. You know, England, I think, doing very, very well to restrict this powerful Australian lineup to 222. England cruising, go along very nicely, but then the squeeze came on.
And Darren Smith is going to come on to bowl the last over. England needing 9 runs to win. Now, if they win, Rush, I don't want you jumping out of your seat because you'll hurt yourself. All right?
I'll try not to.
Said with the reserved judgment of an Englishman.
I'll try not to, but Mark, this is your first experience, I believe, of seniors cricket at the international level. Is that right?
Yes, over 60s international. I've done the over 40s state carnival, but no, my first look at the over 60s international Australia-England, yeah.
And what are your thoughts about it?
Well, I think it's a great standard. I think it's also it's entertaining cricket. I feel for the players, though, at this age, playing in the heat and what you've had to play in.
Yeah.
Because being, I turned that age in a couple of weeks. We'll talk about that off air. But, yeah, the heat would have been a factor, and playing so many games consecutively, that would be a concern. But the standard's definitely there.
Well, it's been a fantastic effort by both these two sides. Here we go then, folks. Strap yourselves in. Final over. Darren Smith from the northern end.
Oh, that's wide.
Oh, my goodness me.
So
now
Darren
it's
Smith
8
off 6.
Gives Chris Johnson, the English umpire, the glare. He's not happy, but I think it was, the right call, I feel.
Yeah, Dickie Bird's cheating again. I mean, but no.
Well, more importantly, it's an extra ball. What can they do with it?
So 8 off 6 is the
that's
requirement.
there's going to be runs there. Andrew Walsh coming round.
has to go.
Yeah,
for 2.
misfield, and that's the thing. They ran the first one really, really hard. Andrew Walsh could see that. Pressure on him. And it told misfield, allowed him to get back for the 2.
6 off 5. Almost a run a ball now. 6 off 5.
Just need
He's
to be
go
sensible
straight
here.
down to the wire.
Big gaps in the field. Pick your spot.
So this
Oh,
one's
that's gone.
on middle
There
and
should be
left.
runs there as well. Oh, it's gone for
Oh.
4.
They've misjudged that.
Oh,
they
my
didn't see it
goodness.
out in the boundary. The player's gone in the wrong
It's
direction.
Graham Pavey.
He didn't pick it up at all, and it's gone for 4. And now the equation's 2 off 4, back in England's favour.
Oh, my
And my
goodness me.
co-commentator here, Rash, is almost going to jump and hit the roof here in a
Well,
minute.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Graham Pavey, he's been brilliant today. He's been brilliant in the field. Absolutely crunched by Simon Routh. And he was getting in position. It sort of did a leg break. I don't know. He didn't see it at all, though.
No, he lost it completely. So now 4 off 2.
Well, the fielder's coming in.
Well,
now,
sorry, 2 off 4.
This is where you've got to be a bit cute.
Yeah, 2 off 4.
2 off 4 then for England to get to what would be a very improbable victory. It looked like it. Oh,
There
he's
it
got him.
is. It's run down the big third man. This could be it. They come back for the second, and England have won the 4th international. And my co-commentator Rash Mahmood has just hit the roof. He's just come down. And the partnership of 51 runs, and England have won this 4th international of the Grey Ashes, and they finished at 8 for 223, and Australia come second. And Rash Mahmood is absolutely beside himself. He's a commentator that can't talk.
Oh, my goodness.
He can't talk. There you go.
Wow. What a game of cricket, folks. What a game of cricket. I'm delighted that England have got the victory. I'm delighted for Simon Routh. 30 not out of 23 deliveries. Just the 2 4s. Razi Ahmed, batting mate. 24 off 18s. With 2 4s and a 6. I don't even know where to start with that, Cambo. What a brilliant game of cricket.
Well, it was a fantastic game of cricket and went down to the last over. England have won. They've broken their duck. Why don't you calm down, Rash, and just go through the Australian bowling figures? Then you can go through the England innings last, because that's the one you want to gloat about. So just go through the Australian bowling figures.
Well, I will do my best. So, Mark Trafford Walker, 2 overs for 18 runs opening up from the northern end, but he came back unbelievably well. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 42. Tony Panicasio, well, myself and Cambo were a bit head scratchy when he was taken off after 4 overs from the river end, but he came back magnificently well again. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 33. Darren Smith at the end, 6.3 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 40. Bill Blair, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 32. Phil Jackson, excellent spell of bowling from Phil Jackson in conjunction with Peter Judd. He was operating from the river end. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 45. And Peter Judd, excellent spell of bowling from him, as you would expect. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Well,
now you can go through the England. Have you calmed down enough to go through the England batting?
I think I've just calmed down enough.
Alrighty.
Well, there's another different
You
opening
deserve
partnership
it.
for
You
England.
deserve it. Go on. Do it.
The new opening partnership for England, Steve Aston, the wicket keeper, or one of the 2 England wicket keepers, promoted to opener, to partner Mark Eames. So right-hand, left-hand combination, the normal England opener Nick Gaywood, dropping down the order, just to change things up and give the Australians something to think about. Well, it started off pretty well. 35 on the board, in the middle of the 7th over, and Steve Aston just slapped a ball from Darren Smith straight to the very, very reliable Graham Pavey. on the edge of the 30-metre circle at cover. Aston out for 19 off 20 deliveries with 2 fours. And then a very good partnership between Mark Eames and Mel Hussain. They were going along very nicely indeed. 75 they reached just after the drinks break towards the end of the 16th over, when Mark Eames, he was caught by Walsh off at the bowling of Peter Judd. 23 he scored off 40 deliveries with 4 fours. And then Monty Douglas, we were looking forward to Monty, threw some fireworks, but he missed out again. 94 for 3 when Monty was caught again by Pavey off the bowling of Phil Jackson. Straight to him, very straightforward catch. 3 runs for Monty Douglas. That was the middle of the 22nd over. And then Mel Hussain, crucial wicket for Australia. The score had moved on to 107. Hussain was battered superbly well. 47 he was at the point, but he was just starting to look very, very weary. And in the end, he was stumped. Good work by Claude Orlando, the bowling of Phil Jackson. And from that point on, the squeeze came on. 25.3 overs, but from then on, England were right under the pump. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England skipper, he was the next man to depart on 156. He was bowled by Tony Panicasio. Wonderful delivery from him. Flighted, tempted the England skipper to go big down the leg side. He swung and he missed. To look back to see his bails removed. Australia at that point right on top, and from then on it really was very nervy stuff. So 156 for 5 became 157 for 6. Nick Gayward, who played fantastically well, down trying to play the sweep shot off Tony Panicasio, was adjudged to be out LBW by umpire Lamb. 32 off 33 deliveries for him with 1-4 and 1-6, and 157 for 6 shortly became 161 for 7. Jim Phillips, he was clean bowled by a very good delivery from Mark Trafford Walker returning. He went back to the pavilion without troubling the scorers. And then the Sheriff, Jason Cornt, scorer progressed to 172 for 8. When Jason Cornt, well, he was dancing down the track, had to get on with it, to a delivery from Tony Panicasio. Well taken by the Big O, Claude Orlando. Very simple chance for him. Jason Cornt stumped for 6 off 9 deliveries. And it left Simon Routh and Razi Ahmed. Well, they were behind the curve. And we were saying in commentary, picking the wrong options, trying to take 2s when there was only a single. And really, it was backs against the wall stuff. But cricket is a funny old game. They just kept themselves in it. Going along at about 6 and over. And Razi Ahmed, wonderful cameo from him. Hit some very lusty blows, but superbly backed up by Simon Routh. They needed 9 off the last over. And the last over, well, it started with a wide. Darren Smith bowling it. He gave the daggers to the umpire, Chris Johnson, but I think it was a legitimate wide called. And from then, it was 8, and more importantly, the extra ball. 2 followed from that, then a 4, then another 2 from Simon Routh, and England getting there to register a victory in the 4th one-day international. 223 for 8 then, of 44.3 overs. 3 balls of their allocation left, and at one point it looked like they were dead and buried. But well done to them, and well done to Australia. The game again, it's ebbed and flowed, as the 3rd one-day international did at Tanunda last week. Australia getting the victory on that occasion with just 2 balls to spare, chasing down 169. It's been an unbelievable day's cricket here, and both sets of players, I can see to my right, and the Australian boys, the far end, the England boys in the pavilion.
Have you calmed down, Rash?
Yeah, just about, Cambo. But I've got to say, it's just a great advert for seniors cricket. It really has been a wonderful, wonderful game, full of ups and downs. At one point, I think England were dead and buried. You said it on commentary. They went through a phase, a 10-over phase, where they got absolutely nothing and lost, I think, 4 wickets. but it shows great character and fine margins, isn't it? Fine margins. And yeah, they may have left some runs out in the field, the England boys, but ultimately they got there.
Well, absolutely. That's what cricket's all about, though. You can do it any way you like. As long as you get the result in the end, it's okay. And England, to their credit, they didn't give up. They gave it their all. And on the same token, Australia didn't give up. They gave it their all as well. So that's the game of cricket. And must admit, I might not be invited back by Australia ever again because I'm the Jonah. We've belting England all over the place. And Australia get beat. But no, it was a great game, a great day had by all. And Rash, you did a great job, mate. You are the man.
No, thank you,
the
my friend.
BBC world are losing out. You should be the Ascension Islands president.
It's great seeing you as Nick Gaywood in front of us. Nick, congratulations.
He's running. He's doing his laps. That's a warm down. I thought they were doing points for the warm down.
51 runs, that partnership between Simon Routh and Razi Ahmed. 51 runs. Unbelievable.
And would have been in quick time as well. That's the key to it.
It was in just about 5 overs, which shows you it can be done. But as we wrap up here, we move on to Sunday for the final game of the series at Fletcher Park in Perth. If you're watching this broadcast and you're in the local area, please come along and support these guys. It's been a really, really good match today. They've put their heart and soul into it, both teams, and I'm sure that they appreciate your support. Conversely, those watching wherever you are in the world, thank you so much for tuning into this live stream and the ball-by-ball commentary. It's been an absolute pleasure for me, Rash Mahmood, to be here alongside Mark Campbell. Campbell, I hope we meet again, my friend. It's been an education and I've enjoyed every single minute of it.
Thanks, Rash, and I've had a ball, and hopefully we can do it again very, very soon in your country or mine, mate, and we'll do it all again.
You're more than welcome. So from me, Rash Mahmood, for Mark Campbell, here at College Park in the western suburbs in Perth, the 4th one-day international between Australia and England. England getting on the board then. 3-1. One more game to go. Fletcher Park on Sunday. 10 a.m. local start time. 2 a.m. in the UK. Please join us if you can for that match. But from us now, here in the deserted. It's deserted round here now. Cambo, there's nobody here.
Oh no, the dog walkers will be out shortly. The western suburbs of Perth. It's a great spot, and don't you worry about that. The dog walkers will be out here. They'll be having a ball shortly.
Super stuff. So for myself, as I said, Rash Mahmood, Mark Campbell. I will see you all on Sunday. Well, pleasure. Goodbye for now.
Even on my